I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Order, if members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. If members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. Give the call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the third report of the Petitions Committee for the 48th Parliament, together with 264 e-petitions and 10 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. Among the e-petitions being presented are some of the first e-petitions from the 48th Parliament to be certified. Of the e-petitions being presented, 5 gained 5,000 plus signatures and covered topics such as stillbirth awareness, the National Disability Insurance Scheme, regulation of payment processes and changes to the E-Safety Commission. I am pleased to inform the House that the committee also certified 50 new e-petitions at its last meeting. These e-petitions are now collecting signatures on the e-petitions website. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I look forward to updating the House further on the work of the Petitions Committee.
And I call the clerk.
Committee and delegation business. Number 1. Australian Parliamentary Delegation report on the Assembly of the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly in Vientiane.
Call to the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 45th General Assembly of the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly in Vientiane, Lao Democratic People's Republic from the 17th to the 23rd of October 2024. Mr Speaker, as I said, we attended the 45th General Assembly of the Association of the Southeast Asian Nations Interparliamentary Assembly held in Vientiane, Lao People's Democratic Republic from the 17th to the 23rd of the 2024. And I was very privileged to lead the Australian delegation to the APIA General Assembly, accompanied by the member for Nichols. APIA claims to encourage understanding, cooperation and close relations among ASEAN members, parliaments, observer parliaments and other parliamentary organisations. The APIA theme for the General Assembly in 2024 was the role of parliaments in enhancing connectivity and inclusive growth of ASEAN. Participants were welcomed by the President of the National Assembly of the Lao PDR and APIA President His Excellency Saisom Pomwee Han. His Excellency noted the role of the Assembly in coming together to celebrate common goals in the context of unpredictable international and regional circumstances. Mr Speaker, His Excellency noted that there were opportunities and challenges in the current economic climate as countries work to foster peace, prosperity, security and development in the region. And I was honoured to make a statement on behalf of the Australian Parliament and of the delegation. The statement highlighted the 50th anniversary of Australia's dialogue partnership with ASEAN and celebrated in March 2024 at the ASEAN-Australia Special Summit in Melbourne. Key Australian-ASEAN initiatives were highlighted, including the ASEAN-Australia Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, the ASEAN-Australia-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement and the Regional Comprehensive Partnership Agreement. This agreement demonstrates our regional economic engagement to support the inclusive growth of ASEAN Our Observer Parliament dialogue session with ASEAN member parliaments emphasised this importance and the importance of bilateral relationships, people-to-people links and diaspora communities in Australia. Mr Speaker, we held bilateral meetings with APIA Secretary-General and delegations from Algeria, the Lao PDR and Ukraine. Many expressions of appreciation were received for the Australian presence at AIPA, with both ASEAN and Observer countries keen to increase parliamentary engagement. With a widening representation of Observer parliaments beyond the immediate region, the Forum continues to hold importance for Australian engagement in ASEAN countries and beyond, particularly given the current global tensions. Mr Speaker, I'd like to express thanks and congratulations to the National Assembly of the Lao PDR for its successful year of chairing APIA and hosting of the 45th APIA General Assembly. And I'd also like to thank the staff of the International Parliamentary Relations Office here in our Parliament House, the Parliamentary Library and Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade for their assistance in the preparations ahead of the Assembly, and the Australian Embassy in Vientiane for its support and briefings during the visit. I'd like to particularly thank my colleague, the member for Nichols, for his support at the conference, and particular thanks to our delegation secretary, Dr. Susan Love, who worked tirelessly to make sure everything went like clockwork for us. So I commend the report to the House.
I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd just like to echo the statements made by the member for Adelaide and thank him for leading the delegation to the 45th General Assembly of ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly in Vientiane in Laos. The member for Adelaide represented Australia. I believe we both did. And it's very important, Mr Speaker, that we present a united front as Australia on behalf of our Parliament, and I think the member for Adelaide and I were able to do that both during the discussions we had in the bilateral meetings. It was a very well facilitated trip, as the member for Adelaide has said. I would like to thank the Australian Embassy in Laos for their hosting us and looking after us, and also echoing what was said previously about Dr. Susan Love and her support of the delegation. One moment that stood out to me that I think I'd just like to share was a wonderful conversation we had with the Interparliamentary Assembly Secretary-General, who's from Brunei, about enabling more women to become involved in parliaments across the ASEAN area. And we were able to share some great examples, not only of the federal parliament, but also of some things that the state parliament, in particular the Victorian Parliament, has done around childcare. So I think Australia can be a great example as to the way that parliamentary democracy, particularly across genders, can be enhanced around the world, and I think that we're able to do that with our discussions. Again, echoing the comments of the member for Adelaide, thank him for his leadership of the dialogue. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 1. Crimes Amendment, Mandatory Minimum Sentences for Child Sexual Abuse Bill 2025.
Call to the honourable member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Crimes Amendment, Mandatory Minimum Sentences for Child Sexual Abuse Bill 2025. There can be...
I'll just if you could present that, and I'll just call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Crimes Act 1914 and for related purposes.
Give the call to member Barara.
Mr Speaker, there can be few more important...
I'll just get you to... I move the bill be read a second time.
Mr Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time. There can be few more important or urgent matters for the Parliament to deal with than the prevention of child sexual abuse and the bringing of perpetrators to justice, as is outlined in this bill. I said all of the things that I wanted to say when we moved suspension of standing orders recently. This is not a partisan matter, but it is an urgent matter. And on that basis, I cede the remaining part of my time to the new Shadow Attorney-General, the member for Fisher.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion, Mr Speaker. The Crimes Amendment Mandatory Minimum Sentences for Child Sexual Abuse Bill of 2025 is about one simple principle: that those who abuse, exploit or prey upon children must face justice, real justice. No Australian parent, family or community should ever have to wonder whether the law truly values the safety and dignity of a child. Yet recent events have shown that our current sentencing framework does not meet that test always. In the 24-25 financial year, the Australian Federal Police received more than 82,764 reports of online child sexual exploitation. That is a 41% increase in just 12 months. It's an average of 226 reports every single day. Just let that sink in. Each one of those reports represents a child, a real child, and their families whose lives have been shattered by unspeakable harm. That means that in the 18 days between when the former Shadow Attorney, the member for Barara, first introduced this bill to today, more than 4,000 instances of online child sexual exploitation have been reported to the ACE. 4,000. 4,000 children, 4,000 families in less than 3 weeks. Those figures seem unfathomable. When a child is sexually abused, the impact on the family is devastating and enduring. Families may struggle with disbelief, blame, conflict, while the child's sense of safety and security is deeply harmed. The trauma extends beyond the child, affecting parenting, sibling bonds, and the family's overall stability. And yet too often, those who commit these despicable crimes face sentences that are manifestly inadequate. The Maloney case in Victoria brought this into sharp relief. A father who committed 19 separate acts of sexual abuse against his 5-year-old daughter, producing and transmitting 77 files of child abuse material, was sentenced to just 2.5 years in prison. For the Commonwealth offences of producing and transmitting child abuse material, the offender received only 6 months imprisonment before being released on a recognizance release order. 6 months imprisonment for 77 separate pieces of child abuse material. That is not justice. That is a betrayal of the child, a betrayal of the community, and a betrayal of every Australian who believes that the law should reflect our most deepest values. The bill seeks to correct that. First, it establishes that child sex offences involving the use of a carriage service, including using a carriage service for child abuse material, which is an offence under section 474.22 of the Criminal Code. This is the provision that, among other things, makes it an offence to transmit child abuse material. This is one of the offences at issue in the Maloney case. Another is possessing or controlling child abuse material obtained or accessed using carriage services, which is an offence under section 474.22a of the Criminal Code and is more or less self-explanatory. Possessing, controlling, producing, supplying or obtaining child abuse material for use through a carriage service, which is an offence under section 474.23 of the Code. This was the other offence at issue in the Maloney case. Second, it establishes child sex offences that involve the use of a postal service, including using a postal or similar service for child abuse material, an offence under section 471.19 of the Code, and possessing, controlling, producing, supplying or obtaining child abuse material for use through a postal or similar service, an offence under section 471.20 of the Code. And importantly, this bill closes a loophole exposed by the Maloney case. It provides that a recognizance release order, which is effectively a release on good behaviour, cannot be made for the Commonwealth child sex offences unless there are exceptional circumstances, and ensures that offenders cannot walk free after serving only a fraction of their sentence for crimes that devastate young lives. This bill builds on the mandatory minimum sentencing regime for first introduced by the Coalition Government in 2019, which saw longer sentences, more guilty pleas and more offenders entering rehabilitation. When we introduced that legislation, Labor initially sought to remove the mandatory sentencing provisions, but faced with overwhelming public support, they eventually joined with the Coalition in a bipartisan spirit to pass the law. I call on the government today to do the same, to put politics aside and to put the safety of our children first. I want to pay tribute to my colleague, the member for Barara, the former Shadow Attorney General and the Leader of the Opposition for their tireless work in bringing this bill forward. The member for Barara and the Leader of the Opposition acted with conviction, compassion and urgency, driven by a simple belief that every child deserves to grow up safe, loved and free from fear. I thank them for their leadership and their commitment to the protection of children in this country. I also want to acknowledge Bruce and Denise Morecambe and the Daniel Morecambe Foundation, whose decades of advocacy have made child safety a national cause. Bruce and Denise have turned their family's unimaginable loss into a movement for change. They've given a voice to victims, survivors and families across Australia. The Morecambe Foundation has publicly supported this bill, recognising that strong deterrence and clear sentences save lives and prevent abuse before it happens. The bill is not just about punishment. It is just as much about protection, because while sentencing matters, prevention matters just as much, if not more. This bill will serve as a strong deterrent from this appalling conduct. The Coalition has long called for stronger child safety frameworks across the nation, including reforms to the Working with Children check, mandatory prevention training and national standards informed by the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse. The Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation is another vital part of this national effort. It was established and funded under a coalition government, reflecting our long-standing and unwavering commitment to protecting innocent lives and safeguarding Australian children. And that must always be our focus. Too often the scales of justice have been tipped towards the rights of offenders instead of compassion for the victims who will live with this trauma forever, and of course the protection of the community. That imbalance must end. The recent case of a childcare worker charged with more than 70 offences after working in 20 different centres shows how urgently reform in this space is needed. This bill is not complicated. It does not create new offences. It simply ensures that when a person commits one of the most heinous crimes imaginable, the sentence they receive reflects the gravity of their crime. No one produces or transmits child abuse material. No one who does that should be able to walk free after 6 months. Not one, not ever. This bill sends an unmistakable message. If you exploit a child, you will do serious jail time. The transmission of these images are not victimless crimes. They create a market for child sexual abuse, and anyone involved in these heinous crimes should do that serious time, not just get a slap over the wrist. This is an opportunity for every member in this parliament to stand together, to rise above partisanship and to affirm a basic truth, that the protection of our children is not a political issue. It is our moral duty. Our message today is simple and clear. Australia will not tolerate child sexual abuse, whether that is online or offline. Those who commit these crimes should face the full force of the law, and this Parliament, united, will protect the most vulnerable among us. I commend the bill to the House.
The time allotted for the debate has now expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, Lobbying Improving Government Honesty and Trust Bill 2025.
Give a call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Lobbying Improving Government Honesty and Trust Bill 2025, number 2, and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to establish a scheme to promote and enhance transparency, integrity and honesty in dealings between lobbyists and government representatives and for related purposes.
Call to the member for Kooyong.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, lobbying activities are communications with government representatives aimed at influencing government decision-making. Lobbying is a legitimate form of advocacy, but it is often available only to the wealthy and the powerful. In this country, lobbying has become a multi-billion-dollar industry. Governments have a responsibility to seek out broad-ranging perspectives to guard against real and perceived undue influence from those who can afford to pay for access. A robust statutory framework is needed to safeguard against those perceptions. A publicly accessible register of lobbying activity revealing who meets with government representatives on what policy areas and providing transparency into the government's decision-making processes on matters of national interest. Australia's existing federal lobbying code of conduct aims to ensure that contact between registered commercial lobbyists and government representatives is conducted in accordance with public expectations of transparency, integrity and honesty. However, that code of conduct is weak, it is ignored and it is unenforced. And it applies to only 20% of the many lobbyists currently plying their trade in Canberra. The register of lobbyists applies only to third-party lobbyists, paid professionals engaged by corporate clients to influence public officials on their behalf. It does not include in-house lobbyists, those employed by a corporation, a business or a peak body to undertake lobbying activity. Enforcement of this lobbying code has been dismal. Repeated audits have identified failure to apply formal sanctions by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and subsequently by the Attorney-General's Department, despite evidence of dozens of breaches of that code of conduct. Our current code meets only one of the 10 OECD principles for transparency and integrity in lobbying. The United Kingdom, Canada and the US have legislated strong integrity frameworks, which include independent administration, transparency of monitoring, public reporting, post-employment restrictions and penalties. Our states and territories have stronger legislated codes of conduct for lobbying activity than does the federal government. This parliament is well out of step with accepted standards of integrity, but this bill will put that right. The shortcomings of our system have been acknowledged by the parties when in opposition, but they have been ignored by them when they are in government. Successive governments have been complacent about the adverse effect of rampant lobbying activity. They're conflicted because they accept the personal and political gains served up by the lobbying sector. In November 2023, the voluntary register included 703 third-party lobbyists. 40% of those were former politicians, ministerial advisors or senior public servants. They were profiting from their knowledge and the networks gained from their time spent here in service to the public and funded by taxpayers. What we need is to hold public officials to a higher standard of integrity. When they leave public office, government representatives shouldn't be able to use their insider knowledge for personal gain or for the commercial benefit of their new employer. And they shouldn't be making decisions prior to leaving office which might advance their future employer-to-be. Time and time again, we have seen ministers accepting lucrative private sector jobs immediately upon leaving Parliament. And we've seen the revolving door of industry executives and senior public servants exchanging jobs. A lobbying code of conduct which allows our Defence Minister to discuss defence business with a global contracting firm in Cabinet, then take a job with that firm 9 days after leaving politics, is a lobbying code which is corrosive of public trust. A code which allows our Foreign Minister to award more than $500 million in contracts to a contractor, then accept a job with them less than 12 months after leaving politics, is corrosive of trust. A code which permits the Health Minister, to award over $135 million in pandemic contracts to a company and then to take a position with that company 6 months later is corrosive of trust. A code which allows the Prime Minister discretion over its enforcement, a Prime Minister who, by the way, is the patron of a registered lobbying agency, is corrosive of public trust. So, Speaker, the bill that I am presenting today establishes a new publicly accessible online lobbyist register, which will include in-house as well as third-party lobbyists. Persons engaging in lobbying activity will be required to lodge quarterly returns online, reporting who they've met with, for how long, where and why. Ministers will also be required to publish their diaries for transparency and to strengthen compliance. The bill enforces post-employment prohibitions so that ministers and senior staff are banned from working as lobbyists in their field of public service for 3 years after they leave federal parliament. It legislates a register of senior government appointments for transparency and for compliance. It introduces real penalties for breaches. It will be enforced by the Independent Integrity Commission. At the heart of this bill is the principle that government decisions are made in the public interest and in our shared national interest, and that they can be seen to be. So many of our decision-making processes are taken in the public eye, with consultations, expert advice, public submissions and published reports based on the best evidence. But too often government decisions are inexplicable. Too often they benefit vested interests against the public interest. We need to know who has the ears of our politicians, and we need to close the revolving door. Speaker, Australians must be able to trust their government. They want this bill debated by their representatives, and they want this law passed by this parliament. This bill is an important contribution to the restoration of integrity and transparency in government. I commend it to the House, and I cede the rest of my time to the seconder.
Is the motion seconded? And give the call to the member for Curtin.
I second the motion, and I'm pleased to again support the essential measures introduced in the member for Kooyong's Lobbying, Improving Government Honesty and Trust Bill. And I'm proud to stand with a group of crossbench parliamentarians who continue to fight so hard to reflect the wishes of their communities to strive for better transparency, greater integrity and more accountability in politics. Part of integrity and accountability is understanding who is influencing our top decision makers. We should know which lobbyists have access to ministers and cabinet. Currently, Australia lags behind our counterparts in Canada, in the UK and the US in the transparency and accountability of lobbying activity. In each of those countries, there's a legislated lobbying regime with clear reporting obligations arising from lobbying activities. Currently, in Australia's federal parliament, we only have an administrative system governed by the Lobbying Code of Conduct and overseen by the Attorney-General's Department. There are no meaningful consequences for breaching the Federal Code of Conduct. The Code of Conduct applies only to professional lobbyists acting on behalf of third-party clients. So this means lobbying activity that's undertaken in-house by businesses and industry bodies isn't included. In-house lobbyists are able to conduct invisible activity without regulation or oversight. And the Grattan Institute has shown that highly regulated businesses have the most meetings with senior politicians, make the most use of commercial lobbyists and are disproportionately large political donors. I wonder why. Australians see the impact of this everywhere. Take the issue of online gambling reform. The government asked a parliamentary committee to look at what needed to be done. A multi-partisan committee led by the late member for Dunkley came up with 31 unanimous recommendations which were handed to the government. And then it appears the lobbying began, from gambling companies, from sporting codes and from media companies. Thanks to our also threatened FOI process, we know that in the first 6 months the minister had no fewer than 66 meetings on the issue, almost universally with lobbyists against significant reform. We know the gambling industry peak body is taking every opportunity to rub shoulders with politicians, including at games organised at Parliament House by the registered lobby group, the Australian Parliamentary Sports Club, which has kicked out sportsman and Senator David Pocock for drawing attention to the ick factor. The hidden lobbying is gross and Australians hate it. Transparency about the lobbying that goes on in this building is the very least the government should do in an effort to rebuild declining trust. If the government has nothing to hide, there should be no problem with greater transparency. I commend this bill to the House as another effort of the crossbench to pursue greater transparency.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Is the motion second? No. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the next sitting day, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Order of the day number 1. Repeal Net Zero Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
And I call the member for Passive.
Barker.
Barker.
Perhaps one day it might be named after me, but I doubt it, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the bill that was recently introduced by the member for New England, put to the House. A bill to end Australia's reckless commitment to net zero by 2050. Net zero, in the most basic terms, is the idea that a nation balances the amount of greenhouse gas it emits with the amount it removes from the atmosphere, so that the net effect on the climate is zero. It sounds neat, even noble, but in practice, net zero is a costly illusion, a political slogan masquerading as science, imposed without honesty and absent realism. Since its adoption, Australia's commitment to net zero has delivered nothing but pain to the Australian people. It's driven up the cost of power, destroyed manufacturing and gutted regional communities while doing nothing, absolutely nothing, to change the globe's climate. Australia contributes just over 1% of global emissions, 1%. Yet this government behaves as though Canberra holds the planet's thermostat. Meanwhile, China, India, Indonesia are building hundreds of new coal-fired power stations. Together they account for almost half of global emissions. They are not stopping. They're not slowing down. And yet Labor persists with this ideological crusade, punishing Australians for the sins of other nations. Madam Deputy Speaker, net zero has become a moral vanity project for those who can afford it and an economic catastrophe for those who cannot. It's easy to preach climate virtue from an inner-city office. It's much harder to pay the power bill on a farm or keep the lights on a small workshop in regional Australia. Everywhere I go across my electorate, people are telling me the same thing. Their power bills are crippling them, businesses are closing, farmers are furious at the destruction of their country for wind and solar projects that tear up paddocks, divide neighbours and desecrate landscapes that our families have cared for generations. These so-called renewables aren't clean and they're not green. They're future landfill, industrial junk that will one day be left rusting in our fields because this government has made no provision for their decommissioning or rehabilitation. Farmers will be left with the cost and the contamination. Those opposite in this place are doing nothing but looking the other way. Madam Deputy Speaker, Labor's net zero policies are built on deceit. They tell Australians power prices will fall, yet every bill tells a different story. They claim jobs will grow, yet we're watching our heavy industries collapse. They promise energy security, yet they are shutting down the very power station that keep the lights on. Through the safeguard mechanism, the capacity investment scheme and a web of green subsidies and taxes, the government is transferring billions of dollars from hard-working Australians to foreign-backed renewable companies. That is not environmental policy, it's economic sabotage. And all this significantly weakens Australia at a time when the world grows more dangerous by the day, when our nation's security depends on self-reliance and strong industry. We're dismantling our competitive advantage in affordable, reliable energy. The government speaks of transitioning, but transitioning to what? A grid that is 82% intermittent and dependent on the weather. Vast solar and wind farms built with Chinese steel, Chinese labour and Chinese financing. This is not sovereignty, it's surrender. Madam Deputy Speaker, the greatest hypocrisy of all is that the same voices who lecture Australians on climate virtue continue to rely on fossil fuels for their own comfort and convenience. They fly across the world to climate conferences, stay in five-star hotels and demand ordinary Australians tighten their belt in the name of saving the planet. The United Nations climate bureaucracy, led by unelected officials, now dictates to sovereign nations like ours that what we can mine, what we can manufacture and how we can live. I will not stand by while unelected foreigners backed by global billionaires tell the Australian people to accept higher costs, fewer jobs and a weaker nation. At the same time, we're witnessing the slow death of manufacturing in this country. Fertiliser plants, glass works, aluminium smelters, industries that once made Australia strong are being forced offshore, not because they're inefficient, because they can no longer afford the price of power in Labor's Australia. Madam Deputy Speaker, this legislation is not about denying climate change, it's about defending Australian people from a policy that is impoverishing them. It's about sovereignty, affordability and fairness. It's about putting Australians first. Our duty in this place is to put the people of Australia, not the global climate lobby, first. Our responsibility is to ensure affordable power, secure jobs and a strong nation. Net zero has failed economically, strategically and morally. The House must have the courage to end it.
And I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the member for New England has described this government's goal to reach net zero by 2050 as a lunatic crusade and treacherous. Well, I think he needs to take a good look in the mirror, because that's where he will see someone that is, quite frankly, completely out of touch with regional Australia. This government's ambitious plan to tackle climate change will help all Australians, no matter where they live. The member for New England says regional people are furious, but I say he needs to open his eyes and look at the impact climate change is having with fires, floods and drought. Yes, people are hurting. Yes, farmers are hurting. Yes, small businesses are hurting. That's why we need to take action right now. Climate change has had an absolutely devastating impact on my electorate of Gilmore. Lives were lost and hundreds lost their homes, businesses and livestock when the horrific black summer bushfires decimated the New South Wales South Coast in 2019-2020. I challenge the member for New England to tell the people of Gilmore, who are still recovering, still rebuilding and still reliving those horrific weeks and months, that climate change and the road to net zero is a lunatic crusade. In recent years, we've not only been hit by fires, we've experienced record levels of rainfall and storm activity, resulting in flooding around our waterways and farmland. Homes have been inundated, crops and livestock destroyed, and farmers are still counting the costs from the relentless rain. Dairy and beef farmers, oyster growers, fruit and vegetable producers, they're all struggling after being hit by a string of fires, South Coast lows and rain bombs. Tell these farmers that the road to net zero is a lunatic crusade. Tell them our plan to reduce carbon emissions and reduce their energy costs by transitioning to renewables is treacherous. Record rainfall has led to dozens of landslips, closing roads and cutting off towns and villages across Gilmore for months. Farmers couldn't get their cattle out and people couldn't get their kids to school. Families were isolated, businesses suffered, especially those that rely on tourism, because people couldn't get there. Across my electorate, devastating downpours have wrecked our roads and footpaths. Seawalls have been destroyed and bridges literally washed away. And this government has stepped up to help local councils with the massive repair bills time and time again. Finally, after a decade of inaction, we are taking meaningful action to address climate change. Climate change isn't something that will, maybe, perhaps even happen in the future. It's something that is happening right now. It's something that has happened, that we have and are experiencing. It's not going to go away, so we have to take action. Deputy Speaker, the member for New England wants to take our country back to the Stone Age. That's not what the Australian people voted for on May 3. The message was loud and clear in the last election. Australians are ready to seize the opportunities a renewable energy future has to offer. I'm so proud to live in a regional area where people are switched on and playing their part in the country's transition to renewables. Across Australia, there have been more than 90,000 rooftop solar panel installations since our Cheaper Home Battery program started on July 1. How good is that? People in my region are certainly not furious about net zero. They're not angry and they don't think the path to net zero is a lunatic crusade. From 1 July this year, we've been rolling out billions of dollars worth of responsible support to build a stronger economy and deliver cost of living relief for Australians. The Albanese Labor government has taken strong action to provide energy bill relief to Australian households and businesses. We're rolling out critical investments in renewable energy because the sun and the wind don't send a bill. And we've acted to make the energy market fairer. Our new rules coming into effect in 2026 will make sure retailers aren't ripping off customers because Australians deserve a fairer go when it comes to their energy bills. We know there's more to do, but we're on the right track. We are acting on climate change now because the science is conclusive. I think the member for New England needs to wake up and face reality.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Curtin.
I rise today to speak against the member for New England's bill to repeal Australia's net zero target. And this bill is not just a backward step, it's a reckless rejection of economic opportunities, of environmental responsibility and political reality. Australia's commitment to net zero is both an obligation and an opportunity. It's our duty to future generations and our ticket to prosperity in a rapidly changing global economy. Walking away from net zero would be a betrayal of all Australians who want a stable environment and a future of abundance for our kids and grandkids. The National Climate Risk Assessment lays bare the risks that we face. Climate change is affecting our communities through extreme weather, our economy through disrupted supply chains, and our environment through degraded ecosystems. And the risks are escalating. Our response must match them. Our action on climate change must be ambitious, not only to meet our international obligations, but to unlock the investment needed to build the industries of the future: renewables, critical minerals, green iron and clean manufacturing. We have the best renewable resources in the world. We have the minerals the world needs. We have the engineering know-how and the workforce. What we lack, and what this bill threatens, is policy certainty. Investors are watching. Businesses are ready, but they need a clear signal that Australia is serious about net zero. Even raising the idea of repealing our target does damage by sending the opposite message, that we are unreliable, unserious and unprepared. And that's not just bad policy, it's bad politics as well. Australians, including rural and regional Australians, support climate action. The last two elections have made that abundantly clear. There is no path back to government for the coalition that does not involve regaining ground in suburban and metropolitan seats. Seats like mine, seats of like my fellow crossbenchers, and many marginal Labor seats as well. And that path requires climate credibility. Reopening the net zero argument within the coalition paints Labor's timidity and lack of ambition as courageous innovation. This bill is a political own goal for the coalition. And the coalition could be playing an important role in opposition by reaffirming its commitment to net zero, endorsing an ambitious 2035 target and accepting the economics. It could effectively hold the government to account on driving the clear energy transition in a way that's practical, cost-effective and focused on jobs and competitiveness. The climate wars must end. The future's calling, and Australia has everything it needs to thrive in a net zero world if only we choose to lead. Yet across Australia, the Liberal and National parties show their desire to cling to the past. The WA Liberal Party State Council supported a motion to abandon our net zero target for 2050, and the Queensland LNP has also voted to reject net zero. Although this bill has been put forward by the member for New England, who may or may not be part of the Nationals, unfortunately it signposts where the coalition is heading. The moderate Liberals were unable to drag their coalition colleagues to the centre under the Morrison government and paid the price. Still, it seems the lesson has not been learned. On ABC's Insiders yesterday, we heard more about the coalition's so-called review of the net zero target, where Senator Canavan could not answer a question about the cost of abandoning net zero, doesn't intend to do any modelling as part of the review, and claimed without any modelling or evidence that Treasury and so many other stakeholders lack credibility when they say that abandoning net zero will result in lower economic growth, reduced investment and higher energy prices. Now, these stakeholders include the National Farmers Federation, which supports the targets because farmers are on the front line of climate change. Now, when the Nationals are taking a different view to the farmers, who are the Nationals now representing? There's really only coal and gas companies left. This does not bode well for the future prospects of the coalition or for the economic future of the country. Returning to the climate wars is economic sabotage and a political dead end. Businesses and investors are ready and willing to invest in the industries of the future, but they need policy certainty, not mixed messages coming from our politicians. The coalition as a whole must decide if it's in favour of Australia having a flourishing economic future on a livable planet or against it. Net zero is not a burden, it's a blueprint for a better future. It's a framework for innovation, for job creation, for regional development and for environmental stewardship. I urge the Coalition and the House to reject this bill, reaffirm its commitment to net zero and help build a flourishing economic future on a livable planet.
Thank you, Member for Curtin. But before I call the member for Bonner, can I just say, Member for New England and the member for Mackellar, everybody has a right to stand up and speak and put their opinion, and it would be good if members just allowed those members to say their words. So thank you. I now call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's not Halloween just yet, but it's getting scarier and scarier on the other side of the chamber, and it says everything you need to know about the Coalition and their ideological compass post-election has seemingly been set by the member for New England, even when he's no longer sitting in their party room. So lacking are they in any positive vision for the future that they're outsourcing their policy direction to Senator Canavan and One Nation, not just to repeal Labor's progress on climate action, but to undo even the commitments made under Prime Ministers Morrison and Howard. While the Albanese government's first piece of legislation was to cut student debt by 20%, the Coalition's first priority is to repeal Australia's net zero target, a move that would damage our economy, our environment and our international credibility. Don't just take my word for it. At the Queensland LNP convention this year, an overwhelming majority voted for the federal coalition to abandon net zero, describing it as a dangerous scam. Not one elected MP or senator spoke in favour of keeping the net zero policy at the federal level, not one. The coalition and the member for New England could not be more out of touch with the Australian people and with science. Net zero is not some woke slogan. It's not a culture war battleground. It's about our suburbs and our regions. It's about our topping roofs with solar panels. It's about ordinary Australians making smart choices to cut costs, lower emissions and create a better future for their kids. And it's already happening in communities like mine. In Bonner, we've had one of the highest uptakes of batteries under the Cheaper Home Battery Scheme in the entire state. 645 and counting. Our community is leading the way because we know what's sensible. In August, I had the pleasure of welcoming the Prime Minister and Minister Bowen to visit Therese and her family, who lived in the suburb of Mansfield in my electorate for 33 years. They've had solar for years, but it wasn't until our government introduced the 30% battery rebate that they installed a home battery. And in Therese's words, it was affordable and sensible. That's the kind of practical, common sense approach Australians are taking across the suburbs and regions right across our country. Sadly, we're not seeing the same sense from the member for New England with this reckless bill. Recently, the member had claimed that net zero and climate change policies as ludicrous crusades and immoral. The member has also said that we have spent years scaring children about the weather. Deputy Speaker, through you, I ask the member for New England, does he want Therese and her family paying more for power? Have the 645 families and counting in my electorate of Bonner that are set to have lower bills been scammed? Deputy Speaker, this government is backing Australians like Therese and her family with real policies, real investment and real action. Since coming to office, we've cut emissions to 29% below 2005 levels, added over 18 gigawatts of renewable energy, enough to power 6 million homes, delivered $12.7 billion in clean energy investment last year, and passed energy-saving reforms that are cutting bills and creating jobs. This is what real action on climate looks like nationally and also in my backyard of Bonner. The choice before us is clear: a cleaner, cheaper energy future or a political stunt that takes us backwards. Deputy Speaker, but this bill isn't just a stunt, it's a test. We all know the member for New England is planning to move on from his seat. He has made that clear. But what this bill will demonstrate is whether or not we will see anything new or different from the coalition, or just the same old faces still denying the science, still denying the economics, and still denying Australians a better future. Only Labor believes in a future made in Australia. Only Labor believes in clean energy, smart investment and protecting what makes this country special. And only Labor believes climate action should benefit all Australians, in the bush, in the suburbs and by the bay. We know that Australians believe that too, just like Therese and her family in Mansfield, just like the thousands of households across Bonner who've embraced batteries, solar and sensible climate action. They know it's affordable, they know it's sensible, and they know it's the future. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the next sitting day, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, Medicare.
And I call the member for Lawler.
I move the notice relating to Medicare as it appears in the notice paper. Thank you, Speaker. I am proud to move this motion that notes that the Albanese Labor government is delivering on our promise to strengthen Medicare. Our government is delivering the single largest investment in Medicare in 40 years. Our government is committed to universal health. We are investing $8.5 billion into Australia's greatest policy achievement, Medicare. This investment will deliver an estimated 120,000 additional bulk billed GP visits in the community that I represent. 120,000 additional bulk billed visits. And from this Saturday, November 1, every Australian will be eligible for the bulk billing incentive, while GP clinics that fully bulk bill their patients will be eligible for a new additional incentive payment on top of that. This is great for patients and it's a pay rise for our doctors. This reform is already delivering in my community. The Werribee Medical and Dental Clinic, run by 4Health, has gone fully bulk billed since the 8th of September, meaning locals can already see their GP without worrying about out-of-pocket expenses. 4Health has stated that Labor's investment in Medicare and bulk billing will see an increase from 1 in 10 of their clinics being fully bulk billed to 7 in 10 by this Saturday. This is just one of many clinics across the country operated by this company that are now going fully bulk billed, including the Craigieburn Medical and Dental Centre in the electorate of the member for Cornwall, who will second this motion today. Another example of how Labor is delivering for the outer suburbs across Melbourne and across this nation. This change alone will save my local community an estimated $570,000 in out-of-pocket costs every year. And when you go to the Werribee Medical and Dental Centre, all you'll need is one of these. That's it, your Medicare card. Deputy Speaker, this is part of Labor's broader agenda to strengthen Medicare and to ensure it continues to deliver affordable, universal health care for all Australians, from the smallest to our elderlies. One of the real game changers in reversing a decade of cuts and neglect under the former Liberal government has also been Labor's Medicare urgent care clinics. Since opening, more than 27,000 locals have been treated at the Werribee Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, one of the first of 90 clinics across the country to open. These clinics are making a real difference, allowing people to get urgent care when they need it, without waiting in an ED or paying out-of-pocket fees, taking pressure off our public health system. We've also made medicines cheaper, saving families money at the pharmacy. We've capped the cost of PBS-listed medicines at $25, ensuring people can afford the medicines they rely on. Deputy Speaker, Labor created Medicare, and under the Albanese Labor government, we will always work and act to strengthen Medicare, because it is more than a policy. It is a statement of our values. It says that in this country, access to healthcare is determined by your Medicare card, not your credit card. It says that no matter who you are, where you live or how much you earn, you deserve high-quality, affordable healthcare. That is what Labor stands for. Labor stands for an Australia where people's health is a priority. Labor stands for an Australia where preventative health has benefits that are acknowledged by all. That is what this investment, this great investment, delivers. It will undo 10 years of neglect from those opposite. But worse than neglect, the freezing of the Medicare rebate for 9 years meant that doctors didn't get better pay. This changes all of that. That is what this investment delivers, and that is why I am proud to move this motion to strengthen Medicare for every Australian.
Is there a seconder for the motion? And reserve your right to speak.
My right to speak.
Thank you. Member for Caldwell, and I call the member for... So the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Laylaw for her motion. It is true that Medicare is at the very heart of our healthcare system, but unfortunately the ideal of universal healthcare is fast becoming a mirage. Universal health coverage means that all people have access to the full range of quality health services they need, when and where they need them, without financial hardship. The reality is that Medicare has been undermined by years of rebate freezes and rising costs, and Medicare schedule fees remain unrealistically low. Australia's ageing population, the growth of chronic health conditions and our increasing mental health needs mean that GPs are having to schedule longer and more complex appointments. Average consult lengths have risen, which reflects the increased complexity of those consultations. But the fees schedule forces GPs to prioritise short consultations over complex ones and to charge significant out-of-pocket fees to patients. Female GPs, on average, spend more time with their patients, so they're disproportionately disadvantaged. Unsurprisingly, medical graduates are deserting general practice for the specialties. According to the recent Health of the Nation report, 9 out of 10 specialist GPs regularly manage conditions that would typically be managed by specialists because patients have to wait too long to see specialists or because they simply can't afford to. Multidisciplinary team care in primary health clinics is valued and it's expanding. More than half of our GPs engage in MDT care. 2/3 say that they'd like to participate more, but workforce shortages, lack of funding and infrastructure gaps remain limiting factors for this type of care. Tragically, in Melbourne, just this week, I've been contacted by a number of constituents concerned about the imminent cessation of GP services at 3 co-health community health clinics. These clinics serve vulnerable patients with complex needs, including refugees, people facing homelessness and people experiencing family violence. The current funding method does not adequately address the needs of these individuals. The government's bulk billing incentive program commences this week, but for too many GPs, Deputy Speaker, it's going to be too little, too late. The program means that GPs and practices will receive added financial incentives if they bulk bill every eligible service and patient. But while 4 out of 5 GPs in the Health of the Nation report said that they wanted to provide more and better preventative care to their patients, 82% said that Medicare benefit scheme rebates are simply insufficient to allow them to do that. As a result, only 1/3 of our GPs are able to offer preventative care to their patients. Preventative medicine covers a range of services. It aims to identify problems that could lead to chronic illnesses or diseases. So our GPs' inability to provide those services mean that they're going to be struggling to cover all bases in healthcare. They'll be struggling to test blood pressure and cholesterol, struggling to undertake weight management, struggling to screen for cancer and for diabetes, to touch on drug and alcohol diversion programs, on mental health assessments and on nutrition. So the GPs are simply unable to offer us the best care possible because of financial and time constraints. In my electorate of Kooyong, according to the recent Clean Bill report, only 16% of consults were bulk billed in the last financial year. The average out-of-pocket cost for a GP consultation was $49.91. Only 12% of GP clinics in Kooyong are able to bulk bill every patient. Realistically, schedule fees need to double. For standard consultations, that would be the government paying out about $100, and even that's going to be less than the call-out fee for our average plumber. Deputy Speaker, we know young people are increasingly putting off having to see a doctor because they simply can't afford it. These are false and harmful economies. Avoiding vital medical care often results in later and more severe presentations to urgent care clinics or to emergency rooms. If this government really values primary health care, it has to be prepared to have the best primary health care provided to all Australians and to look at new models of multidisciplinary and preventative care within our universal health care system.
Thank you. I call the member for Calwell.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to support the motion moved by the member for Lawler, and I thank her for her commitment to her community and to protecting and strengthening Medicare, one of the proudest achievements in our national story. When Labor came to government in 22, it had never been harder or more expensive to find a doctor. Bulk billing was in free fall. After nearly a decade of coalition cuts and neglect, the very foundation of our universal healthcare system was eroding. That is the legacy of those opposite. A neglected health system that led to bad health outcomes, longer wait times, and Australians paying more out of pocket for care that should have been for free. Under the coalition, Medicare rebates were frozen for 6 years, stripping billions from primary care and making it harder for doctors to bulk bill. The Royal Australian College of General Practitioners estimates general practice lost around $3.8 billion due to that freeze. And who is at the helm of that policy? The current leader of the opposition, then the Health Minister, who oversaw the continuation of that freeze and supported a GP co-payment, a policy that would have forced Australians to pay every time they saw a doctor, set in stone. In 2014 and 2015, the coalition government proposed a $7 co-payment for GP visits and a $5 cut to that rebate, defended until public outrage forced its withdrawal. Speaker, that's the Liberal record on health. Freezes, fees and funding cuts. It left GP clinics struggling, bulk billing collapsing and patients paying the price in money and in health. Labor is rebuilding Medicare from the ground up. The Albanese Labor government is proud to be delivering the single largest investment in Medicare history. $8.5 billion to deliver 18 million additional bulk billed GP visits every year across the country, hundreds of new nursing scholarships and thousands more doctors through the largest GP training program in our history. In 2023, we tripled the bulk billing incentive and delivered the largest investment in bulk billing in Australia's history. More than 9 in 10 visits for concession card holders and children under 16 are now bulk billed, with 6.5 million extra bulk billed visits in the last year alone. Now, from the 1st of November, Labor is expanding bulk billing incentives to every Australian by the end of this week, and creating a new bulk billing incentive program, giving practices that bulk bill every patient an additional 12.5% incentive payment. This reform means 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed by 2030, and around 4,800 clinics will be fully bulk billed, triple the number from when Labor came to office. Importantly, this isn't just good for patients, it's also good for doctors. A Metro GP who bulk bills every visit will earn $5,300 more than a mixed billing GP, delivering the same number of services, and in rural areas that figure rises to nearly $24,000. Speaker, we see the difference every day in Cornwall. As the member for Lawler mentioned, just a few weeks ago, Craigieburn Medical and Dental Centre in my electorate announced it will move to 100% bulk billing for medical visits. A big win for our community. It means families don't have to worry about gap payments or putting off care because of cost. We're backing that up with 90 Medicare urgent care clinics, already open nationwide, exceeding our initial promise of 50, with another 47 on the way this financial year. And I'm proud to have announced a full Medicare mental health centre in my community to roll out more places that locals can go for free public mental health care backed by Medicare, in stark contrast to their plan to drive up gap fees and make wait lists longer. We've also cut the cost of medicines, reducing the PBS co-payment to $25 from January 26, and saving Australians over $200 million a year on prescriptions. Speaker, this is what a government that believes in Medicare looks like. Where the Liberals froze, we funded. Where they cut, we rebuilt. Where they put up barriers, we are breaking them down. Because Medicare in our community keeps kids healthy, older Australians independent, and families secure in the knowledge that their government has their back. That is the promise of Medicare. That is the Labor difference. And that is why only a Labor government will always protect and strengthen Medicare.
Yeah. Thank you, Member for Cornwall. I now call the member for Fadden. Oh,
Mr McCormack, sorry.
I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the member for Cornwall has fallen into the trap of coming into the chamber and just reading the talking points that Labor has given to him, making out as if all is well in the area of health. Well, all is not well, particularly in rural, regional and especially remote Australia. And he talks about the urgent after-hours care clinics. Well, that would be great if the urgent care clinics were distributed fairly across the nation, because unfortunately they are
Member
not.
for Riverina, can I just, because your microphone isn't recording, so I might have to... So
I'm being silenced, Deputy Speaker.
I give the call... No, it's not. We're not trying to silence you, but I give the call to the member for Riverina to continue. Thank you. Hopefully they've adjusted your microphone.
And the urgent care clinics, while it is a good initiative, there are areas in need which just do not have access to them. And these areas in need are outside Labor seats, and probably very much the need and desire for them are just not being met. The Labor Party talks about the decade of neglect. Well, what Labor doesn't realise, or conveniently forgets, is that we were dealing with COVID, and it was a worldwide pandemic, and I hear the Minister at the table scoffing, but our response to COVID, according to the Hopkins Centre, was second in the world. Second in the world, Deputy Speaker. And that is why we made sure that, health-wise, we provided the vaccinations which saved tens of thousands of lives. But not only that, also the economic benefits to save many, many businesses from bankruptcy. And that is what we did in that decade. And indeed, towards the back end of that decade, when Labor talks about taking over in May 22 with bulk billing in freefall, well, the facts don't stack up, because under Labor, bulk billing rates have dropped 11%, from 88 to 77%. Now, that would be even worse in regional areas. And what we heard from the Health Minister at one stage was, if you can't get a bulk billing doctor, well, just make another appointment with another doctor who does bulk bill. But the fallacy of that is that that all might be well and good in the leafy suburbs of Adelaide, but it doesn't cut the mustard in regional Australia, and particularly remote Australia, where if you can find a doctor at all, well, you're doing well. You're doing absolutely well. You can't be fussy about whether they bulk bill or not. You just need to get a doctor, particularly if you have chronic pain. And it shouldn't be a truism that when in pain, catch the plane in remote Australia. You should be able to have access to a doctor right there and then. And one of the worst things that Labor did when it came to government was it changed the distribution priority areas, whereby many doctors in rural Australia literally took the plaque off their practice and moved to Newcastle or Wollongong or the Gold Coast, which quite frankly had plenty of doctors. I'll never say enough doctors because there are never enough doctors. But what we have done and what we did do in regional Australia is we put in the Murray-Darling Medical School Network. And I was proud to finance that and to fund that as part of a coalition government. And I know that in a few short weeks the Minister for Regional Health will open the new facility at Wagga Wagga, where I went the other day. They celebrated quite a milestone. They were a clinical school, now they're become a medical school, and the number of doctors they have produced, but not only produced, but who have then stayed in regional Australia, and that's the crux of the issue. Staying in regional Australia to practice, because they come to regional Australia, they fall in love with regional Australia, or they fall in love with somebody in regional Australia, and then they know that there is a future for them in regional Australia. But we know that certainly in Senate estimates the other day that Health Department officials admitted that Australians are not seeing a benefit from Labor's bulk billing health policy, and they won't see this for 4 years. 4 long years. Well, at the same time, people are sick and they need to get better. And if they can't see a bulk billing doctor in regional Australia, well, they have to pay through the nose for it, and that's just the way it is. We've got a very good health system, and we should never talk down our health system, and I'm far from doing that. But we still have many Australians who, despite the Prime Minister's claim on any number of occasions that all you need is your Medicare card, not your credit card, the truth of that is not being seen in regional Australia in particular, but right across the nation. It is a fallacy. It is just not true that you can just go to any doctor, produce your Medicare card and receive that service for free. That is not the case, and the Prime Minister and Labor people should stop saying it, should stop just reading their talking points that are produced for them, because what they're saying is simply not true, it's not correct, and Australians out there are reeling from the effects of poor health policies by this government.
The time allotted for this debate has expired, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, banana industry.
And I call the member for Kennedy.
I have the motion relating to the banana industry in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Member for Kennedy, you just need to move the motion.
Thank you. Doesn't say it here. I move the motion recorded under my name and under the seconder's name.
Call the member for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, the free marketeers have lowered the price of food in Australia by opening our doors to imports. No, they haven't. The price of Woolworths and Coles has gone up 100% in the last 7 or 8 years, the price of food in Australia. So, you not only did not succeed, but you increased dramatically the price of food in Australia. Now, you open the doors, and what we have here is a gladiator, send him into the ring, and saying, oh, give me your shield and your helmet. And he says, hey, wait on, the old bloke's got a shield and a helmet. Oh, no, it'll make you tougher if you fight without a shield and a helmet. And the gladiator says, no, it'll make me dead. And I'll tell you what, how many dead gladiators are out there. $427 million citrus canker cost this country by letting product from overseas come into this country. Citrus canker, white spot, papaya fruit fly, fire ants, valemite in honey, Lyssy virus, people died, Hendra virus, people died, avian flu, people died. What the hell did we get out of it? You are paid to protect this country. And if you saw the authority, the bloke in charge of the authority, saying whether things can come into this country or whether they can't, you would see an arrogant individual who is enjoying his power no end, at the detriment and expense of this nation, not only in terms of money, but in terms of human death and the death of our economy and the death of nature. When you bring that product in from overseas, it brings in bacteria and diseases. This was a country that never had farming, so we didn't have any of these diseases. Now, just to give you one example, the prickly acacia tree has taken over 25,000 square kilometres of beautiful natural grassland. All gone, all flora gone, all fauna gone. Thanks to the likes of the people in this place that keep pressing this free market syndrome and obsession. What other country has free markets? In sugar, our farmers were getting $270 for about 10, 12 years. Now, Americans were getting $700. The Europeans were getting $700. Thailand was on $470. Brazil was on $420. And Australians were on $270. So who's free marketing? Well, it isn't Thailand, it isn't Brazil, it isn't the United States, it isn't Europe. Well, who the hell is free marketing out there? So I turn over now to my seconder and very able colleague.
Is there a seconder for the motion? And I call the member for Calais.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I second this motion and I commend the member for Kennedy for bringing it forward. He really is a fighter for the people he represents of Kennedy. He's a fighter for Queensland and he's a fighter for Australia. And as the member for Kennedy has already explained to this House, Australia has worked hard to remain free from many diseases that are the scourge of other food-producing countries. And we simply can't afford to risk Australia's agricultural industries. The value of agricultural production in this country is worth about $90 billion each year. In my part of the world, the central west of New South Wales, we view it as the food basket of the nation, and we know how important protecting Australia's biosecurity is. Our country has a wonderful friendship with the Philippines. We fought with the Philippines for the liberation of that country during the Second World War, and both of our countries cherish democracy.
And Christianity.
However, I'm very concerned that allowing these imports potentially opens the door to diseases such as banana freckle, moco, and black sigatoka. These types of diseases could decimate Australia's banana industry and wreak havoc across the broader agricultural sector. Think of all of the jobs that are at stake, Deputy Speaker. 15,000 in the banana industry. The whole industry is at stake here. It's worth $1.3 billion. Now, as the member for Kennedy also eloquently pointed out, New South Wales has been dealing with the devastating impact of verroamite, as has Queensland. And that outbreak led to extensive biosecurity measures severely affecting the state's beekeeping industry. And pollination-dependent crops such as canola, which is vital to industry in New South Wales, has also suffered from reduced bee availability. Verroamite was so invasive that New South Wales abandoned its eradication efforts, shifting focus instead to management strategies. And the mite's presence now poses ongoing...
Sorry, member for Calais.
Yeah.
You're actually not standing and speaking in your right seat.
Right.
So I might have to just get you to go back to where your seat is.
Okay.
Sorry. If we can make sure that microphone's on, I'll give the call to the member for Calais.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I was saying, varroa mite was so invasive that New South Wales abandoned its eradication efforts and shifted instead to management strategies. And the mite's presence now poses ongoing economic, ecological and agricultural challenges across New South Wales. In fact, I was only at the Australian National Field Days recently and over the weekend, and a honey producer was telling me of the shocking impact the mite has had on their businesses. Fire ants were first detected in Australia in 2001 in Brisbane, and these infestations came in through international shipping, and their spread, the rapid spread, has just been a real challenge. And fire ants have been detected in new locations in New South Wales, posing a severe risk to our native biodiversity and biosecurity. And as the member for Kennedy pointed out, we've also got the looming threat of the H5N1 bird flu, and Australia is the only continent that has not reported an outbreak of the highly contagious flu. So it's a reminder that we must be vigilant and that our biosecurity can't be taken for granted. So this motion, brought by the member for Kennedy, is a wonderful example of the crossbench leading the way on policy. And as we look across the aisle to the pain and sometimes dysfunction that may be being experienced by some on this side of the House or even on the other side of the aisle, we say on the crossbench that there is a better way for you. Bring us your tired, bring us your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, because a better life awaits you on the crossbench. And I know the member for Kennedy joins me in extending that invitation to anyone who is seeking a better life and a better way and a better future.
Order.
I support the member for Kennedy's motion and I commend it to the House.
And I wish a point of personal explanation. He said we're ineffective. Well, the fact that bananas are not here...
I haven't given you the call, member for Kennedy, because I think you have had... I didn't give you the call, the member for Kennedy. The motion, the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Leichhardt.
Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. And I thank the member for Clare for his generous invitation, which I shall respectfully decline. I rise to speak on the motion made by the member of Kennedy, and I want to put it on record that Australian bananas are great. Yeah. Far North Queensland bananas are the best in the world. Banana farming makes up an integral part of our culture and our identity in the Far North. It also plays an integral part in my breakfast, and I'm grateful for it every day. Good potassium, 24% of your vitamin B. Yeah. But I'm not saying anything new. There's not a person in this place who doesn't support Australian produce. It's almost embarrassing how good we are at producing food. But despite that, there seems some who want to, for political reasons, run a bit of a scare campaign about the future of the banana industry in this country. So perhaps it's time for a few facts to make sure that we understand where we are. On the 16th of September, the Department advised it is undertaking a rigorous science and evidence-based assessment from a request from our trading partners, the Philippines, to consider alternative measures to those in the 2008 import risk assessment. There is no predetermined outcome. It's important to note that this is not meaning that trade will commence, that it's imminent, that a flood of bananas will come. It is a request that we have to take seriously. But as the Prime Minister has said, Minister Collins and other senior members of this government, our biosecurity is not up for negotiation. It is not up for compromise, and neither is our agricultural industry. But as a member of the World Trade Organisation, we're obliged to consider formal requests for imports from our trading partners, just as other countries are obliged to listen to ours. We cannot expect others to follow the rules if we do not ourselves. Australia is a proud two-way trading nation, especially the Australian agriculture sector. As I've said, our food, produce, our meat is the envy of the world. Yeah. Australian beef, they have ads about it in America. McDonald's, Australian beef. They love our food. In fact, we export around 80% of our agricultural produce each year. In 2024, our exports in forestry, fishery and agricultural products were valued at $73.5 billion. That is a massive, massive number. And it is only achievable because of our position on international trade and our reliance on the trade rules. The standards that support our position as a major global exporter of agricultural goods operating within the WTO framework reinforces our position as a trading partner that other countries can trust. So if we're wondering about the next steps, I'm happy to dispel some of the rumours. Visits will be undertaken by the Australian Government and DAF. Experts and technical officials will travel to the Philippines to see their banana growing practices firsthand to better understand the risks, controls and alternative measures proposed by the Philippines. The Australian banana growers will also take DAF to banana farms in Australia so that they understand the expertise and the work done on the ground here. There will then be a development of an issues paper which will begin for release in the first half of 26, which will provide background information on the Philippines request and will be considered during the assessment and how the department will engage with stakeholders. And that's it. That's the facts. There is no wave of foreign bananas coming to this country. It is merely department officials considering the requests and the suggestions of a valued trading partner. There's no need for a scare campaign. To be clear, the Albanese Labor government will never, ever compromise our biosecurity. It is the envy of the world, ably assisted by the fact that we are an island and it is not up for negotiation. We will continue to back our farmers and producers with trade and the most valuable and diversified it has ever been, thanks to our government. And since the 2022 election, the Albanese government has committed over $2 billion additional resourcing for biosecurity. I know that the industry is concerned. I drove up to Lakeland just last week and spoke to some banana farmers up there, and I'll be meeting with the Banana Growers Association later this week. But my message is clear. We support the industry, we support trade, and if you want to support Australian bananas, go out and buy a banana, make some banana bread, put it on your breakfast cereal, or have some after a workout. I cede the floor.
Thank you. The time for the debate, this debate has expired, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5, government spending.
And I call the member for Casey.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to government spending in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Member for Casey.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Government spending has an impact on all Australians. But we need to remember, as lawmakers, and the government needs to remember, that it's not their money, it's taxpayer money. It's the community's money every time they look to spend it. Every dollar raised was earned by someone, a factory worker in Casey, a farmer, a small business owner who has taken a risk. So it is so important and so crucial for the health of the country and the health of the community that that taxpayer money is spent well. And unfortunately, in Australia today, we have a Treasurer that has clearly lost the confidence of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister clearly has no confidence in the Treasurer, and that is a dangerous situation for our country. And we know that because the Treasurer had to stand 2 weeks ago and backtrack on his biggest commitment when it came to raising revenue in the budget, the superannuation changes. And the Prime Minister was clever. He asked and ordered the Treasurer to deliver that backtrack and that backflip on the first day of the Prime Minister's leave for holiday. The Prime Minister then went to the US and he's now at ASEAN, not in the country, to face questions in question time about that huge backflip. And what does that say about this Treasurer? He has been rolled again by this Prime Minister, just like he was rolled at the productivity round table, which the Treasurer wanted to turn into an economic reform round table, got pulled back into line. It became a productivity round table with one outcome: suspension of the building code, the National Building Code, which was coalition policy at the last election. So a 3-day talk fest for the government to rebadge a coalition policy. It's because we argued at the time, when it comes to the super changes, that indexation was a must and you should not tax unrealised capital gains. It is a fundamental accounting principle that can't be breached. But the Treasurer and those opposite defended to the hilt the importance of those changes. But then he had to change when his boss pulled him into line. But this change by this government is going to leave a significant black hole in the budget, a budget that, by the Treasurer's own admission, is having 10 years of deficits as far as the eye can see. So how is this Treasurer and this Prime Minister going to pay for this black hole? Is it higher taxes? Is it cutting services? Or is it bigger deficits? They're the three options for this Treasurer and this Prime Minister, and they've refused to answer those questions. And if it's higher deficits, we need to understand that debt is not free. The debt we take on today will be repaid by our children and our grandchildren. And today, as it stands, as I speak, $50,000 a minute in interest repayments. $50,000 a minute under this government, $9 trillion under this government. And what it shows us is that Australians are paying the price. And I see the Minister for Aged Care wants to talk about $1 trillion of debt. He faithfully regurgitates the Treasurer's talking points, and I came prepared because I had a feeling those opposite might talk about misleading the parliament with the $1 trillion of debt that they inherited. I will table at the end, I'll give the minister a notice, I'll table the document from ABC Fact Check that shows that that's pure spin from the Treasurer and those opposite. They did not inherit $1 trillion in debt. They did not. That is the lies that we have from this government. This Treasurer does not have any solutions to the economic challenges that we face. All he can do is give talking points on spin to those opposite to try and talk his way out of trouble. Now, the reality is spin and talking points, mistruths to the Australian people, does not solve the economic challenges that our communities face. And our communities know they are being abandoned by this government. They know that this government has short-term fixes that are not working, they have no medium-term fixes, and they have no long-term fixes to the economic challenges the Australian people face, and it's my community in Casey and all across the country that pay the price.
Order. The member's time has expired. Is there a seconder for the member's motion?
I second the motion, Deputy Speaker, and I reserve my right to speak.
The member for Menzies?
I seek leave to table the documents I referenced.
Is leave granted?
No.
Leave is not granted. I call the next speaker. The member for Menzies has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak against this motion. Those opposite desperately try to cling to the fantasy that they are the better economic managers because they have nothing else to offer the Australian people than an outdated fiction. The reality is this, Deputy Speaker. If you are looking for the party of good economic management, look no further than the Labor Party. The Hawke and Keating governments built the modern, open Australian economy. The Rudd government steered Australia through the global financial crisis. And the Albanese Labor government has navigated Australia through an international inflation crisis while keeping unemployment low, increasing wages, delivering cost of living relief, all while better managing the budget. It is rich that the member of Casey would bring this motion forward when his party in government completely failed to reduce debt while cutting essential services that affected many Australians. The irony is that the rules set out by our predecessors were not worth the paper they were written on because not once did Liberals follow their own rules. The member for Casey refers to fiscal rules, which the previous coalition governments broke time and time again. They said they'd deliver a surplus. They went none from 9. Donuts, Deputy Speaker. In contrast, we have delivered back-to-back surpluses in our first term, the first government to do so in 2 decades. We've improved the fiscal outlook by $209 billion compared to what we inherited in our first term, the biggest budget turnaround in a parliamentary term in history. They said they'd offset spending. 4 out of 5 times, they didn't. They said they'd bank revenue upgrades. They kept only 40%. We have banked almost 70% of revenue upgrades since coming to office, reducing debt and interest payments. They said they'd cut payments to GDP ratio. It went up even before the pandemic hit. They said they'd rein in debt. Instead, they almost doubled it. We reduced debt by $188 billion last year. It is now projected to peak at around 37% of GDP, compared to the 45% peak projected under the Liberal coalition government. Since coming to government, we have found $100 billion in savings. In their final budget, those opposite delivered none. The Albanese Labor government is managing the budget responsibly, and we will not take lectures from those whose record speaks for itself. Of course, good economic management isn't just about how we manage the budget, it's about what we do with it. At the last election, those opposite ran an out-of-touch platform of taxpayer-funded lunches for bosses, restricting working from home, scrapping the public service, and taxpayer-funded nuclear fantasy that would drive power prices up. Australians and the people of Menzies endorsed our investments in Medicare, in mental health, in fully and fairly funded public schools, and in cost of living relief. Not only are we better at managing the budget, but we've ensured that we've built an economy that works for everyday Australians. The fact is that when we came to office, inflation was rising and interest rates were rising too, real wages and living standards were falling, debt and deficit stretched as far as the eye could see. Under Labor, we have made real progress in the economy and in the budget. We've brought inflation down from a number with a 6 in front of it to a number with a 2 in front of it. It is now around 4-year lows. Annual real wages have been growing for 7 consecutive quarters. Interest rates have been cut 3 times in 6 months. More than 1.1 million jobs have been created since we came to government, a record for any government in its first term. The average unemployment rate is the lowest of any government in 50 years. We've navigated the Australian economy through tough times, and we've done it while growing wages and keeping unemployment low. Because of the Albanese Labor government, more Australians are in work, earning better wages and paying less on their mortgages. We know the job isn't finished. Australians are still feeling the pressure, and we're going to keep working to make sure the relief is reaching them. We are delivering real, practical and ongoing hope with cost of living, energy bill relief, reducing student debt by 20%, tax cuts for every Australian. One last year, one this year and one next year. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure today to rise to speak on this motion in support of that move by the member for Casey, because the state of Australia's financial management deserves to be highlighted. We, as a nation, are on the brink of the highest national debt in our history, $1.2 trillion. Now, the Treasurer likes to remind us all of how much of an overachiever he is. And I've said in this place before that I know that one day he'd like to be on the mugs and the tea towels out there in the parliamentary shop. But this is one record that nobody has asked the Treasurer to break, and that is that he will preside over the highest level of debt that our nation has ever seen. And while he preens, it's Australians who pay. $50,000 every minute on interest. That's $72 million just in one day. $26 billion every year. And what could that wasted interest instead fund? It's not abstract, it's real, tangible money. It could be paying for vital road and rail projects, Medicare, schools, pensioners, or perhaps putting money back in the pockets of hard-working Australians through some tax relief. That's the opportunity cost of a Labor government. Under Labor, Australia has suffered a historic collapse in living standards. And despite what my friend opposite said earlier, mortgages are up around $1,800 per month since Labor took office. Now, markets expect that the interest rates are going to remain around 3.25% for the long haul. Those higher interest rates, those higher mortgage repayments are now baked in. The pain is being felt. Electricity prices are up 39%. Housing, rents are up 21%. Food, health and education costs are all up. Local families in my electorate of Fadden feel like they're working harder, but they're not getting ahead. Now, for many, this isn't a cost of living crisis anymore. It's a cost of survival crisis. And I want to highlight one particular sector where we see the poor economic management of this Labor government actually hitting Australian families in the hip pocket, and that's in childcare. A young family who lives at Hope Island in my electorate with 2 children in childcare talked to me about the cost rises that they've suffered under this Labor government. At the start of 2024, the daily rate they were paying for childcare was $153. Now, it's up to $190.20. That is up by $37.20. $190 a day represents a 24.3% increase in their childcare fees. And yet we go to the last election and the headlines that they would put on corflutes from Labor said, cheaper childcare. It's just not right. They say one thing, but their delivery is doing something else. Now, we heard my friend, the member for Casey, talking about our beloved Treasurer, who only a matter of weeks ago got absolutely rolled embarrassingly by the Prime Minister. You see, the situation that our national accounts face is that they are so desperate to bring in more income that they were prepared to tax unrealised gains on superannuation. Now, that's not tax reform, that is a tax raid on hard-working Australians' savings for their retirement. This is not about the backflip, although that of itself was pretty entertaining to watch. What this is about is the fundamental approach that Labor will take, trying to chase more of your money. Because when they can't manage their budget, they will come after yours. Now, what we've seen is that this higher interest rate environment means that Australians are struggling to borrow money. They are struggling to pay for these higher mortgages. They are struggling to buy homes. So how do we solve this? There needs to be some accountability, some fiscal guardrails, and the Treasurer needs to stop spending money on the Australian credit card and expecting Australians to pay.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Chief Opposition Whip has us here debating about government spending and fiscal rules today, and I am so glad that he has. It means I get to talk about some of the most important economic reforms in this great country's history and the repair that has been required because of the actions and inactions of those opposite. While this government has an enviable record, I want to start by spending some time talking about the history of economic and budget management in this country. Prime Minister Bob Hawke inherited an economy that was closed, overregulated and falling behind. He had the courage to modernise it, floating the dollar, opening the banking system and cutting tariffs. He worked with the unions through the Accords to control inflation while strengthening Medicare, education and the social wage. Hawke's reforms laid the foundation for a stronger, fairer economy. He was followed by Prime Minister Keating, Building on that foundation, he introduced compulsory superannuation so every worker could retire with dignity. He reformed the tax system to make it fairer and modernise key industries through competition. Keating turned Hawke's groundwork into a productive, resilient economy that could meet global challenges head on. When the global financial crisis hit, it was again a Labor government with Prime Minister Kevin Rudd and Treasurer Wayne Swan that kept Australia safe. While other advanced economies sank into deep recession, Australia was resilient. We kept people in jobs and we kept businesses afloat. The stimulus approach, rather than austerity, has been praised internationally and studied as a model for effective economic management. You will see a clear trend here. These were all led by Labor governments. Those opposite claim they are the party of economic management, but history tells a very different story. It was Labor that reformed the economy. It was Labor that built decades of growth, and it was Labor that protected Australians in times of crisis. We make the hard decisions. We get the big calls right, and we do it while keeping fairness and opportunity at the core of our mission. Deputy Speaker, the motion brought before the House today suggests the government should show fiscal discipline to find savings to fund new commitments. But perhaps it is this advice that should have been provided to the former members for Kooyong and Cook instead, because we have kept average real spending growth to 1.7%, less than half of the former governments, sitting at 4.1%. But more importantly, we have also found savings. More than $100 billion of savings since we came to government, when the former government did not deliver $1 of savings in their final budget. But really, the Liberals have no interest in finding savings for government or the people of Australia, because they took bigger deficits, bigger debt and higher taxes to the last election. A real trifecta, Deputy Speaker, in order to pay for a $600 billion nuclear scheme, which they still continue to talk about. This government is addressing the big structural processes and the pressures that people are facing, turning deficits into surpluses and driving down our debt. Deputy Speaker, the motion before the House also talks about fiscal rules. This government has a fiscal strategy and is delivering on it. Our rules include reducing gross debt as a share of the economy, and we've got debt down by $188 billion. Deputy Speaker, when we came to government, as the wonderful member for Menzies outlined, inflation was high and rising, and it was taking interest rates with it, while real wages and living standards were falling. But the government is making incredible progress. Inflation is at 4-year lows, real wages growing for 7 straight quarters, more than 1.1 million jobs created, the lowest average unemployment rate of any government in 50 years. The budget position improved by $209 billion. Debt, as I mentioned before, $188 billion lower, saving $60 billion in interest rate costs. In fact, last year, the IMF's data saw Australia rise to second in the world for budget management, just behind the Canadians.
Time
we are delivering
expired.
for the people of Australia.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Monash.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I completely associate myself with the remarks of my good friend and colleague, the member for Casey, who's highlighted the impact of the declining health of our economy and that impact on families, small businesses and the broader community. Because, Deputy Speaker, Australians are suffering right now. Many people in my electorate of Monash are doing it incredibly tough. Just last week, I was volunteering in the Frankie's Community Kitchen, who do a terrific job of looking after people in need. I cracked a few hundred eggs during my shift, and the volunteers there enjoy good tunes and good company as they do incredibly important work. But Frankie's Community Kitchen are preparing 1,230 meals a day for people in need, and that need is continuing to rise. Now, Frankie's Community Kitchen support a number of other food banks in the area, like Longwarry Food Bank, but the demand on those services is at unprecedented levels, and it is showing no sign of slowing. Because the reason I raise this, Deputy Speaker, is because food banks are the canary in the cage for how the rest of the economy is travelling, and right now it's a very bleak picture. Labor has presided over the biggest collapse in living standards in the developed world. I'll say that again. Labor has presided over the biggest collapse in living standards in the developed world. And they're continuing to spend because you won't see any fiscal discipline or budget control from this Treasurer. Labor are well and truly on their way to leaving a $1.2 billion debt bomb for the next generation. For young people who already see owning their own home as a dream that gets further and further away into the distant future. Every minute, Deputy Speaker, Australians are paying $50,000 on the interest payments of this federal Labor government. And this is not just at a federal level, Deputy Speaker. Don't even get me started on the Victorian state Labor government, because spending other people's money is the Labor way. Victoria's debt is out of control. It's more than the states of Queensland, New South Wales and Tasmania combined. The Victorian Labor government is paying $21 million a day in interest payment, and that is projected to climb to $29 million a day over the next 3 to 4 years. Labor have seen an absolute collapse of fiscal discipline, and everyday Australians are wearing the consequences. These figures are eye-boggling. You could build a new West Gippsland hospital within 1 week on the amount of money we're talking about. Every dollar that is spent on repaying Labor's debt is a dollar that we are not investing in schools, in hospitals, in regional roads, in electorates like mine. You couldn't run a small business like this. You couldn't run a big business like this. And you certainly could not run a household budget like this. But everyday Australians are paying the consequences. We had the former Governor of the Reserve Bank, Philip Lowe, who has said that inflation is remaining high because of Labor's spending. He diplomatically put it when he was Governor that inflation was remaining sticky and that it was a homegrown problem. In other words, because government spending was remaining too high. Now, there seems to be an invisible ring around Australia that anyone outside of metropolitan areas falls into Labor's no-care zone. Our plight, our challenges are invisible to this Labor government. Shortly after I was elected, I wrote a letter to the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers. I wrote on behalf of drought-impacted farmers in my electorate. They are doing it really tough, Deputy Speaker, really tough. And for many, this drought has depleted not just financial but mental reserves. I ask the Treasurer to please prevail upon the ATO to show leniency to drought-stressed farmers who had been forced to sell their stock early and would have a resulting ATO debt bill that reflected this, because those farmers are doing it really, really tough. And I'll tell you what response I got, Deputy Speaker. It wasn't a response from the Treasurer. It was just a standard pro forma fact sheet from the ATO. It didn't address even the concerns that I raised. And that is the level of interest and care shown to farmers right across Australia from this government. My farmers in Monash are struggling, and I say to them, I will keep fighting for you. The Coalition will keep fighting for you, because this Labor government has let you down and you deserve so much better. Thank you.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for a later hour. The clerk. I have a message. I've received a message from the Senate informing the House that Senator Shoebridge has been appointed a member of the Joint Standing Committee of Implementation of the National Redress Scheme. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Australian Centre for Disease Control Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Mackellar to the amendment moved by the member for Kooyong.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Chifley.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. We debate a lot of things in this place. We move, obviously, a lot of items of new legislation that become law, or we set up new institutions. There would be an understandable confusion sometimes, or not necessarily appreciating the significance of moment. But I think this bill does represent an important long-term contribution to the better health of the nation. We have said through the course of a once-in-a-generation pandemic that we would learn a lot of lessons. Now it's time to actually back that up with hard evidence. And I would submit to the House that this is one of those cases that demonstrates just that we've moved beyond the talk and that we're setting in place something that Deputy Speaker had been called for nearly 40 years. The reality is that many people had recognised we needed such a centre to help us with moments in time where there were threats to public health at a large scale, and that we needed to have a coordinating body that could best inform and draw together efforts to combat those moments in time where public health was at threat. And so clearly this is one of those investments in the long-term health of the nation through having something like an Australian Centre for Disease Control, independent, non-corporate, Commonwealth entity, with the bill establishing the roles, the powers, the functions and the duty of the agency and its Director-General. It was a commitment made by former Shadow Health Minister Chris Bowen and then continued to be championed by the now Minister for Health, Mark Butler, and I think it's an important and enduring part of a long-term public health architecture. An interim CDC was established in January last year, and this obviously bill will bring to life what's required in terms of, in particular, transferring public health responsibilities to the Director-General of the CDC for the Biosecurity Act, the National Health Security Act, the National Occupational Respiratory Disease Registry Act, and it will obviously have a number of other functions that will be important to be embedded in this CDC. The CDC idea was brought to the fore during this last pandemic that we had to all endure. As indicated, we've had to go through these once-in-a-generation pandemics. Often people would remind us of the experience that was had by our forebears through Spanish influenza back in the last century and how devastating that was, and we've had other major public health threats as well. Sometimes the distance between those events means that either our memory fades, our collective memory fades, we don't necessarily put the same amount of investment in being able to protect and prevent the impact of some of these things on the broader public, or there's understandably advances in care and containment that don't mean or would not require of us the same level of approach as what's previously been experienced. However, I think there are some important things that do need to be reflected on. My contribution in this debate was brought on by listening to the former Deputy Prime Minister and member for Riverina, who I've got a lot of regard for, and even though we have differences of opinion, I do respect his contribution. I do respect his contribution in the last government, particularly being part of a government responding to COVID. However, while I might have regard for him, we do have different opinions. And we have different opinions on the way that the COVID pandemic was managed by the former government, and I think it is important that some of those differences be put on the record. The former Deputy Prime Minister may be proud of Australia's response to COVID, and there are a lot of elements that were to be proud about relative to other nations, and what we saw in terms of their response and what we saw in terms of the impact on their population was pretty significant. But perspective also gives you a different vantage point with which to review past events, and the history as it was experienced in our part of the world, in Western Sydney, was different. I also think it's important to recognise that the incoming coalition government of 2013 did make cuts to pandemic preparedness that had been worked on back in 2008 and 2009 by the government before then, because people recognise that you do need to, even though it might not necessarily affect you straight away or during your course of government, at some point it will, and it's important to replenish the institutions that manage it. When we started to see evidence of COVID emerging in late 2019, early 2020, the concern about what this effect would have, started to mount. And I found it a bit hard, being a member of this parliament, seeing a government response to COVID being relegated to a DIXA, a 3-minute response in question time, as opposed to taking the serious step of convening a ministerial statement that would walk through what were the risks, what were the things that needed to be done to help prepare the nation. And I was critical at the time too, that the former health minister, who I appreciate, did undertake a number of things at that point in time, but we should have had the country taken into the confidence of the government at that point to be able to walk through what was being done ahead of what we actually experienced. We had leaders of this government, former government, encourage attendance at mass events when scientists, when medical practitioners were saying that was the worst thing to do, to attend major sporting events and be part of a potential distribution of COVID at that point, and then had to walk that back. We had tried to get vaccines developed here. Unfortunately, it didn't work, and I commend the former government in encouraging that. But then when it was clear other jurisdictions were developing the vaccine, when we needed to order in large numbers the vaccine for the population, that didn't happen. And we were in the back of the queue in terms of vaccine purchase. Don't need to mention the COVID Safe app in any great degree, but that did not work out as a great contact tracing platform. $60 billion rounding error on JobKeeper, and the fact that not everyone got access to JobKeeper. And I remember talking in the parliament about workers at places like Donata, workers who were in the electorate I represent, who couldn't get JobKeeper and were laid off and couldn't maintain contact with their work. And I want to thank the Transport Workers Union for maintaining the focus on that issue. But unfortunately, despite all our best efforts, the former government would not amend its JobKeeper provisions to allow for people to be sustained in their employment. The docking of the Ruby Princess. Again, I spoke in this place about it. I had friends I went to school with whose parents died, who were on the Ruby Princess and died as a result of getting COVID on there. And there were a whole lot of questions about why they were allowed to be docked at that point and then just released en masse 2,000 people into the community when there was evidence that COVID was being experienced on that vessel. New South Wales government did a good job on a lot of things in there, but I had big differences about them locking down Western Sydney and dividing the city in half. And it seemed accepted by the federal government. There was a saying at the time, we're all in this together, but the former federal government did undertake partisan attacks on state jurisdictions. I remember the Palaszczuk government in Queensland calling for support to set up quarantine facilities, couldn't get anywhere. The Victorian government was continually chipped and criticised by senior representatives of the former Morrison government. The federal government joined with Clive Palmer to put pressure on the WA government to bring down its borders and stop its lockdown that protected that state. That happened at the time. It was astounding, and no Western Australian forgot the fact that Scott Morrison and Christian Porter, as the Attorney-General, sided with Clive Palmer to bring down that lockdown. And that was staggering. So it seemed to me we're all in it together as long as you voted coalition. And I don't think that's acceptable from a public health perspective. And that is a significant, and I appreciate, offensive remark for members of the coalition. I get that. But that's how it was felt. Because when they locked down Western Sydney, and no national or state leader visited Western Sydney from my recollection when that lockdown occurred, people at the time felt like they had been discriminated and racially profiled because of where they lived. And that was absolutely a thing that was raised in a report by Australian Catholic University and the United Workers Union, who said that people from Western Sydney suburbs felt targeted, racially discriminated, compared to Sydney's affluent eastern suburbs residents who allowed greater freedoms during the lockdown. So we had that, and the other thing that got me, Deputy Speaker, was that at the point of lockdown, the supports that were necessary for the region going through the lockdown that contained essential workers who sustained the city during COVID were not provided. Examples. In Mount Druitt, that I represent, we fought for ages to get a vaccination hub. Fought for ages and were denied it. There was no support out of the federal government, there was no support out of the state government, of the Berejiklian government, to get that vaccine hub. The Premier was questioned repeatedly about this, at a time where 3,000 people were getting infected a week. And the hardest thing for me, Deputy Speaker, is hearing stories about kids orphaned because both their parents died as a result of COVID. And that was too hard. That is still, for me, a scar in my mind for the people that I represent. And they didn't get the support that they needed. Mental health support hubs got set up in Liberal electorates, but not in the areas that were hardest hit. That is a fact. You can go and you can see. In the electorate of Lindsay and in the state electorate of Penrith, they got a mental support health hub. Why wasn't this done across Western Sydney? It shouldn't be that way. Public health is too important to be politicised. The reason why we're proud of our public health system and our universal health care is because it reflects a value of this nation. Australia says that regardless of your income or where you live, we should fight to make sure you get the health care that you need. I'm proud of the fact that our country values that and that it fights for it. And to be frank, and putting aside the politics, both sides of politics get the importance of Medicare and a universal healthcare system. We may have different levels of commitment to it, but I think now we have gone beyond thinking that Medicare will be dismantled. It's about the level of investment in it. But I did feel really strongly, and I still feel really strongly about that. The fact that Western Sydney got treated differently, we didn't have national state leaders in, and we didn't have the supports that were needed, and we didn't have the coordination required to help people in need. And the other thing, talking about salt in the wound, was the areas that were hit hardest by COVID were also hit hardest by COVID-related fines, and in Mount Druitt, nearly $1.4 million in fines to the areas that I represent, some of which are huge, low socio-economic areas, and they were fined. So not given the support, not given the vax hubs, not given the mental health hubs, locked down, treated differently, fined hard. So the reason I speak on this bill is because if we've learned anything out of that pandemic, it's the need to better coordinate, to not treat people differently in different regions, to be able to do what we can to coordinate a response, particularly standing up greater levels of support for communities, vulnerable communities. And the way to do that, in large part, I would argue to the House, is setting up something like a CDC that can do just that and work across jurisdictions. I hope when we say we've learned the lessons of the pandemic, we genuinely mean it, and I'm proud of the fact that this CDC is evidence that we may be doing something to do better.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Australian Centre for Disease Control Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Kooyong moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Mackellar has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after House be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Mackellar to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be agreed to. The member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Look, I'd have to stand for this and speak on this bill because back in 2015, as the Minister for Agriculture moved one of the biggest pieces of legislation that we'd seen, which is the Biosecurity Act, and this intertwines with the Biosecurity Act on the information I've received. Unfortunately, I need more information about exactly how that is fleshed out. I haven't seen that, and that was a crucial piece of legislation. I've brought it to people's attentions who say that it has nothing to do with it. I've just got back the information from the library which says the bill amends a wide range of existing legislation, including the Freedom of Information Act 1982 and the Biosecurity Act 2015. Now, that was incredibly hard to get through, and there are a lot of, it was a very precarious day when we finally got passage of it through the Senate. And I hope if it goes to a Senate inquiry, we can get a greater understanding of exactly what is the interconnection for this, because we know it is there. I remember after the passage of it, at that time, I think it was the biggest piece of legislation the Parliament had seen. I was really chuffed. I thought, oh, that's pretty good. How did that happen? I hope I get a big rap, and just nothing seemed to happen. No one seemed to care at my moment of glory. So I was trying to work out how to throw a bit of light on my opus magnus, and then this gentleman turned up called Johnny Depp with a couple of dogs, and all my dreams came true. So this is so important because the biosecurity of our nation is imperative, especially in the ag side. We would be decimated if we had an outbreak of foot and mouth. There's an immediate shutdown on the movement of everything. Movement of soils, earthworks, everything stops. The whole place shuts down. And you've got to understand this, the process of that and how it intertwines with this. If we had foot and mouth, the consequences to the Australian economy would be billions and billions of dollars. The consequences to regional towns would be massive, massive. We would lose major exports, and we would have the decimation of herds because, as they say, with foot and mouth, when you get the outbreak, you can basically see it coming towards you, and anything that is in that area has to be destroyed, has to be killed. And the problem we've got in Australia is it's not only in its bovine form, but in porcine form. And porcine, of course, is pigs. And wild pigs are endemic everywhere, and our capacity to actually control that disease would be near impossible. I have a close knowledge of this. My father was a vet for the Department of Agriculture when they did the impossible and got rid of bovine tuberculosis and brucellosis. They thought we could never do it. Other countries could, even New Zealand couldn't do it. Australia did it and created, and it was, though he never prosecuted one person, I might say, but I do remember just the heat that was involved in trying to make sure that Australia arrived at that place. And I'll never forget the time where my father, as a vet, as a former serviceman, came charging out the door of the Department of Agricultural Office in Griffin Street, Tamworth, with a farmer behind him, and they were both taking off their ties and coats to fight each other under the ginkgo tree, which was rather remarkable for me to see as a 8-year-old boy. But I suppose that's a reflection of the heat. So we need to know, with those sort of issues as part of it, as has been shown to me by the Parliamentary Library, that it isn't there. I really do want to know what these interreactions are, because there's so much on the line. There are other diseases such as screw fly, if they got into Australia. Rabies, of course, if that broke into Australia because of a wild dog population, you never control it, would completely change what happens to Australians when they go to a national park, because in this instance, your safety does become called into question in certain areas. There are wild dogs, most certainly in our area. If you go bushwalking, there are most definitely wild dogs there. And generally they see you and run away. But of course, if they're rabid, they don't. They run towards you and bite you. And there is no cure for rabies. If you get it, you die. And that's basically in a pretty horrific way. So these issues are incredibly important because there is a crossover between human health and animal health. And it's so I want to I ask the minister and ask others that we need to sort of dig deeper into exactly what that interconnection is. I can't help then also go into the issue of how this was involved with COVID. Yes, people died from COVID, without a shadow of a doubt. Yes, people became critically ill under COVID. And yes, it's something that there needed to be a sense of caution, a sense of how people managed it. But I believe we way overreacted. And what happened is the state had primacy then over the individual. And you've always got to be cautious when the state becomes more powerful than the individual. Right now, everywhere you go, there's going to be people with COVID. You're going to see them down the street, you're going to walk past them, you're going to be at functions with them. It hasn't disappeared, it's still there. It's all around. And the issue is now, imagine if I said to you now, I'm going to lock you up in your house for 14 days, in your flat. Or said, you're not allowed to go to the park. Or said that, what we had people locked down, we had people locked out, in some instances locked up. And I think there was an excess. There was an excess to it in how it transpired. And a lot of people became, and it also became a fan to the flame of people with, to be honest, in some instances, a conspiracy theory. And we've got to be really careful when the state comes in and starts having this sort of manifest power that completely succumbs the right of the individual. I remember having COVID and having people in hazmat suits were the only ones allowed to come to my door. Now, I felt fine. And I started to call into question. The other thing that happened with COVID is our national debt went through the roof. They just started borrowing, and it was our side. Hundreds of billions of dollars like it didn't matter. Well, it does matter. We still owe the money, and we've still got to pay it back. And it's a large part of that section. When they talk about your debt heading towards $1 trillion, if there's a section the coalition are responsible for, a big section of that was this so-called stimulus payments and everything that came with COVID. And I believe that was an overreaction, a massive overreaction. And there were other issues that were attached with it. We gave, I think, $2 billion to Qantas. And then Mr. Joyce pays himself a $10 million bonus. That was your money. And, this just didn't seem to add up. And there was a lot of money flushing around. And that was part of COVID. And it was all the same. When you get this sense of the government saying, oh, well, this is the excuse. You say, I think you've got to be careful about this, spending all this money. Oh, COVID. Can't talk about it. COVID, COVID, it's all COVID. And it's like now, like every time you get something now, if they can't think of an answer, they go, climate change. My horse didn't come in, climate change. Stubbed my toe, climate change. Well, then it was COVID. There wasn't that sense of temperance and balance to understand the risk, but not to completely throw out people's rights on the way through. And everything was apparently unchangeable. Couldn't do anything about it. But I'll tell you what did change it is people started to protest. They started to get very angry. And you'd see people, and first of all, they'd say, oh, they're just rat bags, and, they're conspiracy theorists, and they're crazy people. But then you started seeing people who kind of reminded you of your auntie or your mum, and they'll be saying things like, I can't tolerate this anymore. I'm not going to be locked up anymore. This has got to stop. And one day, and this building's very interesting to know, there's a mall out the front. I don't know where the front is, probably one of these directions. And it's Federation Mall. Now, if you have a protest out of there, and it just sort of, there's just a few people around the front, don't worry about it too much. If a crowd turns up and it starts to go a little bit down Federation Mall, maybe have a glance of it. If they fill Federation Mall up, be really careful. But then the protest against the impositions on people's private freedoms, which had been imposed on people by reason of COVID, that protest turned up. And then it went down Federation Mall, around Old Parliament House, down, I think, Commonwealth Avenue, over the bridge and into the park on the other side. And this is surprising. Immediately, laws started changing. All these incredible laws that could never change started changing pronto, because that protest says you are out of government. It's all over. It's finished. And I'm lucky they turned up, because we did need that change. So the cautionary thing about this is never lose sight. There'll always be calamity reasons to make incredible decisions. But be really, really careful when the calamity reason is an imposition on your private rights as an Australian, your rights as an Australian citizen, and you get that sense that once the state gets those rights, they're just hesitant. People love power, and when they get those rights, they're very hesitant to hand them back. And if you don't follow this sort of legislation closely, you'll find out that what happened in the chamber, it's not really people that are terribly interested in this, but you'll find out that during that legislation, there was a potential loss of your rights. And the government started to have the capacity to control more of your life. And you've got to be careful of that. So when I see this in my room, I was watching, I was like, you better get in the chamber and worry about this, because we've seen the consequences of this. And what we have to do now is be able to go to the Australian people with all this and say the excesses, we understood the risks, we understood that action needs to be required, but the excesses of the prescribing of rights, and prescribing means the removal, not prescribing, proscribing, prescribing of rights that happened in association with COVID will not happen to the Australian people again. It was not a war. It was a disease, and it's still there. And if you believe they're not excessive, what happened to the Australian people then is not excessive, well, why did we stop? Why did we stop? We should be swabbing everybody as they come into this building, swabbing every parliamentarian, not allowing people to go to church, shutting down sporting fixtures, shutting down shopping malls, not allow people to fly anywhere, shut down planes, because it's still there. COVID's still there. And now, to be quite frank, there are a lot of people who probably don't get the vaccinations, and it didn't turn out the way we were told it was going to, because you can test yourself. If that was the case, all those restrictions would still be here. But they're not. And thank God they're not. But if you look back, we have to ask ourselves, why did we all get caught in that it's A-OK to do this? Why wasn't there more of a temperance? Why wasn't there more of a debate where people said, oh, look, just slow down. Let's have a closer look at this. Let's get another opinion. Let's ask ourselves some serious questions. Let's have a proper debate before you start borrowing hundreds of billions of dollars in stimulus package, multiple hundreds of billions of dollars in stimulus packages. Let's ask some serious questions before you start giving billions and billions of dollars to one organisation, a private organisation, which is Qantas. When they pay themselves bonuses later on, why didn't we ask for the money back? It would have been taxpayers' money. Why didn't we ask for it back? And that didn't happen, because in everything, it's how you've got to be really careful of this place at times. It goes into calamity cult mode, and all of a sudden it just charges down, and you're apparently beneath contempt if you raise a question, and you just got to be so careful of that. And they're doing it again. This time it's COVID. Next one's the big C, climate change. You're not allowed to ask any questions, or you're a denier. You're not a believer. Therefore, you have to accept everything, every chapter, verse, what is said. And a lot of it's bumpkin and crazy. We're going to spend This time, over $1 trillion on trying to change the climate from this room, from here. It is nuts. It is completely and utterly off its head. But if you talk about it, no, you're an evil person, you're contemptuous. And so I think on this one, I hope when it goes to a Senate inquiry, there's a very hard look over this piece of ledge.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for McKellar to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be agreed to. The member for Macon has the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's always interesting listening to the member for New England and listening to his contribution on this legislation, in my view, sums up exactly why we need this legislation. That is the Australian Centre for Disease Control Bill 2025, which effectively sets up a Centre for Disease Control. Mr Deputy Speaker, all legislation that comes to this place is important. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be before us and it wouldn't be debated. But this legislation is particularly important. And again, I think the member for New England raised a number of matters as to why so. But it's important because it's legislation that ultimately affects every single one of the Australian people, not only because it may directly affect their health, but because it affects also the economy and the country in which we live in. When COVID struck, Australia was not prepared for it. The world was not prepared for it. Indeed, the last pandemic to hit the world was some 100 years earlier. And so nobody that was trying to respond and manage the COVID pandemic that hit us had any previous experience in doing that. And so the response that we saw throughout the world and across the world varied from country to country, as it did from state to state here in Australia. What is regrettable is that the long-term health and economic disruptions that hit us between 2019 and 2022, in many cases still linger today, some years later. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's hardly a week goes by that I speak to someone that doesn't speak to me about the effects of either the COVID that they contracted during that period or what they believe might have been the effects of the vaccinations that they received, or indeed the economic disruptions that they had to deal with at the time, which have effectively changed their life forever. Mr Deputy Speaker, in the interconnected world that we live in today, it is more essential than ever before that we are better prepared for another global or even a national epidemic or pandemic that might hit us. The proposal to establish a Centre for Disease Control, which I understand is intended to commence on the 1st of January 26, and I hope that that is the case and that it is not further delayed, was not only part of the COVID review recommendations, but quite frankly, it's a common sense response to the lessons that we all learned from COVID. In particular, that our national health services must be better resourced, they must be better coordinated, and we must have better data that is shared across all jurisdictions, not only jurisdictions here in Australia, but indeed across the world. And hopefully, having a Centre for Disease Control established in Australia, as other countries have already, some other countries have already done, is a step in the right direction. Importantly, the data should be collected and shared by a body that the community has absolute confidence in, a body that is independent and free of political or commercial interests. One of the most common criticisms of the COVID experience that I came across, and I'm sure many of my colleagues in this place would have had similar contact with people in their communities that would have been raising the same things, was that there was inadequate and unreliable medical research and COVID treatment options available to people, that the vaccine response was heavily influenced by big pharmaceutical companies that had a vested interest in the vaccines, and that directions from the World Health Organization could not always be relied on. There were indeed too many mixed messages and too many opinions out there at the time, which left people confused about what they should do. To this day, I regularly hear from people who were adamant that they or their family members continue to suffer from the long-term health effects of the COVID vaccines. Of course, if it wasn't the vaccines, it may well be argued that the long-term health effects that they refer to could also be attributed to the COVID infection itself. Some of those questions will never truly be answered, and I know that the debate continues. This legislation and the consequential amendments and transitions provisions bill much better coordinate the national health expertise that presently exists. The proposed Director General and the Advisory Council will ensure both the independence and health expertise that the community can have confidence in. Australia already has a very thorough and cautious health regulation system. In fact, when I was a member of the Health Standing Committee of this Parliament, I heard through one of the inquiries that we had where we were looking at the TGA approval process about how cautious, in fact, the Australian health system is. Many would say that the Australian health regulators are overcautious, too thorough, and consequently too slow to clear medical advances. Whether that's true or not is, again, a matter for debate, because quite frankly, I think the overcautious approach that our health regulators have can sometimes be in the national interest. But I accept that at times, because of that caution, that medical breakthroughs are slow to be allowed to be used here in Australia. Nevertheless, having a Centre for Disease Control may streamline some processes and in turn ensure a faster response to health matters when there is an urgency to do so. And when COVID struck, there was an urgency to do so, which was indeed one of the very criticisms that we often faced, that we were allowing vaccinations to be administered that had not properly been proven. Can I say with respect to that, I can recall getting briefings from our health experts in this country, and I still believe to this day that the advice provided by those health experts was that Australia had in fact taken out sufficient precautions before allowing any of those vaccinations to be released. I note that under this legislation, the Centre for Disease Control will assume control over a number of existing health functions, and that it will collaborate with the World Health Organisations. In fact, the member for New England a moment ago talked about the biosecurity issues that he had legitimate concerns about. But my view about that is simply this, that this legislation will in fact allow much better liaison between each of the health teams in this country, and it gives the Director General and the Advisory Council direct access to all the information that is available so that they can make the best possible decision on behalf of the Australian people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we live in a world where people travel a lot more than ever before, where global trade sees millions of shipping containers every year move from one country to another. In fact, I was just looking up some statistics on that. I understand that each year around 250 million shipping containers are shipped from one place to another, and on any given day there's about 6 million shipping containers out there on the seas. We know that because of people travelling or because of goods that are being exported from one country to another, that the risk of disease infection spreading from one country to another is greater than ever before. Again, it is for reasons like that that we need the Centre for Disease Control as a way of trying to manage the issues if a disease does come to our country. And we have seen, even in the past couple of decades, things like HIV, AIDS, Ebola, as well as COVID, decimating some countries and certainly having an impact right around the world. Setting up the Centre for Disease Control, of course, will cost money, and I understand that it's going to cost some $251 million over the next 4 years and about $70 million annually thereafter. Mr Deputy Speaker, my view about that is simply this. As with all health expenditure, the health costs of doing nothing are always much higher than spending the money up front, being prepared and saving taxpayer dollars downstream, which is what will happen if we don't set this up and we go through another episode as we did with COVID, where we saw the costs ballooning right out. Again, the member for New England touched on that and made that very point. And so we don't want to do that again. We want to be in a situation where we can better manage an outbreak when it occurs. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll just finish on this point and use some examples to justify the point that I'm about to make. Having a health system that the Australian people can have confidence in has been a core Labor value for decades. It has been a priority issue for the Australian people, a priority issue for the Albanese Labor government, and a priority issue for the Minister for Health, who is in the chamber right now. And as a result of that, since 2022, we have seen a remarkable transformation of our health system in this country. We have tripled the bulk billing incentive, which was initially for pensioners, concession card holders and families with children. From the 1st of November, that will be extended to all Medicare-eligible patients. And I note that the coalition government, previous to that, had frozen that rebate for years. We've opened over 90 bulk-billed Medicare urgent care clinics, and there's more than another 40 to come. Labor has delivered cheaper medicines with a script to cost Australians no more than $25 under the PBS. Again, the lowest since, I think, 2004. The PBS medicines for pensioners and concession card holders has been frozen at $7.70 until 2030. We've established a network of 61 free walk-in adult Medicare mental health centres across Australia. And we're establishing 33 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics across every state and territory. Those are just some of the key matters, but there's a lot more, and I'm sure the Minister for Health can elaborate on that if he wishes to. But the reality is that health is the one single issue that matters to each and every Australian, because at some stage in their life, they will need to have access to our health system in one way or another. This legislation, as we saw from COVID, will not only directly impact on how we can manage another pandemic should one occur, but quite frankly, it will also ensure that we better manage the economy as a result of that, which equally had a devastating effect on so many Australians. I commend the legislation to the House. I hope it is not delayed, because personally I'd like to see it kick off on the 1st of January 2026.
I call the Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my friend the member for Macon for his thoughtful contribution to this bill, but his thoughtful contribution over many years to good health policy in this country. I want to thank other members who have contributed to the debate on the establishment of the Australian Centre for Disease Control. I want to acknowledge the genuine interest and thoughtful engagement from members of this House in relation to this important bill. I've appreciated the constructive dialogue and the feedback that's been shared, and have met with a number of members to discuss the bill in detail. The level of engagement reflects the significance of the bill and the shared commitment to delivering an Australian CDC that will strengthen the country's capabilities. I share the members' interests in seeing the CDC become a lasting, trusted pillar of Australia's public health architecture. This bill delivers on the government's promise to establish an Australian Centre for Disease Control as a statutory agency within my portfolio to commence on the 1st of January 2026. Establishing a transparent, trusted and independent CDC will strengthen Australia's public health capability, improve pandemic preparedness and safeguard the health and well-being of all Australians, not just in times of crisis, but every day. The need for a national CDC has never been clearer. The independent COVID-19 response inquiry found Australia went into the COVID pandemic with no playbook for the pandemic, limited readiness of the national medical stockpile and badly stretched aged care and healthcare systems. The inquiry identified serious gaps in our national response to the pandemic. These included the absence of a central authority to provide consistent advice, fragmented data systems and outdated emergency planning. The message was clear. We must not allow our public health systems to fall into neglect or to short-term thinking. The inquiry also spoke about the need to rebuild trust and maintain public trust. Trust in the health advice that informs governments when making decisions that can have a significant impact on people's lives. The Australian CDC will bring the independence and, importantly, the transparency that the public rightly expects. It will make its advice to governments and the reasons behind the advice transparently available to the public. Establishing a permanent Australian CDC through this bill will deliver on our commitment to create an independent agency that will help protect Australia from diseases and other public health threats. It ensures that Australia joins our international peers in establishing a permanent National Centre for Disease Control. The Australian CDC will be an independent Commonwealth agency, separate from the Department of Health. It will draw on the best scientific and technical expertise across the country and serve as a national leader and authoritative voice on public health, helping to set strategic priorities and guide responses to emerging threats. The Australian CDC's initial priorities will focus on communicable diseases, pandemic preparedness and capabilities in environmental health and occupational respiratory diseases. Progressive expansion into areas such as chronic conditions will be considered following an independent review of the CDC's funding and operations in 2028. The review will assess the Australian CDC's effectiveness in delivering on its initial priorities and help inform a staged widening of its remit over time. The Australian CDC will consult widely with public health experts, clinicians, academics and communities. It will engage closely with those with lived experience of health threats and response measures to inform its advice. This inclusive approach ensures that the CDC's advice is grounded in real-world impacts and is sensitive to the social, cultural and economic factors that shape health outcomes in nuanced ways across our diverse society. No Australian will be left behind. The Australian CDC will complement, not duplicate, the work of existing government agencies. It will enhance our national capacity by providing high-quality, independent advice and improving access to timely, reliable data. It will support the Commonwealth and state and territory governments in planning for and responding to health emergencies. The Australian CDC will work closely with states and territories and tailor its engagement to meet the unique needs of each jurisdiction, ensuring that national coordination does not come at the expense of local relevance. To ensure accountability, the Australian CDC will be led by a Director-General who reports directly to the Minister for Health and is accountable to the Parliament. Supporting the Director-General will be an advisory council made up of members with deep expertise in relevant fields, including public health, clinical practice, economics, human rights, data, emergency management and communications. At least one member must be an Aboriginal person or Torres Strait Islander and must have expertise in the health needs of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, supporting our commitment to closing the gap. Transparency is a cornerstone of this reform. One of the most powerful lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic is that Australians expect clarity in public health decision-making. The CDC will be required to publish the advice it provides to governments. This will help rebuild public trust, counter misinformation and ensure that communities and businesses have the information they need to act effectively during future crises. Data will be at the heart of the CDC's work. The COVID-19 inquiry highlighted a critical weakness in our pandemic response. Decisions were often made without sufficient evidence due to fragmented and inaccessible data, and this bill addresses that gap. The CDC will lead the development of a modern approach to national public health data that enables faster detection of risks, more consistent responses across jurisdictions, and stronger foundations for planning. The CDC will use advanced data analytics to detect emerging threats and provide timely, independent advice. It will also streamline data sharing across the Commonwealth and states and territories, supported, of course, by strong privacy safeguards. These data functions have been developed using a privacy by design approach, ensuring that transparency and individual rights are protected at every single stage. This bill is the result of more than 3 years of policy development and public consultation. It closes the governance and data gaps that undermined our pandemic response. It reflects the input of key stakeholders, and it establishes a CDC that is built to deliver real, lasting impact. To ensure the CDC remains effective and fit for purpose, the government will conduct a legislative review every 5 years. This will allow us to monitor its performance, adapt to new challenges, and ensure that the legislation continues to support the CDC's mission, particularly in improving the availability and the use of public health data. This bill establishes a permanent, evidence-based institution to ensure that Australia is better prepared, more united, and more accountable in the face of future public health threats. It is a long overdue reform, and one that honours the hard lessons of the past and builds a stronger, healthier future for all Australians. And I commend the bill to the House.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for Kooyong moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for McKellar has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all the words after House be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for McKellar be agreed to. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. There being only one voice. Sorry, the contrary? No? No. Yeah. Yeah, so the noes have it, and as there's only one voice in the affirmative, the question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be agreed to. I'll put that question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Okay, I'll put it again. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. The noes have it, and there being only one voice. Yeah, the question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put that question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. Sorry? No? Okay. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 4 minutes.
Well, as always. Yes. What's the next one? He has a...
So there's only one voice.
He's been a madman. Look at man, he's straight out of the pages of madman.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Bowman and Capricornia as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 101, noes 38. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to establish the Australian Centre for Disease Control and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly as possible. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. So the question now is that this bill be agreed to. I give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 5 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? I thank the member for Barara. Leave is granted. The member for Kooyong may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I move amendment number 1 to the Australian Centre for Disease Control Bill 2025 as circulated in my name. Speaker, item 1 refers to the definition of public health matters. Each of the topics listed in the bill relates to forms of public health and harm, and it's clear and obvious that they should be natural responsibilities falling within the scope of a well-defined and fulsome CDC. This amendment captures the additional harm of occupational exposures and the public health responsibility for injury prevention related to these. I note that the addition of public health exposures and occupational exposures has been supported by the Public Health Association of Australia, by the Thoracic Society of Australia and New Zealand, and even by the Australian Council of Trade Unions, a body with which the government may be familiar. Item 2 refers to the functions of the Director-General, which sets out the Centre's advisory role and the intersections with and coordination of bodies that fall within with health responsibilities within the CDC. The health effects of climate change are captured under the existing definition of public health matters in this bill, but what is not captured is the importance of the Centre for Disease Control in providing integrated advice in a matter of national and global consequence. These amendments aim to position the CDC as an authoritative and valuable contributor to understanding of and policy advice on climate change impacts of public health, particularly in the absence of any other national body which currently has this focus. Items 3 and 4 will ensure that the first statutory review of the Act will be undertaken within the first 3 years and then 5 yearly thereafter. Speaker, the Centre is an essential public health authority. We all agree on that, and scrutiny of the establishment and its functions at the earliest opportunity will ensure that it meets its public expectations from early in its course. Item 5 will introduce mandatory reporting on matters of national importance, the health effects of climate change and pandemic preparedness. Its purpose is to inform. That should be a core responsibility of the Centre for Disease Control. It will ensure accountability and transparency of the Centre's activities and the whole of government preparedness for public health emergencies. We see, even this weekend, that they are on the immediate agenda. We're seeing elephant seals on Heard and McDonald Islands being affected by bird flu. The next pandemic could be months or even less time than that away. We need to have reporting requirements which are focused on attention and resourcing of priority areas. Item 5 will provide transparency around government approaches to matters of national importance. It will encourage the culture of science, expertise and public trust that we need, and it will safeguard the core purposes of the Centre for Disease Control. The reports will relate to 2 specific areas of public health which are of national importance. The report on pandemic preparedness will ensure that we have whole-of-government preparedness for public health emergencies by bringing together information on activities across a range of agencies with functional responsibilities such as research, by making sure that we have the appropriate medical stockpile that we need for pandemic preparedness by ensuring that we have appropriate facilities for vaccine production and for emergency management. The process of reporting could identify potential gaps, and it will provide assurance to stakeholders and to the general public of our nation's capacity to respond appropriately to health emergencies. The report on the health impacts of climate change will ensure that we have an appropriate level of resourcing over time, and that the body of knowledge around climate change impacts is developed to meet the challenges of the coming decades. A high level of visibility and understanding of this area of public health will better inform climate adaptation and mitigation strategies across all agencies and across all levels of government. A mandatory reporting regime will strengthen the Centre's core purpose. It will safeguard the Centre's role as a trusted source of scientific knowledge serving the national interest. And so I commend these amendments to the House.
Just to clarify, the member just said that she wanted to move Amendment 1. So you are moving Amendments 1 to 5?
Amendments 1 to 5, Speaker.
Okay, thank you for that. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. Call the Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Kooyong for her long engagement on this question, a debate to which she brings many, many years of experience. I genuinely thank her for that. As members know, including members on the crossbench, who've taken a deep interest in this bill's progress and the debate leading into the bill's introduction. The Senate Committee of Inquiry into this bill has reported on Friday. We're going through that report. There's significant overlap between a number of the amendments that members of the crossbench are proposing to the bill today and material in the Senate inquiry. I have a lot of sympathy for a number of measures contained in some of these amendments. I do want to address a couple of them, though. We don't support what I understand to be the impact of the member for Kooyong's amendment in relation to occupational health and safety. As the member, I'm sure, knows, the interim CDC has already assumed responsibility for things like dust diseases and the establishment of a registry in this area. So we do see a role for the CDC in managing the public health impacts of poor occupational health and safety, but the government's view is that Safe Work Australia is still the proper place for the development of policy in relation to occupational health, the development of standards and enforcement. But certainly we are keen for my portfolio through the CDC to do things like manage the emerging public health impacts associated, for example, with silicosis and other areas of public health. I have a great deal of sympathy for the remarks the member has made in relation to the climate health impacts. I've been an advocate in this area for many years, firstly as a spokesperson for the Labor Party in climate, but since shifting to the health portfolio as well, and that will be a piece of work for the CDC. We don't support the detail of the amendment the member for Kooyong has proposed today, although I suspect there will be an ongoing debate about that. A number of other matters the member has raised as this bill progresses, as I hope it will, to the other place. And I want to assure members on the crossbench, as we continue to engage around the passage of this bill through the other place, that I am keen to continue an open dialogue with members of the crossbench in this chamber as the government reaches a final position in relation to some of the amendments in the Senate.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. All those against? No. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
I'm always good, aren't I? What's going on?
No, he's not picked up. I left off the front. I've got a feeling he's sitting in the front. So,
Lock the doors. Question before the House is the amendments moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Point the honourables for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. I'll need 2 tellers for the ayes. I'll need 2 tellers for the ayes. Appoint the honourable members for Kooyong and Curtin as tellers for the ayes. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 75. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can return to their seats quickly, as quietly as possible, or leave the chamber. We'll move to the next amendment. Order. Order. If we can move to the next amendment, and members can resume their seats or leave the chamber. Give the call to the honourable member for Indi.
Circulated in my name.
The member may proceed.
Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move this amendment as circulated in my name because it's important. These amendments establish best practice for the statutory review of the CDC Act, improving the independence and integrity of the review process. They would strengthen public trust in the CDC and its operation. As it currently stands, the statutory review requirement in this legislation is not strong enough. In fact, I'd say it's weak. It makes feeble stipulations about who is able to undertake the review, limited to a requirement that they cannot be employed by the CDC. Well, obviously, that seems like a pretty basic requirement. It neither guarantees the independence, impartiality or relevant expertise of the reviewer. I have amendments to fix this so that the government and all Australians can be confident that the CDC is operating effectively as it's intended and as I know the Minister intends it to be. I'm heartened that the Minister has indicated that he will look seriously at recommendations coming through the Senate inquiry, and I hope this is one of the recommendations that he will see and take seriously, because it is a good faith amendment. Impartiality, transparency and rigorous review are all things that we fundamentally expect in our healthcare advice, and we should expect no less from the CDC. And we're seeing right now in the United States what happens when health advice becomes politicised. This is a clear warning to Australia. In fact, it's a warning of biblical proportions, not to let the same thing happen here. And as I said to the Minister earlier, we don't legislate for the here and now alone. We don't legislate for a good faith minister that we have with us here and now. And I say that genuinely. We have to legislate to prevent what's happening in the United States ever happen here. By rejecting amendments that safeguard the CDC's independence, the government risks, truly it does, it risks undermining trust in this vital institution from the very start. Legislate right, legislate now to make sure that we protect against any risk. My requirements would require the 5-year statutory review of the CDC Act to be independent and undertaken by an expert panel. Members would have relevant and related experience to comprehensively understand the CDC's operations and its importance. And to ensure impartiality, they must not be on the CDC Advisory Council. They mustn't be current employees of the Commonwealth Public Service, current or former members of the Commonwealth Parliament, or current or former employees or executives of a registered political party. And the reasons for that should be obvious to any thinking member of this parliament, and because they are obvious to the Australian public. Deputy Speaker, we must protect the CDC from vested political interests now and into the future. Politics has absolutely no place in best practice health advice, and my amendments ensure we keep it at arm's length. And I've already given you the example of what's happening in the United States. This is not a theoretical concept. These amendments improve the timeliness and transparency of the review. The report must be completed within 12 months of the panel's appointment, tabled in Parliament within 15 sitting days, and the Minister's response tabled within 3 months. These are sensible, non-controversial amendments and do not burden the government, the CDC or the review process. Deputy Speaker, I also support the amendments of my colleagues, the member for Kooyong around scope and remit, the member for Mackellar to enhance the governance of the CDC. And together, these suite of amendments come forward with good faith and with, I must say, decades and decades of commitment to health in this country. The CDC will support public health prevention and response for pandemics, disease outbreaks, preventative health and the health effects of climate change. This is a major, major responsibility. We must be assured the agency operates as intended and delivers the highest quality of health advice. Australians deserve a CDC that is independent, transparent and trusted. Safeguarding the independence of the review process gives us confidence. It gives the people confidence. We must get it right from the very, very start. And I call on the Minister and the government more broadly to consider these amendments seriously with the intent to which they're put and safeguard the precious CDC that we're legislating for.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Okay. There being no further speakers, I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. I think the noes have it. Division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Absolutely.
I was looking for you, and I knew if I followed you, I'd be okay.
I think that's the first time. Thanks, sweetie. He's a good
The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 64. The matter was resolved in the negative. We shall move to the next series of amendments. If members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly or resume their seat. I shall give the call to the honourable member for Mackellar.
I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 5 as circulated in my name together.
The leave is granted. I'll just request if leave is granted. The Minister.
There being no members of the opposition in the chamber, as far as I can tell, leave is granted.
The member for Mackellar may proceed.
I move amendments 1 to 5 as circulated in my name together. Mr Speaker, the amendments I'm introducing today are also made in good faith and will do 4 things. Firstly, they'll create an independent selection process for the appointment of the Director-General and Advisory Council. Secondly, they stipulate that the Chair of the Advisory Council be a member of the Council rather than the Director-General. Thirdly, they expand the functions of the Director-General to include the promotion of research and advice to government on workforce capability. And lastly, they ensure consultation occurs with preventative health bodies. A central objective of the Australian Centre for Disease Control is to guide independent, evidence-based public health decision-making that builds and maintains public trust. While the creation of the Australian CDC as a statutory Commonwealth entity with clear lines of accountability delivers on this objective, public trust will absolutely hinge on the CDC's independence from political interference, now and into the future. The politicisation of the US CDC under the influence of Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy has shown just how misinformation and political pressure can undermine scientific leadership. Australia must proactively design safeguards to prevent similar vulnerabilities. My amendment to this bill would do this. And so it's somewhat alarming that the way that this bill is currently drafted means that the Minister of the Day will retain discretion over the appointment of the Director-General. And again, what I would say is let's establish this really important institution in a way that safeguards its integrity.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour and the member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to the honourable member for Fadden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Australians deserve a government that will facilitate housing construction and home ownership. Home ownership is quintessentially Australian. It provides self-determination and traditionally has been the first step in a secure financial future. Home ownership is something that we on the coalition side of the House believe strongly in. Under this Labor government, the great Australian dream is turning into a nightmare. I note the recent resignation of the Chair of Housing Australia last week and I wish her well. But her departure confirms what we've warned for months. Labor has presided over chaos, waste and dysfunction at Housing Australia. The departure of the Chair raises more questions than this Labor government has built houses. Under this minister, the agency charged with building homes has become a bureaucracy that builds excuses. 3 weeks ago, we exposed in Senate estimates a secret $24,000 governance report into wide-ranging issues at Housing Australia. The government is still hiding it. Taxpayers deserve the transparency. So will the minister answer? What did the governance report find and when will you release it? Labor is spending record sums of money to deliver fewer homes than the previous coalition government. Their aspirational target of 1.2 million homes is nothing more than a dream.
Member for Bratton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week, along with Minister Emma McBride, we officially opened the Medicare Mental Health Centre in Devonport in the electorate of Bratton. This walk-in centre offers free mental health care for anyone aged 18 and over, and it's open 5 days a week, no appointment, no referral required and no payment required. It's staffed with qualified mental health professionals who can find the support that people need, either on the phone, face-to-face or via the website. It's a warm, soothing environment, and as soon as you walk in the door, you feel like it's giving you a warm hug. These centres are a much-needed addition to my community, and following the soft opening the week prior to the official opening, the centre had 15 walk-ins. And when I dropped in last week to say hello, they told me they'd had a further 10 walk-ins since the official opening. These are services which really matter in a community, particularly regional communities like the one that I represent. And I look forward to a second Medicare Mental Health Centre opening soon in Burnie. This will provide services right across the two major centres within the electorate of Braddon. The Albanese Labor government is getting on with the job of supporting our regional communities with these very important services. Again, they provide a walk-in service, no referral, no payment required. We are just getting on with the job of helping people in our regional communities.
Member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, I stood last week on the banks of the Darling River with a group of people who have been waiting a very, very long time for what is apparently a privilege: safe and reliable water. The people of the Central Darling Shire have been calling for a new weir at Wilcannia for more than 30 years. The community has patiently worked with successive state and federal governments through rounds of consultation and design, through the delays and ultimately a sudden and unacceptable change of direction. A design that was agreed to by all back in 2022 with a great deal of community input. Then, with no consultation, the design was scrapped and a new one was put on the table that was unacceptable for the people of Wilcannia. Originally, $30 million in joint funding from the state and federal governments was put forward. We're now looking at a project that's in excess of $100 million. There are many, many questions that need to be answered about this spending to date and the lack of consultation and the changes that have been made. But the most important thing of all is that we get this weir underway and completed as soon as possible. Our Barkingie man, Michael Cassidy Kennedy, told me on the banks of the Darling this weekend just past that the Barkingie people are river people. They need the water not only for sustenance and for the basic needs of life, but to continue the critical connection that goes back thousands and thousands of years. The Central Darling residents, they don't need more talk. What they need is action, and what they need is safe and secure water.
Member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the grand finals are finished. Netball grand final, the AFL grand final is done. School's back for term 4. We're just into the beginning of the spring carnival, so what is next? VCE exams. That's what's next in the minds of most of the people in my community. With the Year 12 students across Victoria going to sit their English expression exam tomorrow, I want to wish all the Year 12 students in the schools across my community the very best for the final step in their school journey. I wish them all calm and clear minds as they embrace the final opportunity to demonstrate their learning and their capacities. And I want them to remember that the pathways to their futures will be many and varied beyond the last days of Year 12. To their parents, please keep them fed and watered. That's what they need from you, as well as your calm kiss and encouragement. And to their teachers, thank you for your attention, for your care, for your dedication, for the hours you've spent preparing for their lessons, taking them through these things, and then the hours spent preparing them for these exams. To everyone in my community, to the families, to the students, to the school communities that have wrapped themselves around them, I wish them well in the VCE exams this year.
Member for Curtin.
After asking hundreds of people their views on artificial intelligence door-knocking in Wembley Downs on the weekend, I'm proud to share the following contribution from young Curtin constituents Thomas Lynette and Min Huang, written for the Raise Our Voices program. Clankers, that's the new slur for AI and robots going viral online. It's a joke, but also a warning. Young people are anxious, facing unprecedented uncertainty about job security and human relevance in an AI-driven future. But young entrepreneurs and changemakers are also already using AI to solve thorny problems, improving healthcare, advancing sustainability and sparking creativity. These stories prove AI's tremendous potential, but without clear direction, the risks are real: insecure work, unfair systems and people left behind. So what do we need? A national plan for AI that puts people first. We need ethical frameworks and strong regulation. We need policies that protect job mobility alongside real investment in education and training so young people can work with AI, not against it. And we need smart safety nets for when jobs inevitably change. The government's choices today will decide whether Australians are empowered or sidelined tomorrow. Dignity, purpose and human relevance must remain at the centre of our future workforce and the economy will inherit. In 10 years, we don't want clanker to be a slur. We want it to be a joke we laugh at, remembering how we turned fear into progress. Thank you, Thomas and Min.
Member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the 2025 bowls season has begun, and I recently had the opportunity to attend 3 different bowls clubs events in my electorate to mark the beginning of the season. On the 19th of September, I attended Campbell's Creek Bowls Club to see the 5-6 students participate in their last game with the seniors. We had helped them with a volunteer grant towards purchasing the junior bowls. On the 20th of September, I joined the Harcourt Bowls Club to celebrate their 70th anniversary, only to learn that it was the Campbell's Creek and Maldon Bowls Club that started the club off in the beginning. The very next day, on the 21st, I visited the Maldon Bowls Club to officially help open their season. It was great to join the club and their special player, and I wish to give a shout out to Grace. Bowls clubs are a great way for people in the regions to engage and connect with others. There are 21 in my electorate, from all the way up in Rochester down to Kyneton, and only one of them is attached to gaming. That's 20 community-based clubs that provide a safe and inclusive space for all ages. They become the gathering point for major milestone events in families. They are quite often the community space for big events. They create an atmosphere in lots of our small towns like Maldon, Harcourt, just to name a few. Community hubs that engage people in a fun and inclusive way. Good luck for the rest of the season.
Member for Bradfield.
Deputy Speaker, Australia's environment laws are broken, and we know this categorically from the Samuel Review finalised 5 years ago this month. Over 3 years ago, the then Environment Minister said that the laws don't work to protect the environment or smooth the way for sensible development, all against a backdrop of accelerating environmental destruction. The current laws don't work, not for nature and not for business. And on that, there is consensus. But the laws must work for both. But where there is a tension between the two, where approval decisions could go either way, nature must win out. If nature doesn't win the battle in our environmental laws, it will not win it anywhere else. To achieve that, I implore the government to put in place this one safeguard to reduce ministerial discretion in decision-making. We need an independent statutory environmental protection agency with the ability to make decisions free from ministerial influence. It's ministerial influence that time and time again has resulted in the interests of industry being preferred over nature. Industry has a powerful voice earned through decades and decades of political donations. Nature is voiceless. And this week is Youth Voice in Parliament Week. For years, the youth of Australia has been using their voice so clearly, begging us to protect our natural environment and the climate which sustains it. This week, let's do what we must and let's listen to them.
Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The 48th Parliament, a parliament where 55% of the caucus are women, demonstrates that when women have a seat at the table, we are able to get things done that support all Australians. Today I gathered with women from the Federal Parliament to celebrate that on the 1st of November, a range of medications that support women's reproductive health will be listed on the PBS. In addition to increasing access to reproductive health medications, the federal government has established 33 women's health clinics. And just 2 weeks ago, I was pleased to visit the Young Street Medical Clinic, operated by 4Health, to celebrate the reintroduction of this clinic as a fully bulk bill clinic open 7 days a week. This clinic ensures Dunkley residents can access healthcare when they need it. Since being fully bulk billed on the 18th of August, the clinic has had 7,500 bulk billed appointments, saving the local community $270,000. This clinic also operates Evoca Women's Health Clinic that provides reproductive health support to women. I am proud the Albanese Labor government is investing $8.5 billion into more bulk billing, and it's heartening to see that the Young Street Medical Clinic is doing its bit to ensure my community gets the care they deserve when they need it.
Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. While no one in this chamber wants to see a single death on our roads, dropping the default speed limit of unmarked regional roads to 70 kilometres an hour is not the solution. Now, don't get me wrong, the regional road toll is appalling. 2/3 of all road crash fatalities occur in the regions, yet only 30% of the population live there. But a 70 kilometre per hour default speed limit will cause more problems than it solves. I ask you, Deputy Speaker, can you imagine facing hundreds or thousands of kilometres at 70 kilometres an hour and doing that regularly, if not all day? The economic loss to transport companies and flow-on effect on agricultural and mining companies will absolutely impact on productivity, and it will certainly frustrate mums and dads who simply want to take their kids to school or to sport. Regional Australians are not mugs. There are many ways to reduce the road toll, and key among them is road maintenance. When I speak to Mallee constituents, they just want the government to fix the bloody roads.
Member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to read the speeches of students from my electorate of Melbourne. They were submitted as part of the Raise Our Voice. Raise Our Voice mobilises young people through education, campaigns and communities to transform politics and policy. This week, members of Parliament are amplifying the voices of young people by reading a speech written by a person under the age of 25 who lives in our electorates. I was excited to be a part of Raise Our Voice, and it was difficult to select from the speeches to read because there were so many and all of them were all so good. The speech I'm about to read is by Bastian, aged 8. Bastian wrote, "Use less money. Only spend it on things we need, such as fixing our roads, sick people and making school better. I care about the environment. I think we should only use natural materials to make energy. For example, don't use a petrol car, use an electric car. I think taxes should go down. Some people work so hard to be able to pay for the things their families need. While supporting the homeless and struggling, people also help them to get a job they can do. Thank you and well done, Bastian."
Member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, today I take the opportunity to shine a spotlight on a much-loved Kempsey institution, Kempsey Children's Services. This fantastic community-led early education service recently celebrated their 60th anniversary, and it's not hard to understand why they have been so successful for so long. Deputy Speaker, I went there some 50 years ago, and while some things have changed, the core of their model has remained the same. They truly put the community first. They treat their children, the parents and the wonderful staff with an exemplary level of care and respect. With centres across the country struggling to find and retain staff, leading to available childcare places becoming limited despite a centre's true potential capacity, KCS has bucked that trend. We need more childcare providers like KCS in the regions. With the ever-increasing pressures on the cost of living, the urgent need for both parents to actively earn income has never been greater. We, as government representatives, must highlight successful organisations like Kempsey Children's Services, actively support their growth however we can and learn from their success. We must create policies that not only foster the growth of individual centres, but the sector as a whole. I'm proud to have a gold-class centre like KCS in my electorate and look forward to another 60 successful years in our community.
Member for Robertson.
Deputy Speaker, and on September 25, the world and Australians marked World Pharmacists' Day, an opportunity to recognise, to celebrate the important role of pharmacists in meeting the healthcare needs in our communities right across the country. This year the theme was Think Health, Think Pharmacy First. It highlights how community pharmacists are stepping up to deliver more health care than ever before, helping communities access care faster, closer to home and more equitably. Across the country, pharmacists are transforming how patients access care. And Australia has more than 6,000 community pharmacies with almost 500 million patient visits per year, and they are one of the most trusted professions. On the Central Coast, I've met many outstanding local pharmacists who provide exceptional health care. One pharmacist who I've had the privilege of working with closely is Trent Playford. Trent is an experienced and community-driven pharmacist with nearly 20 years in the profession. He's the owner of West Gosford Pharmacy and Priceline Pharmacy Kincumber, where he leads a team committed to delivering innovative, patient-focused healthcare right across the Central Coast. I want to thank Trent and his team on all of their fantastic work in our community, and I want to thank all of our hard-working pharmacists on the Central Coast and across Australia. The work you do improves health outcomes and saves lives. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Net zero comes at a cost, and we need to talk about it. In doing so, Speaker, I want to be very clear. I'm criticising policy settings, not criticising the phenomenon of climate change. I'm not questioning the science. I'm questioning the government. Now, despite constant requests, Speaker, we've asked for what the full cost of net zero might be from this government, and they've refused at every opportunity. However, some very smart people have got together and come up with some costs. The University of Queensland, University of Melbourne and Princeton University got together and they came up with a cost estimate of between $1.2 and $1.5 trillion just for us to get to our 2030 targets. Now, that's a lot of money and it's very hard to picture what that looks like. To break that down, that's $20 billion a month, every month. What does that look like? At $2.5 billion per hospital, which is a going rate, that gets you 8 hospitals a month. And I'd ask Australians across the country, are you seeing ambulance ramping? Are you seeing the services out of date? Are you seeing overcrowding? These are things that can be fixed if we get our priorities right. When we started down this path of net zero, I think we all believed that it was free, that there was no cost. But there is. There is a cost. It's significant. $20 billion every month. It's time we started asking more questions about what the real cost of net zero is.
Member for Maribyrnong.
Deputy Speaker, tomorrow, the 28th of October 2025, we join Greek Australians and friends around the world in celebrating Ohi Day, a day that stands for courage, conviction and pride. 85 years ago, Greek Prime Minister Yannis Metaxas said a single powerful word, Ohi, no, to the Italian ultimatum. That moment sparked Greece's heroic resistance and inspired people everywhere to stand firm in the face of tyranny. But Ohi Day is more than history. It's a living symbol of the Greek spirit, resilience, unity and the determination to stand tall in the face of adversity. In my electorate of Maribyrnong, we see that spirit every day. Greek Australians have helped shape our suburbs, schools, small businesses for generations. From John and Susie Rakis at Athos Cafe in Strathmore to Father John Frangos at the parish of St Demetrius in Moonee Ponds, the contributions of Greek Australians are woven through our community life. Our local sporting clubs, community organisations and cultural events ensure this proud heritage endures, strengthening bonds of family, friendship and faith. Yesterday, I had the great pleasure of attending Greek Fest in Moonee Ponds. Now in its 3rd year, this festival stands as a vibrant expression of Greek culture, showcasing music, dance, art and cuisine and the remarkable community spirit that defines Maribyrnong. Across Maribyrnong, the story of Greek migration is one of enterprise, generosity and belonging, a legacy that continues to enrich...
Time has expired and I give the call to Member for Canning.
Thank you, Speaker. Australia is a wealthy country, and that's because of the hard work of previous generations. But there are no guarantees that our wealth will continue. In fact, the Harvard Economic Complexity Index tells us that we are going backwards. The index places the industrial capabilities and know-how of a country at the heart of its growth prospects, and it asks a basic question: how big is your engine? And the Harvard Index makes it clear that Australia has a big growth problem. Our engine is too small and it's getting smaller. We are in the bottom third of 149 countries. We rank 105th, and we've been sliding down the rankings over the last 30 years. In 1995, we ranked 62nd. Today, we rank 105th. We are outperformed by the USA, China, UK, Canada, Singapore, Japan, Germany, Italy and Sweden. Even New Zealand is ahead of us by 37 places at 68th. So what's happened over the last 30 years? Very simply, our advanced manufacturing capability in this country has collapsed. We don't make complex things of value at scale anymore, like cars, for example. We Australians have a choice to make, and it's an urgent one. Do we want to make things again? If so, we have to make power cheap again. We have to take back control. That means killing net zero. That means getting power prices down. That means investing in manufacturing, and that means, to those on the other side, putting Australians first.
Member for Gorton has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to stand in solidarity with the Transport Workers Union and the Victorian and Tasmanian cash and transit workers currently taking industrial action to demand better pay conditions. These workers move cash around, meaning our communities can access their own cash from ATMs and banks and get the right change from retailers. Cash in transit is one of the highest risk jobs in the transport industry, with workers subjected to daily abuse and attempted robberies. And the take-home pay for this cohort of workers has stagnated. There has also been a loss of conditions and decline in safety standards. The cash in transit industry is in crisis. Around 1.5 million people still use cash to make more than 80% of their in-person payments. Without a sustainable funding model, cash in Australia faces a very real risk of extinction. But the big banks don't prioritise our cash in transit workers, and workers are rightly fed up. Right now, Lynn Fox is refusing to negotiate with workers who are fighting for pay parity across Armaguard, Prosegur and Point to Point. I'm a strong supporter of members of our community having access to their own money. And it's time we value our workers in the same way we value access to cash. This is about fairness, safety and respect, principles that should underpin every Australian workplace. Labor fights for all Australian workers and always will.
Member for Page.
One worker Labor don't fight for, Deputy Speaker, is forestry workers. And we've got federal government making bad decisions, but unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, we have a lot of state Labor governments making bad decisions as well. And we've had a recent decision by the New South Wales Labor government, Deputy Speaker, that it's basically going to shut down all but most of our forestry industry in New South Wales. And I think what happens, Deputy Speaker, a lot of people don't understand the difference between what is a plantation and what is selective hardwood harvesting. Now, plantations obviously are what they are. You can see them, they're felled at the end and they make a lot of difference. There's no biodiversity there, it's just a monocrop. But with hardwood harvesting, Deputy Speaker, what we do is we go into and select very scientifically, environmentally best practice and take hardwood timber out of there. Very sustainable and very renewable. Now, this has been locked up because of supposedly for the koalas. Now, I'd happily show anyone opposite, Deputy Speaker, if you actually went into when a place is locked up, what happens is lantana grows, weeds grow, and the koalas leave. And there's actually scientific proof of that because they literally can't move around on the ground because of all the weed growth. It also causes these areas to be a tinderbox. You stop having the industry keeping fire trails, access open. They do a lot of weed harvesting. That all stops as well. So they become more dangerous because of the fire damage, the fire danger that they are. And the last thing, of course, Deputy Speaker, what happens? We still need the hardwood. So guess what we do as a country because you don't let us do our own? We import it all, Deputy Speaker, from countries who don't have the same environmental sustainable standards we do. Shame on them.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to celebrate another champion from the Hunter. The Hunter's very own Taylor Short, who recently was crowned Miss Ultimate of Australia 2025 and also took out Miss Ultimate People's Choice at the Ultimate International Miss Australia event. What an incredible achievement, Taylor. You have worked your backside off for this and to get there. From the training, the preparation, the outfits, the appearance, she has been putting in the hard yards. She went with her best foot forward, Speaker, pushed harder than ever and made sure she was ready in every way. That determination has paid off in the best way possible, Speaker, bringing home the crown. This is more than just a personal win for Taylor. It's another reminder that the Hunter doesn't just compete, Speaker, we lead. We are the best region in the country, producing champions in every field, whether it's sport, community, business, or in this case, pageantry. Hunter locals rise to the top through hard work, resilience and pride from where they come from. Taylor has done herself proud, she has done her family proud, She has done us proud in the Hunter. On behalf of our community, I offer you the warmest of congratulations, Taylor. Congratulations on what you did and what you achieved, and we look forward to seeing what you can achieve next. Cheers.
Member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We will remember them. 4 simple words, but 4 incredibly powerful words in the ode of remembrance. We will remember them. There's no use-by date, Speaker. It's not we will remember them when it's convenient for the Labor Party, but this Prime Minister, the Veterans Minister, the entire Labor Party is putting a use-by date on we will remember them. Under legislation that everyone on that side voted for, we will only remember them when their heroic actions fit into a convenient time frame of, say, the last 20 years. You can speak up now, Treasurer. You didn't speak up when the bill was going through the House. Labor's plan to place a time limit on reviews under the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal means Teddy Sheehan and Richard Norton would not have got a Victoria Cross. That's what it means, Treasurer. Speaker, the Tribunal has said this bill takes away the rights of ADF personnel and veterans. The Tribunal has warned itself. The Tribunal warned this, Mr Speaker. This will detract from the integrity of the Defence Honours and Awards system. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will always remember them and urge the Labor Party to do the same. Labor was very quick to politicise the campaign for Teddy Sheehan to receive a VC, but under this legislation it wouldn't have been possible. You found the voice now. Does anyone there have the courage to stand up and fight for this bill? Why is Labor putting a use-by date on we will remember them? Why is Labor taking away the rights of Australian Defence Force personnel?
Concluded. Member for Hasluck has the call.
Speaker, this is solar. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. It won't hurt you. It's solar, built and installed by the hard-working Australians that live and work in the electorates of those opposite. It's solar, powering our future, plugged into the 100,000
The member
new
for Hasluck will
batteries.
pause and remove the prop immediately, otherwise she won't be here for the remainder of her speech.
Plugged into the 100,000 new home batteries made cheaper thanks to Labor. Speaker, solar and other renewables are creating jobs. It's rewiring the nation, maintaining our energy competitive advantage for the century ahead, and yet those opposite, they're afraid. They're afraid of each other, afraid of progress, afraid of innovation, afflicted by a malady you might call solar phobia. While the coalition is stuck in the dark, Australians are getting on with it, putting solar on our roofs, batteries in our homes and savings back in our pockets. We are a solar nation, Speaker. Under Labor, we are delivering cleaner, cheaper, Australian-made energy, built by Aussie workers, backed by Aussie resources and powering our economy now and into the future, because Australians understand this. What the opposition cannot. The energy transition isn't coming. It's already here.
Yeah. In accordance with standing orders, the time has concluded. I inform the House of the death on 13 August 2025 of Stanley James Collard OAM, a former senator. Stan Collard represented the state of Queensland from 1975 to 1987. As a mark of respect to the memory of Stan Collard, I invite all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. Call the Prime Minister, the Acting Prime Minister with arrangements.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Prime Minister will be absent from question time this week as he is attending ASEAN, the East Asian Summit and APEC, and I will answer questions on his behalf.
Give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition with arrangements.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. For the information of honourable members, I present a revised Shadow Ministry list reflecting changes announced on the 13th of October 2025.
Order. Members will come to order. Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting immediately. Shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I'll give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and concerns shocking revelations exposed by journalist Nick McKenzie. Under Labor's hand-picked CFMEU administrator, corrupt and criminal CFMEU officials have been meeting with underworld figure Mick Gatto and violent abuser John Setka, as well as receiving secret bribes. Does the minister still have
the
full...
member for McEwen will leave the chamber under 94A. And the Leader of the Opposition will begin her question again. When I say there's not to be interjections when people are asking questions, I mean it. There are consequences for actions. Everyone should understand that by now. The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
My question is to the Minister for Employment and concerns shocking revelations exposed by journalist Nick McKenzie. Under Labor's hand-picked CFMEU administrator, corrupt and criminal CFMEU officials have been meeting with underworld figure Mick Gatto and violent abuser John Setka, as well as receiving secret bribes. Does the minister still have full confidence in Mark Irving?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the Leader of the Opposition for her question. And I want to make a statement really clearly. The government has absolutely no tolerance for criminal conduct or misbehaviour in the building industry. And that is why our government took the strongest possible action to put the CFMEU into administration. Now, let me just talk about, this is very difficult work. This is difficult work, and I have spoken with the administrator on numerous occasions about just how difficult this work is. And for him, he is absolutely committed to clean out this union. And I just want to go through some of the work that he has already been doing. He has taken significant steps to either remove or accept the resignation of over 60 staff, over 2/3 who were in leadership positions or organisers. He's developed a national code of conduct and a statement of expectations for all staff. He's made it absolutely clear where the union stands when it comes to gifts, organised crime, menacing behaviour and what the consequences will be. He has also acted on over 500 complaints under the anonymous whistleblowing website, which triages complaints, which some are dealt with internally and many are referred to authorities. He is working with, of course, the Joint Agency Working Group that consists of the AFP, the FWO, the Fair Work Commission, police forces across all jurisdictions, and he is doing his job. He is working very, very hard and has achieved more in the 16 months than the ABCC did in its whole time it was established.
Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. What were the key outcomes of the Prime Minister's recent meetings with the United States?
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question. Last Monday, the Prime Minister had a 3-hour meeting with President Trump in the White House. The meeting was warm, it was engaging, it was constructive. The two leaders spoke about our long-standing and extensive defence relationship. They spoke about the increasing investments by Australian superannuation funds in the United States in the context of a much broader economic relationship between our two nations. And they signed a landmark critical minerals framework agreement, which commits our two countries to not only extracting and mining critical minerals and rare earths, but also to their downstream processing, so that we are actually creating refined product in America and Australia. And that is so important to giving choice and competition to the global market. Now, this is an $8.5 billion agreement. And to get things rolling, there is an immediate $200 million investment in the Alcoa Sojitz Gallium Recovery Project in Western Australia, a $100 million investment in the Arafura Nolans Rare Earths Project in the Northern Territory. And these are just two examples of the kind of sector that we can build here in Australia, which is great for our industry, but also so important for our national security. President Trump reaffirmed America's ongoing commitment to our AUKUS partnership, which matters to us but is very much in the strategic interests of the United States, and he acknowledged the government's investment in the Henderson Defence Precinct, and specifically he committed to the provision of Virginia-class submarines to Australia in the early 2030s. Now, in speaking with the Prime Minister, I know that he very much enjoyed the time that he spent with President Trump. There was a connection and a warm rapport which was evident for all to see. And that is a very good thing. Because, Mr Speaker, to have that kind of personal relationship at the very highest level is something which is very much in Australia's national interest.
Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Minister for Employment. Last year, when asked whether he would deregister the corrupt and criminal CFMEU, the Prime Minister said, quote, "Nothing will be taken off the table." Under Labor's hand-picked administrator, CFMEU officials have been caught taking bribes and running around with bikies and gangland figures. Will the Minister finally deregister the CFMEU, as the Coalition has called for, or is the only thing off the table this government's courage to stand up to corrupt criminal unions that bankroll the Labor Party?
Order. Give the call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for her question. Of course, if she had been following the debate while we were putting the CFMEU into administration, she would know that the strongest possible action you can take in terms of transparency, in terms of ensuring that there is accountability, is to put the CFMEU into administration. Of course, we compare that to what the Coalition did, which was stand up an ABCC, which really was a toothless tiger. And if we look at some of the incidents and allegations that are being exposed at the moment, they happened under the ABCC and indeed the Coalition's watch. So quite frankly, we on this side of the House are taking this issue of stamping out corruption in the construction industry with the seriousness and the dedication it deserves. It is about getting the regulators to work together. It's about getting the police to work together. It is putting an administration that is so transparent, that reports twice to the Parliament every single year, appoints investigations and tables those investigations or puts them on their website, puts their financial records out for the world to see. This is the type of transparency that we need. But if those opposite think this is an easy task, if those opposite think that this is an easy task, then they are naive. And it has been demonstrated by the Shadow Minister, who today made some absolutely baseless claims about the administrator, which actually really for a barrister with the standing of Mark Irving was absolutely a disgrace. Well, they, on the other side, might want to play politics with this issue. We take it seriously. We want to see a construction industry free from corruption. We are dedicated to the task, and we will work until that task is done.
The call to the honourable member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. How is the Albanese Labor government working with allies and trading partners to secure a reliable supply chain of critical minerals and rare earths?
Give the call to the Minister for Northern Australia and the Minister for Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Hunter for his excellent question. Last week, I was honoured to be in the Cabinet Room of the White House to witness our Prime Minister and the President of the United States of America sign the landmark Critical Minerals Framework Agreement between Australia and the United States. This historic agreement positions Australia alongside our friends in the US in a global effort to reduce dependency on unstable supply chains and safeguard the technologies that keep our economies and our democracies strong. The framework agreement directly strengthens the investment in Australia's critical minerals sector by providing an architecture for Australian producers to access US financing. The agreement mobilises billions of dollars in financing in Australia and America to turbocharge a $13 billion and Australian dollar pipeline of projects across Western Australia, Queensland, Victoria, New South Wales and the Northern Territory. And there will be more projects to come. This is just the beginning, Mr Speaker. And what does that mean for ordinary Australians? Well, it means more jobs. It means more jobs for more Australians in the resources sector. Mr Speaker, this framework recognises critical minerals for what they are, not just commodities, but strategic assets essential to the national security of Australia and the United States of America. By partnering with the US, we're positioning our critical minerals industry at the centre of global efforts to develop secure, resilient supply chains for the technologies that power modern defence and clean energy systems. Now, I want to be really clear. The US-Australia Critical Minerals Framework did not emerge overnight. From the very day the Albanese Labor government came to power 4 years ago, we have sought to grow the critical minerals and rare earth elements mining and processing sector. This government, the Albanese Labor government, has made the single largest investment in Australian resources sector of any government in this country before it. The Critical Minerals Production Tax Incentive of $17 billion, the Critical Minerals Facility now at $5 billion, Resourcing Australia's Prosperity, which will enable Geoscience Australia to supercharge our exploration capabilities. That's a $3 billion investment. The NAIF has invested $735 million in critical minerals projects, and we are implementing a $1.2 billion critical minerals strategic reserve. This is the work we have been doing since day one, so that when we got to the White House on Monday with the Prime Minister sitting alongside the President, we were able to deliver for the Americans and for the Australian people and jobs in resources. It is indisputable. No government has done more than the Albanese Labor government for the resources sector and the critical minerals and rare earth elements mining and processing sector of this country.
Order.
Believe it.
Before I call the member for Ryan, I'll just do some acknowledgements. Members on my left, I would like to do some acknowledgements in the gallery. And I'm pleased to inform the House that in the Southern Gallery today are members of the Australian Defence Force personnel participating in the Parliamentary exchange element of the 2025 ADF Parliamentary Program. On behalf of the House, I extend a warm welcome to you all and thank you for your service to our nation. And also Year 11 students from Cootamundra High School in the Riverina electorate. Welcome to you all. I'll give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. The median house price in capital cities across Australia has increased by $35,000 in the last 3 months as a result of the government's 5% house deposit scheme. Modelling suggests this policy could increase house prices by 10% in the first year alone. Will you admit that the Labor government is driving unsustainable house price growth for the benefit of big banks and at the expense of everyday Australians?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. Speaker, we've got a housing crisis in our country that's been cooking for 40 years. The simple problem is that for that entire period of time, our country has not been building enough homes. And, Speaker, that's why the $43 billion package, the historic package that our government is implementing, is focused primarily on building more homes for Australians. Speaker, we're doing that by building 55,000 social and affordable homes, something the Greens political party did everything to stop us doing. Speaker, we're building 100,000 homes for first home buyers. And, Speaker, we're trying to push towards this national aspiration of building 1.2 million homes over a 5-year period. Now, Speaker, this is the main game, building homes for Australians. But what the Greens political party are really saying to us here is that while we are doing that hard work of addressing the fundamental issues facing our country on housing, that we are not going to do anything to help the young people of today, and that is a position that our government fundamentally disagrees with, Speaker. One of the main issues that young people talk to all of us as parliamentarians about is the challenges that they face getting into the housing market. Now, Speaker, we've got lots of people in this parliament representing Sydney seats. In your electorates, the average young couple is saving for 11 years to get into the property market for the first time. Because of our expansion of the 5% deposit program, Speaker, we are bringing that back to 2 or 3 years. This is really meaningful support for people. Now, the Greens have got a lot to say about this program, but I want them to look the people who use it in the eye and talk to them about their issues, because we now have 190,000 Australians who have been supported into their first home because of our government's program. 190,000 Australians that the Greens political party are saying should never have got government support to buy their first home. Now, Speaker, the Greens played a disgraceful act of politics over the last 3 years. They came into this parliament day after day after day, saying that they were advocating for people who need housing support, and at the same time doing everything they could to work with the Liberal Party to block housing, to block more housing, to block housing support for first homeowners, even to provide better support for renters, which is one of the things that they talked about most, Speaker. So I hope that in this new term of parliament, the Greens have got the opportunity to turn over a new leaf. We want to work across the political parties to get better action for Australians. That is exactly what the Australian people expect us to be doing, Speaker.
Call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. How are the Prime Minister's recent meetings in the United States and in Malaysia for the ASEAN Summit providing opportunities for economic growth and job creation here at home? What has been the response?
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his question. Today, the Prime Minister is in Kuala Lumpur, attending the ASEAN Leaders Meeting and the East Asian Summit, and later in the week he will be in Korea, attending APEC. East Asia, Southeast Asia, is very important to Australia's national security, but it is utterly evident that the Asia-Pacific region and Southeast Asia specifically are completely central to Australia's modern economic story. What we see in terms of activity in East Asia is the fastest growing area in the world. ASEAN on its own by 2040 will be the 4th largest economy on the planet, and 3/4 of Australia's trade is derived from the APEC region. So when our Prime Minister is over there, he is fighting for Australian jobs right here, which is what he was doing last week when he met with President Trump, and where the closeness and the trust in our relationship with America was so palpable. We have a deep economic relationship with the United States. America remains our largest two-way investment partner, and today Australia has the lowest American tariff of any country in the world. And that's why all of this should be above partisan politics. And in turn it is why, when Labor has been in opposition, we have always wanted the coalition government of the day to succeed. And historically, that's actually been the case for the coalition as well, except until now, where it has been absolutely obvious that those opposite have been completely desperate for our government to fail in the management of our relationship with the United States. Now, that is their prerogative.
but those in the gallery should understand that what this represents is a historic departure for any major party of government in this country in terms of its support for the Australia-United States relationship. Now, there have been some voices of maturity on the other side, but that definitely does not include the Leader of the Opposition. And this is one of the clearest demonstrations that right now the Liberals are just broken, and Australia deserves better. And so while those opposite are busy eating themselves, we will get on with the serious business of managing these critical relations which are essential to our economic prosperity and which help keep Australia safe.
Call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment. The Minister has said the government's administration of the corrupt and criminal CFMEU is, quote, the strongest available action. But CFMEU officials have been meeting with underworld figures such as Mick Gatto and violent abuser John Setka, as well as receiving secret bribes. Why has the Albanese government done nothing to address this crime and corruption? And is it because the Prime Minister's Labor leadership, under the Prime Minister's Labor leadership, those opposite have received almost $7 million in CFMEU donations?
I'll hear from the Leader of the House on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, in terms of imputing motives, it doesn't get too much stronger than what just happened there, and the question should be ruled out.
We've had this issue before regarding the same topic before, so we'll just get the member to withdraw the last part of that question.
Do I start again? Or?
Just, you
I'll
know,
withdraw the last part of the question.
Yeah.
You want the question again?
Well, I think we know the question because it was the question. It wasn't the question that was out of order. It was just the last statement. Yeah. He's done that. Order. The member for Isaacs. I don't need your assistance when the member followed my direction. Completely unnecessary. Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations has the call.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I thank the Shadow Minister for his question and probably from the outset reject the assertions that were in that question. But what might help him is for me to go through some of the action that both the Administrator and the regulators have taken during the 16 months that the administration has been in place. At first, I would note that, as I previously said, the Administrator's difficult work has been to date to remove or accept the resignations of 60 staff, over two-thirds who were in leadership positions. Of course, the Administrator has made it absolutely clear where the union stands on expectations of staff, a new code of conduct, being very clear about what the consequences will be. Now, of course, the administration has received over 500 complaints under its anonymous whistleblowing process and has been working very closely with the Joint Agency Working Group that consists of the Fair Work Ombudsman, Fair Work Commission, various police forces and other regulators in various jurisdictions. The Administrator has also made specific referrals of criminal conduct to the Victorian and New South Wales police forces, as well as contraventions of the industrial legislation to the regulatory agencies. The administration has established an integrity unit. It engages investigations and barristers to conduct inquiries into defined matters. The administration has commissioned leading independent corruption expert Geoffrey Watson to undertake multiple detailed investigations and has taken appropriate action based on those reports, referring many matters to regulators and law enforcement. Of course, in addition to the work that the administrator is taking, of course, our regulators and law enforcement agencies are doing their job as well. The Fair Work Ombudsman is undertaking significant compliance and enforcement action in relation to misconduct in the construction industry by both unions and employers. As of the 12th of September 2025, the Fair Work Ombudsman is progressing 19 investigations in relation to multiple branches of the construction and general division of the CFMEU. Of course, there's Operation Rye, which was established to assess information and coordinate investigation of allegations related into the criminal offending of the Construction, Forestry and Maritime Employees Union. And the AFP is the chair of the Joint Agency Working Group. So, quite frankly, to suggest that our government is not doing anything when it comes to crime and corruption in the building industry, I can reassure this House that we have done more in our term in government than those on the other side. We are taking this seriously. The Shadow Minister might want to pretend he's in university politics, throwing around accusations, while we're the adults in the room and will continue to be so.
When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government helping Australians earn more, keep more of what they earn and retire with more? What other approaches is the government being asked to consider?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Thanks to the member for Dunkley for her question. In her relatively short time in this place, a real champion for the working people of her community and our country, Mr Speaker. This week in the Parliament, our payday super reforms will help ensure that more Australians get paid their super when they get paid their salary. It's about making sure that workers' super is paid and paid on time. It's another proud Labor reform, which will mean more super for workers, Mr Speaker. That's our goal and that's what we are delivering. It's not the only important change we're making to strengthen our super system. We legislated the objective. We increased the super guarantee 4 times to reach 12%. We expanded the coverage of the performance test. We've aligned the financial reporting with public companies. We've got new mandatory service standards, reforming the retirement phase. We're paying superannuation on paid parental leave for the first time. And now our changes to better targeted superannuation concessions and the low-income superannuation tax offset, which will mean that 1.3 million Australians will get more super when they retire, Mr Speaker. These changes will make the superannuation system fairer from top to bottom. They mean a better deal and more super for low-income workers, and that's what those opposite are really objecting to, Mr Speaker. Because when they apply their narrow, extreme, right-wing ideology in government, workers in this country don't get a look in, and we saw that for the best part of a decade, Mr Speaker. They are always looking to undermine and diminish and attack superannuation because they know that super is a proud creation of this side of the House, Mr Speaker. Under this government, this Labor government, Australians are earning more because we got real wages growing again. They're keeping more of what they earn because we're cutting taxes 3 times, Mr Speaker, and they'll retire with more as well because of these changes. Those opposite want the workers of this country to earn less, to keep less and to retire with less, Mr Speaker. They haven't learned a thing from the last election. They haven't changed a bit, Mr Speaker. They are divided, they are divisive and they are in disarray, but this side of the House is delivering for the working people of this country, and that's the difference. And nowhere is that clearer than in our efforts to make our super system stronger and fairer and more sustainable. And because of those efforts, more workers will have more super when they retire and the system will be fairer from top to bottom.
Calls no member for Goldstein. Order. The Treasurer is warned.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment. Journalist Nick McKenzie, who was uncovering the truth about corruption in the CFMEU and its links to organised crime and gangland figures, has endured home intrusions in a chilling act of intimidation that has no place in this country. Australians deserve to know the truth. What specific action has the government taken to protect journalists who are just doing their jobs to expose CFMEU corruption?
The question was not particularly under the minister's portfolio in terms of the action that you asked. So it should be really directed to another minister. But if the minister's happy to answer part of the question,
I'll happy
sure.
part of it. And
The
then,
minister has the call.
look, firstly, I thank the member for his question, and I think every member of this House would have absolutely no tolerance for intimidation of journalists or indeed anyone in this country. If I'm going to speak to whistleblowing for people coming forward about the CFMEU, because that does fall into my responsibilities, not only are there protections in the Registered Organisations Act, but our government specifically built in whistleblower protections in the administration. And of course, well, I was asked about whistleblowers and protections for Australians,
Order.
and so I'm answering that question. Now, there are specific provisions in the administration that protect people coming forward. I would make one point, though. In my conversations with the administrator, the action that he is taking ensures, first and foremost, the safety of his staff. That is the seriousness that he is undertaking his work, that the safety of his staff, and of course that extends to all Australians. We take this job seriously. We are taking this with a level of attention that those opposite have not done. There is no place for violence in this country. There is no place for intimidation of anyone, journalist or any Australian worker, and we are committed, as I've said on numerous occasions, of getting the job done, stamping out violence, criminality and corruption from the building industry, and we are committed to doing just that.
Call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Attorney-General. What's the Albanese Labor government doing to protect Australian creatives when it comes to artificial intelligence?
Call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. A core Labor value is supporting Australian voices, Australian culture and Australian stories. And of course, this government has two great champions for the arts, in our Prime Minister and also in the Leader of the House and the Minister for the Arts. Artificial intelligence presents significant opportunities for Australia and our economy. However, it's important that Australian creatives benefit from these opportunities too. Australian creatives are not only world-class, but also the lifeblood of Australian culture, and we must ensure that the right legal protections are in place. The Albanese government has consistently said there are no plans to weaken copyright protections when it comes to AI. Now, some in the technology sector have called for the introduction of a broad text and data mining exception. Under such a proposal, artificial intelligence developers would be able to use the works of Australian creators for free and without permission to train AI systems. Now, the government stands behind Australia's creative industries, and that is why we have ruled out a text and data mining exception, and that's to provide certainty for Australian creators. And we welcome the support that has been expressed right across the creative industries. Annabel Hurd, the CEO of ARIA, said, "It's absolutely a critical step in the right direction, and it is a win for creativity and Australian culture, including First Nations culture, but it's also a win for common sense." Australian Society of Authors CEO Lucy Hayward said, "People deserve to be paid for their work. It's as simple as that." That's what the government has confirmed with this announcement. Australian singer-songwriter Holly Rankin, better known as Jack River, said, "We are on the right side of history on this. People should be paid for their work." And the great Kate Ceberano said, "It's a day to celebrate." And Mr Speaker, I couldn't agree more. Work is underway to ensure that Australia is prepared for future copyright challenges emerging from AI. And that's why I've made the decision to reconvene the Copyright and AI Reference Group over the next 2 days, and it will have a renewed focus on 3 priority areas. Firstly, encouraging fair legal avenues for using copyright material in AI. Secondly, exploring opportunities to clarify how copyright law applies to material generated through the use of AI, and examining avenues for less costly enforcement of copyright infringement. We encourage the tech industry and the creative sector to now come together and find sensible and workable solutions to support innovation while ensuring creators are fairly compensated.
Give a call to the member for Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Industry and Innovation. Minister, how many direct jobs will be lost with the possible closure of Gladstone Power Station in 2029?
A call to the Minister representing the Minister for Industry and Innovation.
Well, I'm happy to start.
Order. Members on my left. Order. Members on my left will just cease interjecting so the Minister can begin his answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll start the question, but as was directed to a question about energy, I think it's more appropriately answered by the Minister for Energy. But we've been very clear that the energy sector is going through a transition as ageing coal-fired power stations close down. Unlike those opposite, we've got plans in place to drive investment into the sector. When they were in government, gigawatts of capacity closed down without suitable replacement. And who suffered the most? Heavy industry in this country. That uncertainty drove power prices, as they had 23 different energy prices that placed Australian manufacturing under huge pressure. We're combating that right now with our Future Made in Australia agenda, which is driving investment into manufacturing because we're focused on it. Unlike those opposite who cheered manufacturing going offshore, including the automotive industry, we're focused on cheap energy to drive manufacturing.
Minister will pause. Order. The member for Page on a point of order.
A point of order on relevance, Speaker. That was a very tight question. There was no preamble in the question, and I asked you to direct the Minister back.
Order. The member is entitled. Member is entitled to raise a point of order on relevance, as any other member is. He's allowed to do that. The Leader of the House on the point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the question was sufficiently tight that it was directed to the wrong minister. The minister representing is giving some general remarks as is appropriate, but as indicated, a question about energy would ordinarily, when you're working out where a question about energy might go, the energy minister is usually the option.
Order. Yeah. On the member for Chifley is warned. I'm just going to do this respectfully so that everyone is entitled to raise their points of order, but just make it on the point of order by the Leader of the House, the member for Page.
Well, Speaker, I go back to the point of relevance. We can go into the semantics. The Minister chose to take the question.
Yeah.
The Minister chose to take the question, so if he's chosen to take the question, I ask him to be relevant. There was no preamble. It was a very tight question. If he's going to take it, answer it.
Yeah, I guess the issue. Order. I guess the issue is when we're asking questions to ministers, it needs to be directed to the person who has responsibility for that. And it was order. The question was about a specific number, which the member for Flynn is chasing or seeking about the policy. And as we've heard, so the minister can conclude shortly. So if the other minister wishes to address the actual figure, which I think the member for Flynn is after, we'll do it that way. But it's going to assist the House if questions can be directed to the minister responsible, and then no one will be in this position, including me. The Minister, if you can wrap up, and then we'll give the Energy Minister a go.
Thanks, Speaker. I'll conclude by saying we're providing more certainty to workers than those on the opposite ever did. And I invite Minister Bowen.
All right. Now the member for Durack. We'll hear from the Minister for Energy and Climate Change.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question, and I'm glad he hasn't been sharing his views about man-made climate change with the House for a change, Mr Speaker. But in answer to the honourable member's question, there are about 200 direct employees at the Gladstone Power Station. There are others employed on contracting basis and indirectly, and obviously that's a significant number for the people of Gladstone. But also this is a decision taken by the owners of the Gladstone Power Station they have announced, and that is in keeping with the normal protocols. Now, I would make this point, Mr Speaker. Those opposite are strongly supporting having coal-fired power stations open for longer and sweating the assets to see them last longer. Now, what that is, Mr Speaker, is the biggest threat to reliability in our energy system today. You know why? Because just today we have 2 units at the Callide Power Station, which the honourable member would know well, out and not operating. And we have a total unplanned outages across our national energy system of 3.4 gigawatts of coal-fired power. Not planned, not maintenance, coal-fired power stations that were working and then all of a sudden break down. That is the biggest threat to the reliability of our energy system, and that in turn is a threat to energy prices, because that sees prices spike, and that is in turn the biggest threat to industrial jobs in Australia, those opposite who don't understand the opportunities of our energy system and the need to modernise it now, not in decades' time when nuclear might become available.
Call to the honourable member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support regional communities and make sure they are better connected to the rest of Australia? Has there been any opposition to the government's approach?
Give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Leichhardt for the question and for his continual advocacy for regional Australians, and I also note the interjection of the member for Riverina, who might feature in my question a little too. I'd like to add how incredibly proud I am to be a member for Ballarat and represent my regional community. And in fact, this Labor government represents more regional electorates than any other party in this place, from Cairns to Lonnie to Ballina, for Beverley and the many in between. Now, we also know how crucial it is that regional Australians have access to aviation, to access the care they need to see family and to pursue opportunities. That's why it was very encouraging to see the announcement last week that a sale and implementation deed to purchase Rex Airlines has been entered into by Air TT and the administrators. It's a very positive step towards bringing Rex out of administration. I'd like to thank the many hard-working public servants who've worked tirelessly over the past year to try and get this done. We still have a way to go, but it is a very positive development for the future of Rex Airlines. And as this process continues, our priority as a government will remain on protecting regional Australians and their access to these critical services. It's why, when Rex first went into administration, we stepped up to provide a guarantee of regional flight bookings for Rex customers and a loan facility to the administrators to ensure that Rex could continue to fly throughout this process. Now, at the time, this was not wholly supported, with members opposite calling our support for Rex a bridge too far, and to our support to extend the administration so we could get a solution, being told we were kicking the can down the road till after the election to try and then hide somehow that Rex would not survive. But I'm very hopeful that our strong position to support regional Australians will pay off, and our position has of course been supported by the sector and others, the Australian Airports Association saying this is a significant development for regional aviation and provides much needed certainty for communities that rely on essential air services, with the Airlines Australia and New Zealand thanking the Australian government for its tenacity in keeping Rex flying and thereby protecting the airline's vital regional and rural links. And the member for Riverina, who said, I've had many conversations with Catherine King and Anthony Albanese. I can confirm that that is the case about this, and I thank the government for their work in supporting Rex. And I acknowledge and thank the efforts made by some of those opposite to support the government in our work to bring Rex out of voluntary administration. We'll continue to support the process. We're not quite there yet, and work to ensure regional Australians have access to reliable, affordable and available flights now and into the future.
Call to the member for Clark.
My question is to the Health Minister. Minister, Australia's hospital system is in crisis.
State budgets aren't big enough to properly fund public hospitals, and the health insurance isn't working for the private sector. People are suffering needlessly and far too often dying prematurely. Only the Commonwealth has the financial and policy heft to turn things around. Minister, when will the federal government finally act to fix things? Because, let's face it, just negotiating another funding agreement is hardly bold reform.
Call to the Minister for Health, the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for the NDIS.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and recognise his passion over many years in this place for better services in his part of Tasmania in particular, but the country more broadly. He knows there's a lot of pressure on our health and aged care systems after a decade of cuts and neglect, after a once-in-a-century pandemic, and with very significant demographic pressures on our system. Like the member, my state is slightly older than the rest of the country. We're feeling those pressures more than most, but we're seeing it right across the system. So I respect the member's passion for this area, but I don't agree with a lot of the suggestions in his question. And I have to say this week is a particularly weird week for the member to suggest this is not a government focused on bold reform. I mean, this is the week where we are debating a bill to introduce a Centre for Disease Control. This is the week when the Assistant Minister for Health is rolling out a whole range of new measures to deal with the neglect that has been there for so long around women's health. This is the week when we are introducing an entirely new aged care system under the leadership of the Aged Care Minister. And, Mr Speaker, at the end of this week, we will be introducing and rolling out the biggest ever investment in bulk billing in the history of Medicare, Mr Speaker. And the member for Clark knows, more than anyone else in this chamber, the benefit of investment in bulk billing, because since we first tripled the bulk billing incentive 2 years ago, the member for Clark's electorate has seen the biggest increase in bulk billing of any electorate in this chamber, a 14% increase, and more will come after Saturday, Mr Speaker. In Tasmania, we've seen the benefit of our policies to get more doctors and nurses into the system. The member for Clark has 2 urgent care clinics in his electorate, Mr Speaker, taking pressure off the hospitals that his question talks about.
We'll pause. The minister was asked about what is bold reform, and he is going through it, but I'll hear from the member for Clark.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, it is on relevance. The question went very specifically to the crisis in our hospital sector, not urgent care clinics, not GPs, not the other things that the minister has listed.
Yeah, but the question also contained what is happening with funding and went to the position about being bold. I know what your angle is, but if you ask a question about, and that's the question at the end, it's pretty relevant for the minister to outline those, but I'll ask him to be directly relevant, and he perhaps may have more information about the funding agreement.
I do, Mr Speaker. But I think in his heart of hearts the member for Clark knows that our health and aged care system is an integrated ecosystem. And when bulk billing is not working, when people are paying too much for their medicines, they don't fill the scripts their doctors have said are important, they don't go to the GP when they need to go to the GP, and the member for Clark knows that means they end up in hospital far more regularly than they should, Mr Speaker. That's why addressing pressure in primary care, making medicines cheaper, is not just good for the hip pocket, it's good for the health of millions of Australians who get the health care when and where they need it in the community. And there is no better example, Mr Speaker, of our reform and its connection to the hospital system than our 90 urgent care clinics, 2 of which are located in the member for Clark's electorate, which have already seen more than 2 million Australians, most of whom say if they weren't able to go to that clinic, they would end up at the emergency department. So I know the member for Clark is passionate about this. I agree there are pressures. I entirely reject the idea we're not a government of bold reform.
Give a call to the honourable member for Gorton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for aspiring first home buyers? What are the risks to this approach?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Gorton for her question. She is an extremely powerful voice for housing action within our caucus. Yeah. Now, she's coming from a very particular perspective, Speaker. Not only does she represent one of the great growth corridors in Melbourne, housing is a massive issue in her constituency, but we have here a member of a younger generation who faces radically different housing opportunities than their parents and grandparents. And she's talked to me again and again, Speaker, about her desire for our government to step in and do every single thing we can to help young Australians get better housing opportunities. Now, Speaker, that is why our government has made an historic expansion for home ownership support for young people. Since the 1st of October, every single first home buyer around our country is eligible to get into the housing market with a 5% deposit and our government's backing. This was, of course, an election commitment made by our Prime Minister at our campaign launch, Speaker. We said that we'd do it by the 1st of January, and guess what, Speaker? We've delivered it 3 months earlier than we promised. Delivery, 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 Speaker. If our government can see that we can deliver support to Australians faster than we promised, we will make it happen. Now, Speaker, this policy is already having life-changing impacts for people who live in the member for Gorton's electorate, in my electorate, and the electorates of every single person around this chamber. Speaker, we have now helped 190,000 Australians get into their first home because of our expansion of this scheme. It is amazing, Speaker. I talked before about the situation for young people who live in Sydney. I'm getting snide remarks from those opposite, Speaker, but I'd encourage them to listen to their constituents because they're giving our parliament a really clear message. They want more housing support, and that's what our government is giving them. Now, Speaker, we know that a young couple in Sydney was having to save for about 11 years for a home deposit. That's a young couple who are well into their 30s, who are still paying off someone else's mortgage rather than their own. Our expansion to this program will bring that back to 2 to 3 years. Speaker, this is really meaningful change for the young people around this country. Now, Speaker, on housing, as with other issues, Labor is getting on with the job of delivering what we promised. The Coalition, they're just getting on each other's nerves, Speaker. They're much too focused on writing their own leadership manifestos than they are about having anything meaningful to say.
Order. The Minister will pause. Yeah. Order. The Minister will pause and the Manager will raise his point of order.
Well, on relevance, Speaker, and the Minister just said she's moving to other matters. So she finished her question. She should sit down.
Order. The Leader of the House. The Leader of the House on the
Mr. Speaker, it's always been the case in any question that there can be moments of compare and contrast. That's a principle long established, including by Speaker Smith.
Yeah, I mean, the Manager raises a point of order. The Minister wasn't. Yeah, I understand the concept here. She wasn't asked about alternative policies or alternative approaches, so she'll have to make sure that her remarks are relevant. So the Manager is correct, and she's straying into a sledge on the opposition, and that wasn't part of a comment about the opposition. That wasn't part of the question. So we'll just get her to return to the question.
Speaker, and the point that I'm making, Speaker, is that we've got a government on one side of the House that's focused on delivery of our absolutely massive housing agenda. We have an opposition that is absolutely in the wilderness without a single sensible thing to say about one of the most important issues facing our country. Now, Speaker, the Australian people deserve a government focused on delivery, and that's what they're getting from us. 190,000 Australians in their own home because of our government's program, and there will be thousands more to come as we expand that program from 1 October.
The call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to the Treasurer, and it follows the Treasurer's humiliating backflip on his super tax proposal. Can the Treasurer advise the House whose rejection most influenced his decision to dump his tax? Was it A, the Coalition, B, industry experts and economists, C, the Prime Minister.
The member will pause.
D.
The member will pause. The member for McNamara will leave the chamber under 94A. He's not to mention members by their name, particularly in interjecting on a question. So we're just going to get them. Look, I don't know why this is so difficult. When people are asking questions, don't interject. There's a lot of intelligent people here. Well, in the gallery there is. But order. We're going to return to order, and the Deputy Leader is just going to ask his question like anybody else without any interjections.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Treasurer, and it follows the Treasurer's humiliating backflip on his super tax proposal. Can the Treasurer advise the House whose rejection most influenced his decision to dump his tax? Was it A, the Coalition, B, industry experts and economists, C, the Prime Minister, D, his own Labor colleagues and Labor luminaries Paul Keating, Bill Kelty and Peter Beattie, or E, all of the above?
Give a call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Well, I make it really clear to the House that I didn't take the advice of those opposite, Mr Speaker. I didn't take the advice of those opposite, and that's because the question comes from the same people who took to this year's election a policy to increase income taxes on every single one of the 14 million tax-paying workers in this country. The same people who object to smaller tax concessions for 0.5% of people in super wanted to jack up income taxes for 100% of the 14 million tax-paying workers, Mr Speaker. And that's because what they really object to, as I said before, is they really object to more super for more workers. They don't like super, they don't like workers. We know that from their almost decade in office, Mr Speaker. They are always trying to undermine and diminish and come after the superannuation that the working people of this country need and deserve for a decent retirement, Mr Speaker. Now, also don't forget that the question comes from the same guy who wanted to borrow hundreds of billions of dollars to build nuclear reactors to push power prices up, not down. So he asked me who I take my advice from. I don't take my advice from the Shadow Treasurer, Mr Speaker. I really couldn't be clearer about that, Mr Speaker. Now, he can trouble himself all he likes with the political scuttlebutt and the internal far-right politics being practised by those opposite, Mr Speaker. The difference between the Shadow Treasurer and myself as Treasurer is I'm here for the outcomes. I'm here to deliver for the working people of this country, Mr Speaker. I'm here to deliver an increase in real wages. I'm here to deliver income tax cuts. I'm here to deliver more super for more workers so they get the decent retirement that this guy would deny them, Mr Speaker.
The Treasurer will pause. When you ask a very broad political question like that, you're going to get a broad political answer. So just order. And if the Treasurer can just return to the question, that would be helpful to the House as well.
The point I'm making, Mr Speaker, is this side of the House works through issues in a collegiate, in a considered, in a methodical way, and we do what we can to find the best way through and overwhelmingly to deliver for the working people of this country who send us here to represent them in their interests, Mr Speaker. The Shadow Treasurer is here for a little pat on the head on Sky After Dark or a little tickle on the tummy on page 13 of The Australian, Mr Speaker. We are here for the outcomes because it's the outcomes that really matter. The outcomes really matter. We're here to deliver for working people and that's what we're doing. And because of our efforts, Mr Speaker, and this is what really offends them, because of our efforts, more Australians are working, more Australians are earning more Australians are keeping more of what they earn, and more Australians will retire with more. And that's because we are delivering, they are divided, they are divisive, they are in disarray, and that's the difference.
The Treasurer's turn. Order. 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 When the House Manager Opposition Business and the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering cleaner, cheaper and more reliable energy, and why is unity so important in getting that done?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for the question, and she's a great representative for the Sunshine State in this House, Mr Speaker. And the people of the Sunshine State understand the benefits of renewable energy with their massive take-up of solar energy and with their very strong take-up of cheaper home batteries, because the people of Queensland are well represented in the 100,282 households that have put in a cheaper home battery since the 1st of July. More than 100,000 households and small businesses have taken up this option. And, Mr Speaker, what that means is that we have now installed 2 gigawatt-hours worth of storage, and we have increased the capacity of Australia's home batteries just since the 1st of July by a full 50%. This is a big boost to the grid, and it's a big boost to the opportunities for those households to reduce their energy bills. And on Sunday, the Attorney-General and I were in Rouse Hill visiting Kenny and his family, where he told us that he's reduced his energy bill, Mr Speaker, from $250 a month to $10 with his cheaper home battery. And the reason the Attorney-General and I went to Rouse Hill is because that postcode, 2155, is the postcode with the highest take-up of cheaper home batteries in Australia, in Western Sydney. I know the Attorney-General's excited about that. I'm not sure about the member for Mitchell, who shares that postcode with the Attorney-General, but I know the Attorney-General's a very strong supporter of giving her constituents better choices to reduce their bills and emissions. Now, I'm asked by the member whether or what is the importance of unity in this approach, and it is very important, because this side of the House is unified in our approach to reducing emissions, in our pathway to net zero, and in our determination to provide cost-of-living relief to Australians as we do so. In the meantime, Mr Speaker, those opposite have been having a completely normal one over the parliamentary break. We've had the member for New England do the National Party the greatest service he's ever given them and announced he's leaving, Mr Speaker. He might be off to One Nation, a former leader of a federal political party going to One Nation. What could possibly go wrong? We've never seen that before, but Mr Speaker, they deserve each other, it could be said. Now, Mr Speaker, the leader of the National Party responded to this and he said, well, we won't be focused on Barnaby Joyce if he goes to another party. We'll be focused on ourselves. I don't think Australians like people who change their parties. You know, the reality is we will focus on ourselves. Well, I always try and find a bipartisan note at the dispatch box, as is well known, and I agree entirely with the leader of the National Party. They are focused on themselves. They are not focused on the Australian people. They are not focused on the economic opportunities that Australia sees in net zero. They are not focused on reducing the bills for Australians in the outer suburbs and regions of this country. They are focused on their internal politics, the National Party interest, not the national interest. They are focused on themselves, and they continue to do so.
Call to the honourable member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Last week, Australia and the United States signed the Critical Minerals Framework Agreement. Responsibly exploiting our natural resources, securing offtake and diversifying trade partnerships are worthy aims. But the owners of these resources, the Australian people, are left in the dark about how they will benefit. If the PRRT for other resources is anything to go by, this deal won't be making much from royalties that we collect. What we do know so far is that 2 companies will receive significant Australian government investment. When can Aussie taxpayers expect more detail about how the deal works for them?
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question, and she is right in articulating that the landmark Critical Minerals Framework Agreement that was signed by the Prime Minister and the President last week is genuinely in Australia's national interest, is worthy in the terms of the member, and will absolutely have a huge impact on the Australian industry and, through that, the Australian people. Critical minerals is one of the great opportunities that our nation has. We are one of the 5 largest. We have one of the 5 largest resources of critical minerals and rare earths in the world, and the opportunity not only to mine those critical minerals but to process them represents one of the great opportunities for our manufacturing and our industry this century, and that's because of the particular items which are used by critical minerals and rare earths, which are simply fundamental to the modern economy. Now, what we have faced globally is that whilst we have been engaging in the mining and extraction of critical minerals and rare earths, the processing of them, a sector which would involve significant employment and significant industrial development in this country, has proven much more difficult given the structure of the global market. And that's why we have put in place a number of measures, such as the Critical Minerals Production Tax Incentive and the Critical Minerals Facility, to demonstrate that the Australian government is there supporting the critical minerals sector to engage in that kind of work. And that represents a $28 billion investment in this sector by our government since 2022. In saying that, I would add that when it comes to the Critical Minerals Production Tax Incentive, we did that in the face of the opposition of the coalition, who talked about that as billions for billionaires, completely failing to understand what this represented for Australian industry. But it is difficult to do this on our own. And that is why the agreement that we signed with the United States last week between the Prime Minister and the President was so important. Because what this does is bring together the might of the US government along with our own in terms of being able to genuinely support these industries going forward. And the benefit for the Australian people is manifest, because what this will see is significant numbers of downstream processing jobs in this sector, which currently are not being there in the Australian economy, and that will be an enormous advantage for the Australian.
Call to the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering more choice, lower costs and better health care for Australian women?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thanks, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Corangamite for that question. I wish the Assistant Minister for Health was able to give the answer understanding orders, because she is leading such terrific work in this area. And she and I joined literally dozens of members, female members of our caucus earlier this morning to announce the latest measures in our women's health agenda. Having a government that is 57% women, Mr Speaker, as Health Minister, you are under no illusion about the truism that you cannot be serious about strengthening Medicare without getting serious about women's health. And for too long we have heard, Mr Speaker, that women have been getting a raw deal from the PBS and from Medicare in far too many areas. For more than 30 years, there wasn't a new oral contraceptive pill listed on the PBS. For 30 years, there was not a new endometriosis medicine on the PBS. For 20 years, there was no new menopause hormone treatment on the PBS. Not because they didn't exist. They did, they were widely used. It's just that no one bothered putting them on the PBS, meaning that women had to pay top dollar for the cutting-edge clinical treatment. We changed that, Mr Speaker. Earlier this year, with an $800 million women's health package, you have seen already, in just 12 months, 3 new oral contraceptive pills. Yasmin, Slinda, widely used by women at affordable PBS prices, 3 new menopause hormone treatments, 2 new endometriosis medicines. And already, Mr Speaker, 500,000 Australian women have filled 1.2 million cheaper scripts, saving tens and tens of millions of dollars at the pharmacy counter. But just as importantly, getting the dignity and the respect and the recognition that our system should always have been giving them, Mr Speaker. But there is more that we can do. And this week we will list a 4th new contraceptive, this one a ring, which will give women even more affordable choices around contraception. And on Saturday, Mr Speaker, new Medicare services will become available to allow women to access long-acting reversible contraceptives like implants and IUDs, Mr Speaker. We think 300,000 women every year, because of that measure alone, will save around $400 to access that different type of medicine, Mr Speaker. Affordable, accessible contraception is not a luxury, it's not a discretion, it is essential health care, Mr Speaker. And after the further cuts to medicine prices that we'll see on the 1st of January, Australian women for the first time will have access to the widest possible range of contraception for no more than $100 a year, Mr Speaker. More choice, better access, lower costs. That's what we're delivering as part of our strengthening Medicare agenda.
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Pursuant to Section 65 of the Parliamentary Service Act, I present the annual report of the Department of Parliamentary Services for 2024-2025. I also present a corrigendum to the Auditor General's Performance Audit Report No. 2 of 2025-26, Effectiveness of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission Regulatory Functions, NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. Call the Leader of the House with papers.
Thanks, Speaker. These documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly, as quietly as possible. Give a call to the honourable member for Macon.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's report 3/2025, referral made in July 2025, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Thank you.
Order. There being no objection, the member may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The member for Barker.
Again, on behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's third report for 2025, but the first for the 48th Parliament. This report considers the proposed fit-out of new leased premises at 7 London Circuit, Canberra City, Australian Capital Territory, by the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sports and the Arts. The total cost of delivery for the proposed fit-out is $32.5 million. The fit-out proposed by the department will use a precinct model to provide for the long-term accommodation needs of its staff. The leases of the two existing office sites, 111 Allinga Street and 62 Northbourne Avenue in Canberra City, are due to expire in June 2026, and both buildings are at the end of their economic lives. A precinct model of two existing buildings close to each other is proposed to provide a long-term accommodation solution for the department. The lease period for the new premises will be for 15 years, with an option to extend by an additional 5 years. As 7 London Circuit has been fully refurbished and is available for an immediate fit-out, it was selected by the department as the centrepiece for the two-building solution. The scope of the works reflects the different styles of working within the department and respects inclusion and accessibility requirements. The fit-out design is predominantly for open-plan modular workstations with breakout areas and support facilities. The fit-out will also include a variety of workstations, settings, security services, multi-faith and multi-purpose rooms, staff amenities and equality of access for staff with disabilities. After conducting an inquiry into the proposed works, the committee is satisfied with the proposal and acknowledges the comprehensive staff consultation process undertaken by the department. The committee encourages the department to continue to prioritise accessibility preferences to ensure the fit-out accommodates the diverse and ever-changing needs of staff. The committee recommends that it is expedient that the proposed works are carried out. And just before I close off, can I thank the Public Works Secretariat for all the work that they did in supporting the committee and putting together the information required for the committee to do its job. Deputy Speaker, I commend the report to the House.
There being no further statements, I will call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Australian Centre for Disease Control Bill 2025. resumption of further consideration in detail.
We don't have the speaker that was speaking in continuation, so I'm assuming we just move on. Okay. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All the opinions say aye. All those against? The noes have it. The next mover isn't here. In fact, none of the next movers are here, so we might proceed just checking with the clerk. I just go. Okay, the question now is that the bill be agreed to. All that opinion say aye. Aye. All those against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Well, you called the division. You called the division.
Why are you stopping the CDC? What's this? You can pull the division.
Look, if you care about the environment or whatever we're talking about, disease control. You keep telling me you're the most important person here. What do we do? No one knows. Right? No, you're voting against me. We hate you saying Kevin's abstaining, though. Kevin's abstaining.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that this bill be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 99, noes 24. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. This bill has been agreed to. Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Page. The Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to establish the Australian Centre for Disease Control and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Australian Centre for Disease Control, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. I'll give the call to the Minister.
Speaker, I would want to thank the members who have contributed to the debate on the Australian Centre for Disease Control, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025. This bill makes sure the Australian CDC has responsibilities under existing laws to protect our health more effectively. The Australian CDC will be independent and science-driven, using advanced data to spot health risks early and give the best advice to government. It's about making sure we're ready to respond quickly and smartly to health threats. To do this, the bill updates the Biosecurity Act 2015, so the CDC's Director-General will decide which diseases we monitor at our borders. This means we'll focus on the diseases that pose the biggest risks to Australians. The National Health Security Act 2007 will be updated so the Australian CDC can coordinate disease data from across the country. It will help keep the list of notifiable diseases up to date and act as Australia's main contact for international health emergencies. The CDC will also take charge of managing security-sensitive biological agents, which is another step in keeping Australians safe. The bill amends the National Occupational Respiratory Disease Registry Act to give the Australian CDC responsibility for the National Occupational Respiratory Disease Registry, helping us better understand and prevent respiratory diseases. The bill supports the Australian CDC in managing important public health information and upholding strict safeguards to protect certain sensitive information through amendments to the Freedom of Information Act. The bill repeals the Act that established the Australian National Preventative Health Agency, which ceased operations in 2014. In the future, the Australian CDC may take on more work in some areas that AMFA focused on, such as chronic disease. However, this will be considered following an independent review in the future and give the CDC time to build its core strengths. Finally, the bill includes transitional rules to make sure that the relevant parts from the old system move smoothly over to the new one. This bill gives the Australian CDC the tools it needs to lead Australia's public health response, making our system stronger, smarter and better prepared to protect all Australians. And I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. All the opinions say aye. Aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. He's a bit cranky.
Not getting any steps up there. That's some dirt on that bat. Mate, it's not Google, it won't take long. Yeah. Alice? I don't know if you are, mate. Who's your favourite?
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Bean and Werriwa as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 100, noes 38. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly. We'll move to the next item, and I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to deal with consequential amendments and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Australian Centre for Disease Control Act 2025 and to make other amendments of related legislation.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to deal with consequential amendments and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Australian Centre for Disease Control Act 2025 and to make other amendments of related legislation.
I'll now put the question or the... Sorry, it's been done? Okay, we'll move on. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Social Security and other legislation amendment technical changes. Number 2 Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Leader of the National Party. I rise today to speak on the Social Security and other legislation amendment technical changes, number 2 Bill 2025. The Coalition will not oppose this bill in the House of Representatives. However, we do have significant concerns about aspects of the legislation that warrant further scrutiny. At all times, we must remember that Australia's social services safety net is one of the strongest and most generous in the world. But it's not self-sustaining. It must be managed responsibly because it's funded by Australian taxpayers, by people who work hard, take risks and carry the task of supporting our social security system. Few countries in the world provide the kind of social safety net that we enjoy here in Australia. It's something we should be proud of, but it's also something we must safeguard and we must protect. Our safety net is not funded by government. It is funded by real people. Small business owners, primary producers and those who work on the front line of our essential services. It is funded by small businesses who take risks every single day. That's right. Those who invest their savings, their homes and their livelihoods into building something for themselves, for their families and for their communities. These are the people who drive innovation, who create jobs and who build the very opportunities that allow our economy to thrive. It's funded by our primary producers, the men and women who work the land through fire, drought and flood, who keep Australians fed and who export beyond our shores, strengthening our national economy. It's funded by those on the front line, the nurses who work the night shift, the teachers who shape the minds of our children and the police who put themselves in harm's way to keep our communities safe. Every dollar spent on social security is a dollar that someone else has earned. That reality imposes a clear responsibility on all of us in this place. It means that every measure, every amendment and every program must be justified, must be fair, must be sustainable and must serve the purpose of helping Australians in genuine need while maintaining the integrity of the system for the future. We also have a duty to our future generations. The decisions we make today about the structure and sustainability of the welfare system will determine the cost that future Australians will bear. Our focus must be on ensuring that more Australians are working, contributing and strengthening the economy, not on keeping people connected to welfare unnecessarily. The welfare system must always be fit for purpose. It must evolve to meet tomorrow's challenges, not remain anchored in the past. Income support should provide a strong and sustainable safety net, protecting our most vulnerable citizens, supporting those experiencing hardship and providing clear and practical pathways to independence and self-reliance. The Coalition's attention remains on creating jobs and getting Australians back into work. Because we know that getting a job is the single best way to improve the living standards of individuals and of their families. That principle has guided our approach to social policy and continues to guide our thinking in the opposition. And of course, these priorities are all the more critical during what has become an enduring Labor-induced cost of living crisis, which is not going away. At a time when Australian households are struggling to keep up with rising expenses, high interest rates and stagnant wages. When in government, the Coalition demonstrated disciplined and responsible economic management. Through that approach, we were able to deliver the largest permanent increase to the job seeker payment at that time, ensuring that while there was a safety net for those in need, the focus remained on supporting people into employment. In April 2021, the Coalition increased working age payment rates, including job seeker, by $50 a fortnight. We also permanently increased the income-free area to $150 a fortnight, giving job seekers greater flexibility and incentive to take on work as they re-entered the workforce. And during the height of the pandemic, one of our greatest economic and social challenges of our generation, the Coalition government provided $32 billion in emergency support payments to help Australians get through. This is the record of a Coalition government that understands the balance between compassion and responsibility, between helping those who need help and ensuring that the system remains fair to those who fund it. Turning to the bill now before the House, the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes No. 2 Bill 2025 contains 4 schedules that amend a number of acts, including the New Tax System Family Assistance Administration Act 1999, the Paid Parental Leave Act 2010, the Social Security Act 1991 and the Student Assistance Act 1973. These technical amendments in the bill have significant consequences for how social security payments are administered and how debts and undermined debts are treated. The bill also includes provisions providing clarity to income apportionment, a practice introduced under Labor. The bill seeks to do several things. It sets out a preliminary and definitional matters as well as income apportionment method statements. It validates income apportionment as a method of apportioning employment income in relation to entitlement periods before 7 December 2020. It also clarifies the lawful methods of apportioning employment income when determining debts or rates of payment for periods before that date. And the bill expands the instances in which the special circumstances waiver can be applied to waive debts incurred under the relevant acts. It increases the threshold for waiving a small debt to $250 and provides for that threshold to be indexed annually to the CPI. It also provides for a one-off waiver of the Commonwealth's right to recover small, undetermined debts worth less than $250 that are currently recorded in Services Australia's systems but have yet to be raised. These number of undetermined debts has increased substantially in recent years due to COVID measures and the pausing of debts during the pandemic and times of natural disaster. Another significant measure is the establishment of the Income Apportionment Resolution Scheme. The scheme will provide resolution payments to people whose debts were affected by income apportionment between 20 September 2003 and 6 December 2020. The bill gives the Minister power to determine matters relating to the scheme through legislative instrument, and it provides for a new special appropriation to fund these resolution payments. Deputy Speaker, while these measures are significant, they are not without concern. The first issue relates to the process by which this legislation has been developed. It appears that the income apportionment measures have been informed by the Commonwealth Ombudsman's own motion investigation and its recommendations, yet we are told that there was no direct consultation with the Ombudsman in the development of this legislation, and the Ombudsman instead used the Senate committee process to contribute to this bill. That's an extraordinary omission, Deputy Speaker. If the measures stem from the Ombudsman's own findings, it would be reasonable to expect the government to have engaged directly with that office to ensure the legislation aligns with those recommendations. Second, the timing of this bill raises serious questions. The government has waited until the tail end of the sitting calendar to bring this legislation forward. As a result, scrutiny has been rushed, with only a single day allocated for Senate committee examination. That inquiry heard almost exclusively from social service advocacy and not-for-profit organisations. Many other key stakeholders were simply not consulted. This narrow consultation raises legitimate concerns about how many voices the government actually listened to when preparing the bill. The Ombudsman, in its submission to the Senate inquiry, highlighted a serious omission, namely that the issue of remediation for individuals who have been criminally convicted in relation to debts that were invalidly calculated using income apportionment is not addressed in this bill. That is not what we would call a minor point. It goes to the heart of fairness, accountability and justice. If the government acknowledges that income apportionment was used unlawfully for years, then the question of how that impacts those who face prosecution or conviction as a result cannot simply be left unanswered. Further, the bill leaves many operational details unresolved. It's not clear how the income apportionment resolution scheme will interact with the scheme for compensation for detriment caused by defective administration, the long-standing framework for compensating individuals adversely affected by administrative errors. Much, it seems, is being left to legislative instruments. We hear this a lot from this government, meaning that critical decisions about the design and implementation of the scheme will be made outside the direct scrutiny of the Parliament. And that is deeply concerning, Madam Deputy Speaker. Due to the absence of these essential details in the primary legislation, Parliament's capacity to properly scrutinise the scheme has been limited, and the Coalition has been advised that Schedule 3, which establishes the resolution scheme, will cost approximately $97.2 million over the forward estimates. And once the delegated legislation is tabled, we'll closely examine and consider those instruments to ensure that the scheme is fair to those affected by income apportionment and fair to taxpayers who foot that bill. There are also unresolved questions about how the special circumstances waiver will operate in practice. The bill provides little detail about the measures, procedures and thresholds that will guide Services Australia in deciding whether special circumstances do exist. Without clear criteria, there is a real risk of inconsistent decision-making and unequal treatment of applicants. We must ask, how will Services Australia seek information from victim survivors of coercive social security debt? How will staff be supported to make informed and compassionate decisions? These are not academic questions, they go to the heart of how the law will affect real people. Minister Plibersek in her second reading speech said that existing safeguards will be strengthened to prevent manipulation of the waiver system. Yet no detail has been provided on what these strengthened safeguards will look like, or how they will operate to prevent misuse or manipulation of the social security safety net. These are issues that must be addressed before the Parliament can have full confidence in the practical effect of these amendments. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, as the Coalition, we will continue to be constructive where we can. We recognise that the bill contains technical corrections and seeks to address long-standing administrative challenges, but we will also continue to hold the government to account for how it develops and implements these measures. The Australian people deserve transparency, accountability and confidence that their Parliament is doing its job. We will not oppose this legislation in the House today. However, our concerns remain about the absence of essential operational details on the income apportionment resolution scheme from this primary legislation. As outlined earlier in my contribution, the Coalition will closely examine and consider the resolution scheme legislative instrument once it's tabled. We will insist that the government explain how the resolution scheme will operate in practice, how fairness will be guaranteed, and how integrity of the bill's measures will be maintained across all aspects of the social security system. Because, Deputy Speaker, every dollar spent through the social security system is a dollar earned by hard-working Australians. It is our responsibility, indeed our duty, to ensure that those dollars are spent justly and wisely, and in ways that strengthen rather than weaken the foundations of our safety net, and that any fraud is appropriately dealt with. And above all, our task in this place is to ensure that Australia's welfare system remains one that supports people in genuine need, provides real pathways to independence, and sustains itself for the generations yet to come. That is the Coalition's enduring commitment to fairness, to responsibility and to the integrity of the Australian social security system. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A game changer. That's how Economic Justice Australia described this bill. A reform that will make our social security system fairer, simpler and more humane. Because at its heart, this is about people. It's about respect, dignity and decency, values that sit at the centre of Labor's purpose. For too long, too many Australians have faced unnecessary stress, confusion and at times outright injustice through the way our social security debts have been managed. This bill is about fixing those long-standing problems. It reforms how we treat small debts, strengthens protections for survivors of financial abuse, and finally resolves the decades-old issue of income apportionment, once and for all. Taken together, these reforms will wipe away nearly half of the undetermined social security debt backlog, simplify debt management for the future, and ensure Services Australia can focus on what matters most, helping people who need support. Deputy Speaker, our social security system speaks to who we are as Australians, a fair and compassionate people who believe in lending a hand to those who need it, without judgment. It exists to uphold dignity, not diminish it. And yet for too long, a flawed system has too often done the opposite. Outdated rules, like income apportionment and absurdly low thresholds for small debts, have caused needless hardship. This bill recognises that reality and takes decisive action to put things right. Deputy Speaker, the small debt waiver has existed since the 90s, but since its introduction, the threshold has remained frozen at $50. Not indexed, not adjusted, just stuck. Meanwhile, government payments have tripled in value since 1993. What was once small 3 decades ago is no longer small today. The result? Services Australia has spent countless hours chasing debts of $50, $70, $100, sometimes spending more to recover the debt than the debt itself. It's wasteful, it's wrong, and it causes real harm. Imagine, Deputy Speaker, a single parent from Airport West receiving a letter from Services Australia demanding repayment of $75. They've done their best to report every shift, every hour, every payslip, but a small timing error has triggered the debt. That $75 might mean a skipped meal, missed medication, or not being able to pay the electricity bill that fortnight. That's not a fair system. That's a failure of compassion. This bill fixes that. We are lifting the threshold from $50 to $250. That means that in 25-26, around 1.2 million undetermined debts will be waived or never need to be raised in the first place. 1.2 million Australians spared needless anxiety. 1.2 million administrative processes removed from the system. And a public service freed up to focus on people, not paperwork. Let me be clear, this is not about letting bad actors off the hook. We are maintaining all safeguards against fraud and deliberate misuse. But what we are saying, and saying clearly, is that the vast majority of people that interact with this system do so in good faith. They deserve a system that treats them with fairness, respect and dignity. This is what responsible government looks like, maintaining compassion with fiscal responsibility. And as the Prime Minister has said, kindness is an Australian value and our government reflects that value in action. Deputy Speaker, we know that family and domestic violence remains one of the gravest challenges our nation faces. Within that, financial abuse and coercive control are among the most common and devastating forms of harm. Too often, perpetrators weaponise systems, banking, tax and, yes, social security to entrap their partners. Right now, the law doesn't adequately allow Services Australia to waive debts incurred through coercion or financial abuse. If an abuser partner forces someone to sign forms, to provide false information or to hide income, that victim can end up carrying a debt that isn't truly theirs. That's cruel double punishment. Abuse followed by bureaucracy. This bill changes that. It gives Services Australia explicit power to waive debts in cases where coercion, control or financial abuse are at play. When an officer considers whether someone knowingly made a false statement, they must take into account the context of coercion or abuse. This reform directly responds to the 2024 Joint Parliamentary Inquiry into Financial Abuse. It aligns with our national plan to end violence against women and children, and it delivers our commitment to embed safety in Commonwealth systems. And we're not stopping here. The government is consulting on further reforms to ensure perpetrators, not victims, are held accountable for debts incurred through through abuse. This bill is a crucial first step, but it is not the last. For too long, government systems have unwittingly reinforced abuse. This bill begins to undo that. Deputy Speaker, from 1991 until 2020, Services Australia used a method known as income apportionment. When someone submitted payslips without daily breakdowns, Services Australia would spread the income over multiple fortnights to calculate eligibility. The intent was practical, but the practice was inconsistent with law. It should never have been used that way. To be clear, this government ended income apportionment, but millions of historical debts were calculated using it. And while we cannot foreseeably reopen every case spanning decades, repayments and even deceased recipients, we can bring legal certainty and moral resolution. That's what this bill does. It provides clarity, legal clarity to settle the issue, and it creates the income apportionment resolution scheme to deliver fairness. Under this scheme, people with debts raised between 1 September 2003 to the 6th of December 2020 can apply for a resolution payment of up to $600, depending on their case. This isn't about compensation for its own sake. It's about acknowledging error, acknowledging that the system got it wrong, and giving people closure. To ensure accessibility, the government will support Economic Justice Australia and ACOS to assist people through this process. Through this scheme, we can provide recognition without reopening old wounds. Deputy Speaker, one of the clearest lessons from Robodebt, the Royal Commission, is this. Governments must never again create or tolerate systems that lack legality, compassion or accountability. Robodebt was different to income apportionment, but the warning is the same. When governments prioritise debt recovery over fairness, they lose sight of their purpose. When flawed methods replace sound judgment, when people are treated as numbers, when harm is dismissed as collateral, trust in government erodes. And trust, once lost, is hard to rebuild. This bill helps rebuild that trust. It brings clarity. It delivers fairness, and it puts compassion back where it belongs, at the heart of public administration. Deputy Speaker, these reforms will touch lives of millions, including many in my electorate of Maribyrnong. It means single parents juggling jobs and care won't face the stress of small debts for honest mistakes. It means students and apprentices working casual shifts won't be penalised for income mismatches. It means pensioners taking on a few hours of work won't lose their dignity over a $100 notice. It means people with disability can navigate the system without fear of bureaucratic penalty. And it means victim survivors of family violence will finally have laws that protect them, not punish them. That is fairness in action. That's government doing what it should, helping people live with dignity. Deputy Speaker, these reforms are modest but meaningful. The 250 threshold is practical. Fraud safeguards remain strong. Fiscal discipline remains firm. What changes is the spirit in which this system operates. We're saying we will not punish honesty. We will not waste dollars chasing cents. We will not allow old, unjust systems to persist simply because they were complicated to fix. Because that's not fairness. And it's not government at its best. Government at its best is a force for good. It uses the levers of government to make people's lives better, fairer, kinder. That's what this bill does. It corrects historic wrongs. It reduces stress and red tape. It protects those who've experienced abuse. And it helps rebuild public trust in the system designed to serve us all. Deputy Speaker, Labor has always believed in a safety net that gives dignity, not despair, a hand up, not a put down. And for too long, these outdated practices stood in the way of that principle. Today, we are putting fairness back where it belongs. This bill is fiscally responsible, it is socially just, and is morally right. It honours our commitment to women's safety and gender equality. It reflects our values of kindness, fairness and accountability. And it restores dignity to a system that millions of Australians rely on. For decades, Australians have had to put up with a debt management system that too often treated them as case numbers instead of people, treated them without dignity. Enough is enough. This is a bill about justice, compassion and common sense. It's about government working for people, not against them. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Curtin.
I rise to support this bill. In particular, I wish to commend the Minister on introducing the debt reform measures and expanding access to the special circumstances waiver for social security debts. The proposal to raise the threshold for small debt waivers and to index this threshold in future is supported by a number of advocates and experts because it eases hardship for people on the lowest incomes while also reducing the administrative burden on Services Australia. It's a win-win reform and I support that measure. I'd also like to make clear my support for the expansion of the special circumstances waiver and the intention to make the waiver more easily available to those dealing with the difficult circumstances of family and domestic violence. And this is a waiver that allows the government to choose not to pursue individuals for debts. In technical terms, the special circumstances waiver provisions in each Act, once amended, will extend the waiver in 3 situations where it wasn't previously available. Firstly, where the debtor caused the overpayment by knowingly making false statements or knowingly failing to comply with the relevant legislation, but the debtor's actions were justified in the circumstances. Secondly, where a person other than the debtor caused the debt by knowingly making false statements or knowingly failing to comply with the relevant legislation, but the debtor was not aware of the other person's actions. And thirdly, where a person other than the debtor caused the debt by knowingly making false statements or knowingly failing to comply with the relevant legislation, and the debtor was aware of the person's actions, but their failure to correct the issue was justified in the circumstances. And in practical terms, expansion of the special waiver provision will now include debts incurred through family and domestic violence, coercive control, and other comparable circumstances. If a victim survivor of abuse was not aware of their partner's actions in creating debt, then the waiver can be applied to their debt. In the process of reviewing this legislation, I reached out to a number of lawyers and advocates in my electorate to see how the bill would impact my constituents. And Dr Leisha Van Rijk from Deserving Better WA, an organisation that supports and advocates for people suffering domestic and family violence, said it's significant and much needed reform. She said Deserving Better has seen many examples of financial abuse intersecting with social security debt. And this includes cases where perpetrators have accrued debt in the victim's name, where debts are shared, where tax records show income under the victim's name despite them never having access to these funds, and even a couple of situations where debt continues to be accrued in the victim's name after separation. And Dr Van Rijk did express concern, however, about the practical application of the reform, because the decision ultimately rests with individual Services Australia staff, and it relies heavily on their understanding of coercion and financial abuse, as well as their empathy in applying the waiver. It also depends on victims being able to clearly articulate their circumstances, which is often something that's extremely difficult if they are living in fear, trying to navigate the system and simultaneously trying to detach from an abusive relationship. One of the lawyers I spoke to said that in Western Australia, victims of family and domestic violence can already terminate a residential tenancy by citing domestic violence as the reason. She said these reforms are a natural extension of those existing protections and remedies for genuine victims. Many of her clients raise financial abuse as part of their experience. Most often it involves control of bank accounts and restrictions on what can and cannot be spent. At times it extends to taking out credit, such as loans or credit cards, in the client's name without consent. And I thank Dr Van Rijk and the lawyers who spoke to me about this issue and commend them on the really important work that they do in our community. I'll continue to advocate for appropriate funding for community organisations like Deserving Better that provide support for women experiencing family and domestic violence and coercive control. I note that this bill is being considered by a Senate committee with the first public hearing held recently. As is a common issue with process in this place, this means that we in the lower house are being asked to analyse and debate legislation before we've seen the outcomes of the review. And I note that there are already a few suggested amendments to this bill from experts and advocates, including Anglicare, Economic Justice Australia and ACOS, that I hope will be proposed and debated in the Senate. I'm supportive of any measure that can better support survivor victims of coercive control and family and domestic violence from having the additional burden of debt being enforced by government agencies. I urge the government to listen to the advocates that are operating at the front lines of community services and constructively consider any amendments proposed. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment, Technical Changes No. 2 Bill, which is part of the Albanese Labor Government's drive to further strengthen Australia's social safety net. Social safety nets are designed to provide a basic level of financial and social support to individuals and families in need, helping to alleviate poverty and prevent economic hardship. Social safety nets play a critical part in reducing income inequality by providing a safety net for low-income individuals and families, helping to ensure a minimum standard of living. An effective social safety net can help break the poverty trap by providing resources and support to individuals and families, enabling them to access opportunities and improve their economic situation. Because even in this great and successful country, not everyone has the same opportunity to contribute, to access paid work, to work as much as they want to. Illness, disability, accidents, or acting as a carer for others, things that no one wishes for, sometimes intervene to limit the contribution an individual can make. Sometimes it is simply a case of lightning strikes, meaning access to a fair and effective social safety net is critically important. It is also, of course, important to strike a balance between the optimal level of government intervention to provide support and the promotion of agency and individual self-reliance. In this respect, this bill is a significant step towards a fairer, more efficient social security system that better supports Australians when they need it most. This bill also represents the government's response to the full federal court case of Matthew Chaplin and the Secretary, Department of Social Services, which addressed the method for recalculating robo-debt-related welfare debts. The case was an appeal on a question of law under Section 44(1) of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal Act 1975, where Mr Chaplin received youth allowance payments under Part 2.11 of the Social Security Act of 1991, and the question of how and when a person's ordinary income would be considered in the fortnight in which it is first earned, derived or received. In examining this question, the full federal court also keenly observed that as a general proposition, the purpose of benefits under the Act is to maintain a basic level of income for those who are unable to receive sufficient income to provide for themselves. This is a very articulate expression of the purpose of the social safety net. Mr Chaplin received youth allowance from 10 July 2014 to 24 June 2015, at a time where a person's entitlement to youth allowance, generally ascertained and paid on a fortnightly basis, was determined by various matters, including by applying an income reduction to reduce the rate of youth allowance by reference to the person's income. The relevant method statement for calculating the income reduction required the Secretary of the Department to determine the amount of the person's ordinary income on a fortnightly basis and required ordinary income to be taken into account in the fortnight in which it is first earned, derived or received. And it was the operation of these provisions and the phrase first earned, derived or received in particular, which was the issue that went to the heart of the case. Over the period he received youth allowance, Mr Chaplin consistently reported his net, not gross income, and thereby received more in youth allowance payments than to which he was entitled. And in doing so, there was no suggestion of wrongdoing by Mr Chaplin. When it was brought to the attention of the Department in 2019, Section 1223 of the Social Security Act was enlivened. It provides that if a person receives the benefit of a social security payment and was not entitled to obtain that benefit, the amount of the payment, or at least the relevant part thereof, would be a debt due to the Commonwealth, taken to arise when the person obtained the benefit of the payment. Ascertaining the existence of a debt, therefore, involves ascertaining a person's entitlement, and the next step involves calculating whether the person has received more than that to which they were entitled. The department therefore set about determining how much Mr Chaplin had been overpaid by reassessing his entitlement by reference to his actual income, rather than the lower amounts that he had reported. Having determined the amount that it considered to have been overpaid, the department issued a demand for repayment. To do this, the department needed to reach a view about the rate of Mr Chaplin's entitlement to youth allowance at the relevant time. The material before the department established that, and also established that Mr Chaplin earned or derived that income before it was received. However, for certain amounts of income, the evidence was insufficient to reach a conclusion about whether the income was earned and received in the same youth allowance fortnight or was earned in the youth allowance fortnight immediately before that income was received. This then led to income apportionment, which was a practice that was previously used to evenly divide or apportion a person's employment income across 2 or more Centrelink fortnightly reporting periods to work out the appropriate level of income support a person was entitled to in each fortnight. The practice was used if a person's employer pay period didn't line up with the person's fortnightly Centrelink reporting period, or if the person's pay slip or income report showed total earnings but did not show which days were worked or how much was earned in each fortnight, and there was no other information available. A person's payment rate was still based on the total income that the person reported across those fortnights, but eligibility or payment rates may have been impacted if the actual days worked in those fortnights were not evenly spread out. Income apportionment resulted in unfairness, and this bill addresses that. The Albanese Labor government will wipe almost half of Australia's social security debt backlog and roll out resolution payments of up to $600 for those impacted by this historical debt calculation method of income apportionment. Further, a new $300 million package will see investment in a range of measures to ensure our social security system is producing fairer outcomes for Australians. Australians expect and Australians deserve our social security system to be fair and transparent. In situations where the department says there is a debt, it must provide proper and fair evidence and use clear and robust processes that minimise financial distress and confusion for those affected. Importantly, the threshold for waiving small, accidental debts will be increased for the first time in over 30 years to $250, with around 1.2 million debts expected to be waived or no longer needing to be raised in the 2025-26 financial year as a result. This makes sense. It is often the case that administrative cost of recouping small, accidental debts is higher than the value of the debt itself, making the process of debt recovery inefficient, both from a time and cost perspective. This decision will mean Services Australia can spend more time on significant matters and upholding the integrity of our social security system. And to ensure that this waiver is applied fairly, existing safeguards will be strengthened to ensure it cannot be manipulated. For example, it will not be available in circumstances of significant non-compliance or fraud. In those cases, every cent of debt will be pursued. People with historical debts affected by income apportionment from 2003 to 2020 will also be eligible to apply for a resolution payment in recognition of the fact that we now know that this method of calculating entitlements was invalid. To assist those affected to navigate this resolution scheme, Economic Justice Australia and the Australian Council of Social Service will each be provided with $400,000 of funding. The Albanese Labor government never practised income apportionment, but we are dealing with its legacy in the most responsible and cost-effective way that we can, and this bill is an important step in the process of systemic reform. In this respect, the bill necessarily also includes a measure to provide legal clarity to this historical practice, which ran through the early 1990s all the way to 2020, to avoid the need to recalculate potentially millions of debts at a significant cost to Australia's social security system. Recalculation of debts would place significant burden on individuals and employers and would involve a significant diversion of resources, affecting Services Australia's ability to help Australians who need assistance now. I recently met with the team at the Nord branch of Services Australia, located in my electorate of Sturt. Led by Nico, that team includes several dedicated staff members who told me they had been working for Services Australia and its previous equivalents for over 30 years. They know the system, they know the customers, and they know how to assist their customers to navigate the system. They know how to help vulnerable Australians in need, and they are motivated to do it. Their time is best spent helping Australians who need that help now, and that is where this government wants their time to be dedicated. That is where Australians expect their time to be dedicated, including Australians like Carol and Kay, who are part of a Sturt-based group called Grandmas for Action, and who came to see me recently to talk about JobSeeker, which is another important part of the social safety net. I raised Carol and Kay because they are an example of Australians who, like the team at Services Australia at Nord, care deeply about the welfare of their fellow Australians and who want a better, fairer and more equitable social safety net that provides effective support to people who need it. Carol and Kay understand that when lightning strikes, a meaningful and accessible social safety net is critical. And in recognition of the fact that lightning sometimes strikes in unpredictable and cruel ways, the changes proposed by this bill also give Services Australia extended powers to waive social security debts that have been incurred because of coercion or financial abuse. What this means is when considering a debt waiver, a Services Australia official will be able to consider all the circumstances that lead to someone knowingly making a false statement to Services Australia or not complying with the law. This includes coercion or financial abuse, which are serious forms of family and domestic violence. This change directly responds to a recommendation of the 2024 Joint Parliamentary Inquiry into Financial Abuse and further demonstrates the government's resolve in delivering on its commitment to support victim survivors under the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children. It is also an important part of the government's commitment to embed safety in Commonwealth systems. The Albanese Labor government believes in a strong social security system. This government will not disparage people for needing support, but we will make sure that we are achieving value for every dollar of taxpayer money spent. Australia's social safety net should be there for people when they need it, and this bill protects the integrity of Australia's social security system. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Speaker, too often in this place we talk about laws in the abstract, about frameworks, definitions and administration. But behind every line of law, every line of social security law in particular, there's a real person, often someone in crisis, a woman leaving an abusive relationship, a single parent trying to rebuild, someone who's done everything right and is still falling through the cracks. That's why today I rise in support of this bill, because while many of its provisions may be technical, the real-world impacts are really human. Over the past year, I've written to 2 successive Ministers for Social Services about one particular issue, how the government handles debts raised against victim survivors of coercive control. Coercive control is a form of abuse that strips people of autonomy, including over their finances. A woman might be forced to sign documents, give false information, or relinquish control of her Centrelink account, not by choice, but out of fear. Under previous rules, even when Services Australia recognised that abuse had occurred, they often had no legal pathway to waive the resulting debt. It was cruel, it was bureaucratic, and it was wrong. I'm pleased the government has taken action here and that the legislation takes action to fix that, giving Services Australia the authority to waive debts where false information was provided under coercive control or similar abuse. This change won't make headlines, but for those it affects, it could mean everything. It sends a powerful message to victim survivors: we believe you, we see you, and we will not punish you for the harm done to you. I thank the government for listening to advocates, to responding to last year's inquiry into financial abuse, and for making this change. This is well supported by many in my electorate and certainly one I'm very proud to push for. Another important shift in this legislation is about income apportionment. It's an issue, again, that sounds dry on paper, but has a deeply frustrating and unjust impact on people who receive income support. Under the old system, some individuals had their payments reduced due to outdated income rules, even when they no longer had access to that income or it had already been recovered. This caused real stress and hardship. The changes in this bill right that wrong, and I commend the government for correcting it. Speaker, I would also like to briefly acknowledge that I'm moving a small amendment to this bill, focusing on improving the family and domestic violence crisis payment. This is a payment designed for moments of real urgent need, but too many people are missing out on it because they don't tick the right box, or they find out too late that they're eligible for it, or they're told that their temporary accommodation doesn't qualify as a home. My amendment would extend the claim period, broaden the definition of residence, and remove a redundant requirement that makes someone prove that they're establishing a new home, or changes aimed at making the payment more accessible, more compassionate, and more fit for purpose. This is about making sure that in a moment of trauma, people are met with help, not hurdles. Speaker, we live in a country where the social safety net is a lifeline for millions. That net must be sturdy, it must be just, and it must evolve when it falls short. This bill does not overhaul the system, but it does improve it. It strengthens the threads of our safety net. And for those few Australians who will be directly impacted by these changes, victim survivors, single parents, people in crisis, it could be the difference between despair and a path forward. That is why I support the bill and I commend it to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to contribute to the Social Security and Other Legislations Amendment. With this bill, the Albanese Labor government is delivering a fairer, more efficient and more compassionate social security system. Speaker, this bill builds on what Labor has already delivered to strengthen our social safety net. Since we came to government, we have raised JobSeeker by almost $4,000 a year, given people looking for work a better chance to get by. We have lifted the pension by almost $5,000 a year for a single person, giving older Australians more security in retirement. We have boosted rent assistance by almost 15% to help ease the pressure of rising rents. And we are delivering paid parental leave with super, so families are almost $12,000 better off for every child. This bill is another important step in that record. It shows Labor is building a system that helps people when they need it most. One of these changes that supports Australians is that the use of external debt collections agencies has ended. Speaker, many of us here are privileged that we have never had to experience what it feels like to be chased by a debt collector. We have not had to know that gut-wrenching feeling when the phone rings from a private number, not knowing if it's a debt collector, a job offer or a call from your doctor. You live your life gambling on whether someone will leave a voicemail. That constant fear strips people of their dignity as they try to pick themselves up after the safety net has caught them. On top of that is the stress of having to ask for help in the first place, and then the crushing worry of not knowing how you'll ever pay that back. The last thing people deserve is to be hounded by hounded and shamed by a system that is meant to support them. This legislation reforms how we manage social security debts, resolves the long-standing issue of income apportionment, and makes the system work for people instead of against them. For many of us, at some point in our lives, there will be a need to access the social security system. It might be because of illness, the loss of a job, caring for children or older relatives, or simply trying to get through a tough period. It is unfortunate, however, sometimes when people have turned to the system in good faith, they have been left carrying the stress of debts. Debts that were small, accidental, or calculated under flawed rules, as we have seen with robo-debt. This bill will wipe almost half of Australia's undetermined social security debt backlog, and importantly, it established a resolution scheme offering payments of up to $600 for those who were impacted by the historical method known as income apportionment. This is fairness in action. This is efficiency in action. This is Labor putting people back at the heart of government. Speaker, one of the most important changes in this bill is increasing the threshold for waiving small debts for the first time in more than 30 years. The current threshold is just $50. It has not changed since the 1990s, even though government payments have tripled since then. What we consider small in 1993 is not what small means today. By lifting the waiver threshold to $250, we are ensuring Services Australia does not waste time and money chasing debt that costs more to recover than they are worth. Around 1.2 million undetermined debts will be waived or never raised in 2025-2026 as a result. Speaker, there are two important details about this change. First, the new threshold will not just rise once and then fall behind again. For the first time, it will be indexed every year in July with inflation, so it keeps pace with the real cost of living. Second, strong safeguards will remain. If someone tries to game the system, if they deliberately rack up small debts, those debts will not just be wiped away. This is about fairness, not loopholes. Speaker, we must never forget the damage of robo-debt. Robo-debt was unlawful, it was cruel, and it left hundreds of thousands of Australians carrying debts they did not owe. The Royal Commission exposed just how badly people were treated. Labor was either accepted in principle or 56 recommendations of that commission. 3/4 of them are already done or well underway. And this bill is part of that work, making sure debts are handled properly, with fairness, with safeguards and with humanity. Unlike those opposite, we will never repeat the mistakes of robo-debt. This change will save resources, but even more importantly, it will spare Australians who are already doing it tough the significant stress of being hounded over tiny accidental debts. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to speak about what this means for a woman, and in particular women who have been pushed to the margins. When I was the CEO of the Nappy Collective, I saw up close how families, and overwhelmingly women, were making impossible choices. Women escaping family violence would come to us for nappies because they had nothing left after rent, after bills, after putting food on the table. I will never forget a mother who told me that to save money, her only option was to change nappies only for number twos, and how receiving a Centrelink debt notice on top of that pressure filled her with fear about how she could ever possibly pay it back. This mother was not irresponsible, she was not careless, she was a survivor, trying to hold her family together with whatever she had. This government, by raising the small debt waiver, we are sparing women in these situations the unnecessary trauma of being told they owe their government $50 or $100 sums that might mean nappies for the month or groceries for the week. This bill also makes critical changes to ensure the social security system cannot be weaponised against victim survivors of coercion and financial abuse. Financial abuse is one of the most menacing forms of family violence. It just strips people of their independence, it traps them in unsafe relationships. Imagine a woman being physically abused by her partner, being forced to sign forms they do not understand. Imagine that woman taking the brave but difficult decision to escape that violence, only to be faced with a debt in her name. Her partner's control lingers even after the violence has stopped. For women from migrant and refugee backgrounds, this can be even harder. What happens if you cannot read English and you are too afraid to ask how the system works? You are left relying on someone who can easily take advantage of you. And what if you are afraid of authority? That fear can silence you and leave you carrying debts that will never really yours. Too many women who came here for safety have found themselves trapped again, this time the debts they never chose and cannot pay. When you do not know how you are going to pay for groceries, it's very hard to think about making a move to safety. You worry about how you will pay the rent, how you can get the support you need, and in those moments, even a small debt can feel like a wall you just cannot get past. That is why this bill is so important. It means Services Australia will be able to wipe debts that come from coercion or abuse, so women and children are not punished for the actions of an abuser. Until now, the system punishes victims of that abuse. With this bill, Services Australia will have the power to waive debt where coercion or abuse played a role. That means no one will be forced to carry a debt because their abuser manipulated them into signing a form or pressured them into providing false information. This responds directly to the recommendations of the 2024 Joint Parliamentary Inquiry into Financial Abuse, and is a critical step under the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children. Speaker, this is not just good policy, it's a moral responsibility. I want to turn to the long-standing issues of income apportionment. From 1991 until 2020, income apportionment was used to calculate debts for people on social security who also earned income from employment. In situations where the exact daily earnings were not clear, income was spread across multiple Centrelink fortnights. We know these practices was inconsistent with the law, and while it was never been used by the Albanese Labor government, the fact remains that people were impacted for decades. The government could attempt to reopen millions of debts, some going back 20 or 30 years, but that would cause untold distress, uncertainty and expense. Many of these debts have been repaid years ago. People have moved on with their lives. Instead, we are fixing the law on income apportionment and creating a resolution scheme so people who were affected can be compensated. People with historical debts that happened between 2003 and 2020 will be entitled for a resolution payment for up to $600. If their debt is under $200, they will receive the full amount back. For debts between $200 and $2,000, the payment will be $200. Between $2,000 and $5,000, the payment will be $400. And for debts above $5,000, the payment will be $600. This is a fair and caring way to finally put the issue to rest. Speaker, in my electorate of Melbourne, these reforms will make a real difference. Melbourne is a city of creativity, resilience and diversity, but is also a city where hardship sits alongside wealth. I hear from single parents trying to re-enter the workforce while raising their children. I'm reminded of Kathy, a single mum who, like many others, is retraining through TAFE so she can build a more secure future for herself and her children, whilst at the same time holding down casual shifts to make ends meet and to give her kids those small extras that matter so much, like a costume for book week. When working casual hours, income goes up and down, and that can be where debt errors have so often crept in. What should be a step towards stability, study, working, raising a family, and unexpected debt ends up leaving people with more stress and more uncertainty. In Carlton and Fitzroy, students juggle study and part-time work. Tell me how it is to keep on top of their obligations when their working hours change without notice. Melbourne has the highest number of people receiving student debt relief through the HEC system, and that is no coincidence. This bill, sit alongside HECS debt relief, shows the government is serious about removing barriers that hold young people back and giving them a fair chance to build their future. I also think of the stories I've heard for migrant support workers, new arrivals trying to get their first job in Australia, often in insecure work like hospitality or cleaning. For them, an unexpected Centrelink debt can be overwhelming, especially when they are still learning how our system works and do not have the same networks to support to fall back on. And we know insecure work hits youngest people hardest. The Young Workers Centre here in Melbourne has been clear about how casualisation and underemployment leave young workers vulnerable, with little financial buffer when mistakes of debt arise. This bill recognises that reality. It acknowledges those struggles and it changes the system so it supports people instead of pushing them. Speaker, Australia deserves a social security system that is fair, efficient and humane, a system that reflects modern realities, not outdated thresholds, a system that protects victim survivors, not perpetrators, a system that offers solutions, not distress. That is what this bill delivers. And in doing so, it shows once again that the government stands with the Australian people who, for whatever reason, rely on social security to live with dignity, security and hope. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, a long overdue reform package that will bring greater fairness, clarity and compassion to the way we manage social security debt in Australia. With this bill, the Albanese Labor government is delivering on its commitment to create a fairer and more efficient social security system, one that does not punish people unfairly, one that acknowledges past administrative errors, and one that recognises the real-world complexities Australians face in their everyday lives. This bill delivers 3 reforms. It resolves the long-standing issue of income apportionment. It improves debt management through increased small debt waivers and strengthens protections for victim survivors through special circumstances debt waivers, particularly in cases of financial abuse and coercive control. Deputy Speaker, one of the most significant and long-standing issues this bill addresses is income apportionment. Between 1991 and 2020, Services Australia used a method known as income apportionment to determine eligibility and debt levels for income support recipients who also earned wages. When payslips did not show clear daily earnings, officials distributed that income across multiple Centrelink fortnights to estimate the entitlement. While this approach may have been well-intentioned at the time, the full federal court's decision in the Chaplin case made it clear that the practice was inconsistent with legislation as it stood. It was simply put, legally flawed. The Albanese Labor government has never used income apportionment, but as the government responsible for restoring integrity to our social security system, we are taking decisive action to correct this legacy issue, fairly, transparently and compassionately. This bill will retrospectively validate the practice of income apportionment, not to conceal past mistakes, but to prevent the reopening of millions of old cases, many of them decades old and already repaid. Recalculating these debts would cause unnecessary distress, create administrative chaos and divert vital resources away from frontline services that Australians rely on today. To ensure fairness, the bill also establishes the Income Apportionment Resolution Scheme, recognising that some Australians may have repaid debts that were incorrectly calculated and deserve to be compensated. The scheme will cover debts incurred from the 1st of September 2003 and the 6th of December 2020, the period when income apportionment was most clearly inconsistent with the law. Affected individuals will be eligible for a resolution payment of up to $600, depending on the size of their debt. Applications are expected to open from January 2026, once this legislation is passed. To assist people through this process, Economic Justice Australia and ACOS will each receive $400,000 in funding to provide support and guidance. Deputy Speaker, the scale of this reform cannot be understated. Around $5.5 million worth of debts held by approximately 3 million Australians and valued at $4.4 billion may have been impacted by income apportionment. But because of limitations in historical records, identifying each case individually would be impossible without immense cost and distress. This legislation provides a fair, practical and compassionate way forward, acknowledging the flaws of the past, offering meaningful redress and ensuring legal certainty into the future. Deputy Speaker, the second major reform in this bill brings long overdue common sense and fairness to the way we handle small debts. The current small debt waiver threshold, as low as $50, has not changed since the early 1990s. At that time, social security payments were significantly lower. Since then, those payments have tripled in value, yet the definition of a small debt has remained frozen in time. This bill will raise the small debt waiver threshold to $250, establishing a single standardised limit that replaces the current fragmented range of $50 to $200. Importantly, it will also be indexed annually in July, in line with the Consumer Price Index, ensuring that the threshold keeps pace with modern economic realities. This is not just a technical change, it is a reform that will make a real difference in people's lives. In my community of Dunkley, many constituents have shared their experience of being pursued over small but stressful debts. Debts that often arose through honest mistakes and that cost more to recover than they were worth. This reform will mean around 1.2 million undetermined debts will be waived or never raised in 2025-26. Nearly half of the existing backlog of undetermined debts will be cleared, and public resources will be redirected to supporting people, not chasing trivial amounts. We are not abandoning fiscal responsibility. We are strengthening it. Existing fraud safeguards remain firmly in place, but we are also recognising that most Australians engage with the social security system in good faith, and that small administrative errors should not result in unnecessary hardship. This reform restores proportion, fairness and dignity to the system. The third reform is most personally significant for many Australians. This bill strengthens the Special Circumstances Debt Waiver, empowering Services Australia to waive debts incurred as a result of financial abuse, coercion or family and domestic violence, an issue that goes to the heart of some of the experiences of many families, women and children in Dunkley. Before entering Parliament, I worked for 15 years in domestic and family violence services with Anglicare and Family Life in South East Victoria. I met women who could not leave abusive relationships because they were financially trapped. Women who stayed because they simply did not have the means to do so, means to support both themselves and their children. Financial abuse and coercive control are not abstract concepts. They are deliberate, devastating forms of manipulation and control designed to trap, punish and disempower. In many cases, victim survivors have been forced to provide false information to Services Australia under threat or intimidation. Until now, they were still held responsible for those debts, even though the actions were not truly their own. This bill changes that. It empowers decision makers to consider the full circumstances that led to a person's situation, including whether they were acting under coercion or control. This reform delivers on our election commitment to embed safety in Commonwealth systems, implements key recommendations from the 2024 Parliamentary Inquiry into Financial Abuse, and supports the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children in 2022 by 2032. Let me be absolutely clear. Victim survivors should never be held accountable for debts incurred through abuse. This bill enshrines that principle in law. And while this is a major step forward, our work does not end there. The government is continuing to consult on future reforms to ensure perpetrators, not victim survivors, are held financially accountable for debts that arise from abuse. Deputy Speaker, the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Bill for 2025 is a landmark reform, one that restores fairness, integrity and compassion to our social service security system. It delivers clarity and compensation through the Income Apportionment Resolution Scheme, fairness through a modernised small debt waiver, and protection and justice for victim survivors of financial abuse. This bill reflects the values that underpin good government: integrity, fairness, compassion and responsibility. It recognises past mistakes, strengthens future processes and puts people, not bureaucracy, at the heart of the social security policy. Deputy Speaker, this is a good policy, it is fair policy and it's the right policy. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I speak to the technical elements of this bill, I want to begin by sharing the stories of some of the incredibly brave women I have had the privilege of representing in my previous work as a domestic violence lawyer for over 10 years. These women did not have bruises that were visible to the public. Their injuries were inflicted silently through control, isolation and economic manipulation. They suffered coercive control and financial abuse in homes that were meant to be their sanctuary. One woman I represented lived in a home where every door and cupboard had a lock. Her partner wore the only key around his neck. If she wanted to access food, medicine, her children's clothing, she had to ask permission. Her autonomy was reduced to a request. Her life controlled room by room, cupboard by cupboard. Another woman had to survive on a jar of coins. Her partner would give her a weekly allowance of a few coins to feed the family, and if she disobeyed him in any way, that jar remained closed. I also represented a senior executive, a highly accomplished woman who was forced to deposit her entire salary into her partner's account each and every week. He demanded to see her payslips and receipts. If she failed to provide evidence of her earnings or spent money without permission, there were consequences. And another woman who was tracked electronically in real time. Each time she made a transaction, her partner was notified. If he didn't agree with the purchase, he would demand she return it immediately. That was regardless of if it was cold goods to feed their family or clothing for their children. These are not isolated cases. They are part of a pattern of abuse that is sophisticated sustained and deeply gendered. And too often, these forms of control are either misunderstood or invisible, especially within our systems of government. These are all examples of coercive control, domestic violence, and financial abuse. These stories are one of the many reasons I rise today to strongly support this bill. This bill is about more than numbers or technicalities. It's about people, and it's about providing safety and justice. This legislation may appear administrative in nature, but make no mistake, its real impact lies in how it will change lives. It recognises that our social security system, while essential, has also, at times, failed to protect those it was designed to serve. For too long, coercive and controlling partners have weaponised this very system against women, often leaving them with debts they never knew existed or punishing them for seeking help. This bill introduces new powers for Services Australia to take into account coercion and financial abuse when deciding whether a social security debt should be waived. Financial abuse is one of the most insidious tools used by perpetrators of domestic and family violence. It is used to entrap women, to make them feel that leaving isn't possible, that they can't survive on their own, that the very institutions designed to support them will penalise them if they try. This bill says to survivors, we see you. It says to perpetrators, you will not hide behind government systems to control and cause further harm. It empowers officials to consider all the circumstances of a debt, not just whether a false statement was made, but why it was made. Whether it was made under threat, under coercion, under the shadow of control. And crucially, it ensures that survivors, like Ashley, will finally be eligible for justice. Ashley was under psychiatric care, navigating the trauma of domestic violence. Her partner, acting as her nominee, falsely declared their income, resulting in a $7,000 debt in Ashley's name. Under current rules, because her partner knowingly underreported the income, Ashley was denied a waiver. This bill changes that. It ensures that officials can look at the broader circumstances, including abuse, and provide justice. That is what safety in legislation looks like. In my career, I have sat across from women who believed they were to blame. Women who cried not because they had no money, but because they had no control. Women who felt invisible to the system. And I've seen how small changes and big changes in law can have a monumental impact on their lives. We have seen this in recent years through the monumental amendments to the Family Law Act, and we see it here again today. What we do here in this chamber matters. This bill will offer women, like the ones I've described, a pathway forward. It restores dignity and it restores justice, and in some cases, it may save lives. Beyond financial abuse, the bill delivers broader reforms that support the integrity and efficiency of our social security system. It raises the debt waiver threshold to $250 for the first time in 30 years. This means 1.2 million small debts, many outdated and uneconomical to pursue, will be wiped. It improves debt waiver rules, ensuring that those engaging in good faith aren't penalised while still preventing exploitation of the system. It also supports the debt resolution scheme, offering up to $600 for those affected by historical income apportionment errors between 2003 and 2020. And it also protects frontline services by allowing Services Australia staff to focus on helping those in need rather than chasing minor or unjust debts. It's a modern, compassionate approach to welfare administration, not a punitive one. Since coming to office, the Albanese Labor government has made real investments in social security, including raising job seeker and the age pension, expanding Commonwealth rent assistance, increasing paid parental leave to 26 weeks by 2026 with superannuation included, changing the parenting payment single arrangements to support single parents and the very people who face the most significant financial stress when escaping violence. These reforms have helped thousands of people in my electorate of Bonner and millions more across Australia, and this bill builds on that progress. Deputy Speaker, what is the alternative in this circumstance from those on the other side? Through you, I ask those opposite, what would their cuts to 41,000 public servants have meant for the women I've just spoken about? Would they have received the help they needed to flee violence, feed their children or access justice? Would Ashley have seen her case reviewed? Would the woman with the locked cupboards have been supported? Or would they have faced longer delays, colder bureaucracy and a system unable or unwilling to understand their trauma like we saw through robo-debt? This bill is part of a broader whole-of-government approach to combat violence against women and children, including $4 billion in investments to end gender-based violence, 10 days of paid domestic violence leave, which we mark the anniversary of becoming law today, the Permanent Leaving Violence Program, funding for housing and legal supports, including our record investment in the National Legal Assistance Partnership, supporting many community legal centres, and also our legal aid commissions, who provide services to those seeking to navigate the very complex system that is social security. A national audit of Commonwealth systems to stop perpetrators from weaponising them. Speaker, this is what systemic reform looks like. Speaker, there is no dignity in being trapped by someone you love. There is no justice in being punished by the very system you turn to for help. This bill is technical in name, but transformational in impact. It gives people a fighting chance and says clearly, we will no longer allow abusers to use the social security system as another tool of control. As a former domestic violence lawyer, as a member of Parliament, and as someone committed to a fair and just society, I will always fight for those who feel unseen, unheard, and unsupported. I'm proud to share their stories today so that they can be heard by all of Australia. This bill delivers on our promise to do better for the most vulnerable in our community, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is committed to delivering a fairer, more efficient social security system that Australians can trust. After years of neglect from those opposite, it has fallen to this government to take on this important task, repairing a system that has too often failed the people it was meant to support. We believe in a strong and reliable social safety net, a key to Labor's values and a key to a fair society. It is there for all of us at different times in our lives, and its integrity must be protected so that it continue to serve Australians who are doing it tough. This bill is a step in rebuilding trust. It reforms the way we manage the social security system debts to ensure greater fairness, transparency and accountability. By putting into place a more robust framework, we can restore community confidence in the system and make sure that people know it operates with integrity and compassion. Importantly, this legislation also addresses a deeply troubling issue. As the member for Bonner so eloquently put it, based on her experience as a family violence lawyer, financial abuse that occurs within the context of domestic and family violence is a scourge that is too often enacted using our social security system. Too often, perpetrators exploit the payment systems to exert control and harm. These reforms will ensure that our social security system is no longer a tool for abuse, but a source of support to those who need it most. This bill reflects our commitment to a social safety net that is fair, humane and worthy of the trust the Australian people place in it. Deputy Speaker, in my first speech in this place, I spoke about the former coalition government's betrayal of the Australian people through robo-debt. Vulnerable Australians were relentlessly harassed by the former government for debts they did not owe, debts that had been inaccurately and illegally calculated. This was not simply a failure of administration, it was a profound moral failure. It showed contempt for vulnerable Australians and revealed the ultimate consequences of a public system, a public service that had been hollowed out by years of neoliberal ideology and cronyism. The damage caused by robo-debt was clear for all to see. In some heartbreaking cases, the unjust harassment and pressure was so severe that it led to people taking their lives. Families were left grieving. People who turned to the social safety net in their time of need were made to feel like criminals. Its impact on public faith and confidence in our social security system cannot be overstated. That is why this government has been so committed to rebuilding the system and restoring trust and fairness. We know that a functional social safety net is a cornerstone of a decent and compassionate society. That is why the Albanese Labor government established the Royal Commission into the robo-debt scheme to get to the truth of what happened, to give a voice to those harmed and to make sure this never happens again. We have accepted in principle all 56 recommendations made to government. That work is ongoing. It will continue to drive meaningful changes to how we manage social security payments and debts in Australia. We know that it takes a Labor government to put people back at the centre of our government services. It is what we were elected to do. This legislation demonstrates that commitment clearly, and it builds on the work we did throughout our first term in government to restore integrity to our public services, to rebuild capability in the public sector, and to ensure decisions are made in the public interest. Recently, I had the pleasure of visiting a Services Australia office in Box Hill in Menzies with Assistant Minister for the Public Service, Patrick Gorman. There, we met dedicated, expert staff who support members of the public to gain access to essential government services. As a former public servant, I greatly appreciated the time Assistant Minister Gorman took with many of the staff, thanking them for their service and recognising the essential work they do. One of these staff members had been working as labour hire, but had been given a permanent APS job under this government. She spoke about her relief at having secure work, of the certainty and stability and the ability to plan for the future that this provided. I was also pleased to see that staff from the NDIS were co-located with Centrelink staff. Often, people seeking help from the government will be facing multiple issues. The truth is, government services can be siloed or a bureaucratic labyrinth. Co-location is one way we can not only better use government resources, but also create a better experience for those seeking to engage government assistance. The actions of this government stand in stark contrast to the coalition. Those opposite will always argue for smaller government and outsourcing of critical services. They show their contempt for the public service with arbitrary staffing caps and, at the last election, a cut of 41,000 positions. This had nothing to do with the job that needed to be done and everything to do with neoliberal ideology. Outsourcing is not only worse for workers, it is inefficient. It means higher staff turnover, a failure to develop institutional expertise, and less secure jobs for those doing essential services. For Australians, hollowing out the public service comes at a cost. It is a cost borne by the most vulnerable in our communities. This legislation is another step in rebuilding trust and strengthening fairness and ensuring government services are delivered with dignity and the respect that every Australian deserves. This government has made the investments to make sure that our service system works for the Australians who need it. We have taken necessary steps to improve the way our social security system functions so that it is fair, efficient and centred on people. This has included recruiting around 3,000 more frontline staff, like the staff that I met at Service Australia in Box Hill, to improve access to services and reduce pressure on existing workers. We've reduced call wait time at Services Australia so that Australians can reach the help they need faster. We've lifted claims processing rates, which means more money is getting back into families' pockets. We've ended use of external debt collection agencies by government, bringing this work back under proper oversight. We've engaged community legal services to support vulnerable people who may have debts and need advice and advocacy. And we've increased payments and improved the accuracy so Australians receive the support they are entitled to. These changes have made a real difference. This bill builds on this record and takes the next step in establishing a more efficient social security system. We know that Australians generally engage with the social security system in good faith. The overwhelming majority of people who rely on this support do the right thing. It should be acknowledged there are significant administrative costs involved in chasing and recovering very small debts, which often outweigh the value of the debts themselves. That is why we are increasing the threshold for small debts for the first time in over 30 years, lifting it from $50 to $250. This change will make a substantial impact. This will waive around 1.2 million debts that would have been raised in the 2025-2026 financial year. It's a common sense reform. It will save time, it will reduce the administrative burden, and it will allow Services Australia staff to focus on things that matter most. By increasing this threshold, we are making the system more efficient, more productive, but we're still maintaining appropriate safeguards to protect against fraudulent activity. The change strikes the right balance between fiscal responsibility and fairness to the people who use the system. We remain firmly committed to ensuring that our social security services focus on preventing serious systems abuse. Deputy Speaker, family and domestic violence can be complex and corrosive in the way it is perpetrated. When I was volunteering at community legal centres and when I was working as a judge's associate at the court, I saw firsthand the epidemic of family violence and systems abuse. As the member of Bonner put it so well, family violence is not just about physical abuse, it is about coercive control, it is about financial abuse. It can be about systems abuse, dragging people through the courts to continue to exert control on them. And it can be about accruing debts to enact harm on people, harm that lasts for months and years, as people are unable to gain financial independence. This economic abuse plays a major role in the broader picture of abuse, particularly in cases of intimate partner violence. Sadly, our social service system has not been exempt from being used as a tool of financial abuse. The weaponisation of debt through the payment system is one of those tools perpetrators have used to maintain power and control. This bill delivers on the Albanese Labor government's election commitment to embed safety in Commonwealth systems and ensures that our social security system cannot be weaponised against victim survivors. This legislation will enable Services Australia staff, when considering a debt waiver, to consider all the circumstances that led to someone knowingly making a false statement to the government. This will include consideration of evidence of financial abuse and coercive control. This will help ensure that systems abuse can no longer be used by perpetrators. While there is still more work to do to make sure all our government service systems act as a firewall against such abuse, this bill is an important step in the right direction. Ending family and domestic violence will mean pulling on every lever available to us to create a culture that promotes safety and financial security for all. We will continue the work of reform, particularly as it relates to the tax and social security system, so that victims are not responsible for the debts that perpetrators accrue. I am proud to be part of a Labor government that is focused on doing the work of preventing and responding to family violence at every level, including through the introduction of this bill. Deputy Speaker, historically, income apportionment has been used to determine social security debts. This is not a practice that the Albanese Labor government has ever used. This bill provides legal clarity around this historical practice and, importantly, establishes the Income Appropriate Resolution Scheme. This means this scheme will offer redress to those who are unfairly affected by this practice. People with historical debts potentially affected by income apportionment between 1st of September 2003 and 6th of December 2020 will be eligible to apply for a resolution payment of up to $600. These payments recognise that that practice was invalid. It also recognises the need to deal with the legacy of this practice, creating a pathway for compensation for people to seek compensation if they were impacted by this practice. This scheme recognises the importance of balancing our support of vulnerable Australians with ensuring taxpayers' money is spent effectively and efficiently. It reaffirms our commitment to a robust social safety net that looks after people and is sustainable for generations to come. Deputy Speaker, this bill is a significant step in our ongoing work to restore integrity to the social security system, to restore the strength of the public service and to protect families from domestic and family violence in the form of financial abuse. It ensures that the mistakes of the past are addressed while embedding fairness and accountability into future practice. It is about fairness, it's about humanity and dignity within the practices of our payment arrangements. It is also about rebuilding trust with the Australian people, who rightly expect public services to act in their best interests and in good faith. Restoring that confidence will not happen overnight, but it would only happen under a Labor government doing the work to invest back in these frontline services. These are reforms that will affect millions of Australians and mean that our social security system works for those who need it most well into the future. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Brisbane.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of this bill. Like many in the Brisbane community, I had grandparents and now a family member that relied on the economic support of the government to survive. They were hardworking, they paid their taxes, they contributed to society and our economy, they looked after their neighbours. One had a terrible illness in the prime of their life that left them a paraplegic amongst other complications. They were fit, they were an outdoor blue-collar worker. This happened through no fault of their own. Like for many, sometimes life just happens, and they now rely on government payment support. They have to. Their ability to work and earn a living was gone. I tell this story, Mr Deputy Speaker, because this is the primary purpose of social security. It is there to provide economic and social well-being by creating a safety net for individuals and families who cannot fully support themselves due to age or disability, maybe unemployment or other circumstances. And our social security system is something to be really proud of. It's a system which goes to our values as a government. No one held back, no one left behind. It's part of our identity and how we view ourselves as a nation, one which helps those when they need it the most. This is at the heart of why I am in this House. It's the values I live by. These are Labor values. In Australia, the concept of social security was first introduced in 1908 when the Commonwealth Parliament passed the Invalid and Old Age Pension Act. It provided financial support to the elderly and the ill. It followed the economic depression of the early 1890s when poverty became widespread, and the idea of who should support those unable to look after themselves was a big topic of debate at the time. In the 1940s, Labor Prime Minister Curtin announced the development of a national welfare scheme, including sickness and unemployment benefits. And then, building on his legacy, the post-war Chifley government held the Social Services Referendum, again a Labor government. This allowed a change to the Constitution which granted the Commonwealth power to legislate for a wide range of social services. And these changes laid the foundations for modern social security system we have in this country today. Deputy Speaker, this Labor government continues the fundamental principles underpinning social security, providing a safety net when people need it the most. We are also committed, though, to delivering a fairer and more efficient social security system, and this bill does just that. This legislation is the government's response to the full federal court Chaplin case, which established beyond doubt that income apportionment was unlawful. We've heard a bit about that today. Income apportionment was a method used by Services Australia to calculate social security debts between the early 1990s and 2020, and it involved using evidence from the individuals, such as pay slips, to determine their entitlement to a social security payment, and that was also used as part of calculating debt. Where it wasn't clear what a person's exact daily earnings were, the employment income could be apportioned over 2 or more Centrelink fortnights. And this practice is now understood to have been inconsistent with legislative provisions at the time. And just to be clear, this government has never used this practice. But under the scheme, debt had accrued to some Australians. If debt is reopened in this fashion, it will cause a number of issues. First, distress and delay uncertainty for people with debt. Second, in some cases, debts are decades old. Some have been repaid when maybe they might not have been correctly calculated. And third, it would also divert critical government resources from frontline services that help people who need the support now. So this legislation avoids the need to recalculate potentially millions of debts at a significant cost to the Australian social security system. And that's why we're legislating also to put the historical practice of income apportionment on clearer legal footing. This bill will wipe out almost half of Australia's undetermined social security debt backlog. It's anticipated as a result that around 1.2 million undetermined debts are expected to be waived or not raised in 25-26. We will establish a scheme also to roll out resolution payments for those impacted by income apportionment. This bill will also increase the threshold for waiving small debts for the first time in over 30 years. It'll change from $50 to $250. That's a long, since 1990, that's a long time for something not to change. That small debt waiver amount has not kept pace with the value of government payments, which have tripled since 1993, and they no longer reflect what a small debt means to many people today. And as has been mentioned in this House earlier, often the administrative cost of recouping small debts is higher than the value of the debt itself, making the process of debt recovery uneconomical. The changes in this bill will mean Services Australia does not waste time or resources chasing small debts, and it will spare Australians significant stress, particularly those who have accidental debts. And setting the threshold at $250 recognises people generally engage with the social security system in good faith, while continuing to ensure responsible fiscal management. This bill will also protect Australians who are subject to financial abuse and coercive control, which, as we all know, is predominantly women. As part of our election commitment, we committed to embed safety in Commonwealth systems. The government is legislating changes to better protect victim survivors and prevent the social security system being weaponised against them. Financial abuse, as we heard from the member for Bonner, and coercive control are serious forms of family and domestic violence. The changes delivered through this bill will give Services Australia extended powers to waive social security debts that have been incurred as a result of coercion or financial abuse. What this means is when considering a debt waiver, a Services Australia official will be able to take into account all the circumstances that led to somebody knowingly making false statements to Services Australia or not complying with the law. And this includes coercion or financial abuse. And this change directly responds to a recommendation of the 2024 Joint Parliamentary Inquiry into Financial Abuse. It also demonstrates the government's resolve in delivering on its commitment to support victim survivors under the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children 2022 to 2032. But, as I said before, we know this is a first step. The government is doing more to address financial abuse, including consulting on changes to tax and social security laws, so perpetrators, not victim survivors, are accountable for debts they accrue through financial abuse.
and we know that financial abuse is one of the most powerful tools perpetrators use to trap women and children. This is very sad. These changes are about putting control back in the hands of victim survivors, removing unnecessary harm and making sure our system supports safety and dignity. Now, to compensate people with potentially affected debts, the bill establishes the Income Apportionment Resolution Scheme. And through this scheme, people with historical debts potentially affected by income apportionment from 1 September 2003 to 6 December 2020 will be eligible to apply for a resolution payment. And this is in recognition of the fact that we know this method of calculating entitlement was invalid. To assist those affected to navigate the resolution scheme, Economic Justice Australia and the Australian Council of Social Services will each be given $400,000 in funding. The amount of compensation available will be based on a person's determined debt, with resolution payment amounts up to $600. The Minister for Social Services recently also announced a new $300 million package to support this reform. Now, further details in terms of how and where to apply for compensation will be available following the passage of the legislation. But this bill really is an important step towards social security debt reform. And it's important to note that when issues are identified within a system, action is taken by this government to ensure that there is public confidence in that system. And that's really important given what we've gone through over the last decade. And this approach is quite opposite to the recent robo-debt scandal, which was overseen by those opposite. Work was recently undertaken by the Attorney-General where an historic agreement to settle the Knox versus Commonwealth class action was reached. This was an appeal from the original robo-debt class action settlement in 2020. In the Attorney-General's own words, when the unfairness, the illegality and the cruelty of robo-debt became apparent, the approach of those opposite was to double down, to go on the attack against those who complained and to maintain the falsehood that in fact the system had not changed at all. But when this government came into office, the Labor government, we took swift action by establishing a royal commission which heard the tragic stories of people being hounded by their own government to repay debts they didn't even own. I will never forget LNP Minister Alan Tudge saying to vulnerable Australians, "We'll find you, we'll track you down, you'll have to repay those debts and you may end up in prison." Is this how we treat some of our most vulnerable people living in our society? This goes to the true character of those opposite. It is a Labor government that cares about people. And the Royal Commission's findings were damning. To quote Commissioner Holmes, robo-debt was a crude and cruel mechanism, neither fair nor legal, and a costly failure of public administration in both human and economic terms. So on this side of the House, we believe in strong social security, which helps our fellow Australians, including those in my community in Brisbane, when they need it the most. Whether that's for a local pensioner who receives the age pension, someone who has worked hard their entire life and has now reached retirement age but cannot fully support themselves financially, or a local student under the age of 25 who might be studying or training at TAFE or university who's receiving youth allowance. Or maybe it's a dedicated carer receiving a carer's payment, and that person is providing critical support to those who cannot support themselves. Or maybe it's a single parent who receives a single parenting payment, who are the main carer for a young child. Or simply maybe it's income support for job seeker, for someone who is looking for work who may be sick or cannot work. Mr Deputy Speaker, in Australia, our values are based on respect, fairness and equal opportunity. And these values go to the heart of why we have a social security system in this country designed the way it is. It recognises an inherent human right to a decent standard of living and helps individuals live with dignity, free from excessive hardship. It provides a sense of security and stability, ensuring that people's living standards are not drastically eroded by unpredictable social or economic events. By providing a safety net, social security aims to prevent social exclusion and promote social inclusion. It enables people to participate in society.
Social Security not only addresses the needs as they arise, but also works to prevent risks and helps individuals and families adjust to unavoidable disadvantages. The people in my Brisbane community benefit from social security, as do millions of Australians, and this bill supports and makes our social security system so much more robust, so much stronger, so much fairer. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to speak about this piece of legislation that cuts to the very heart of fairness in our social security system. For way too long, the rules that govern how debts are raised and managed have been outdated, inefficient, and at times downright unfair. This bill before the House finally begins to put that right. I come to this debate not only as a member for Barton, but as someone who's spent more than a decade in the law, advocating for people who were often up against systems stacked against them. For many people that find themselves relying on social security payments, the system can either be a bridge to a new life and a bright future, or a bureaucratic barrier that keeps them trapped. And I can tell you, when a person feels like they've been buried in red tape, when they've been hit with a debt that they don't understand, when they are made to feel like a criminal for a simple mistake, that is not just policy failure, that is a failure of justice. This bill delivers a long overdue reforms. It brings compassion, common sense, and accountability back into the way how we treat people who rely on our social security system. We want this system to be a bridge, not a barrier. And that's why we're introducing this bill to the House. Firstly, this bill amends the small debt waiver threshold. The small debt waiver is a legal mechanism under the Social Security Act that allows the government to forgive certain low-value debts owed by welfare recipients, where it's not cost-effective for the Commonwealth to take action to recover it. For 30 years, the so-called small debt waiver has been frozen. It's a current range of $50 to $200. $50 unchanged since the 1990s, when the average cost of rent or a grocery bill looked nothing like it does today. In 2025, a small debt of $50 is insulting. It doesn't reflect the real world. This so-called small debt is no longer a reflection of what small debt means to people today. To put it in plain language, this threshold was set when petrol was under 70 cents a litre. The median rent in Sydney was around $170 per week, and power prices were half of what they are now. Times have changed. Our welfare system must keep up with them. The administrative costs of chasing a $150 debt often exceeds the debt itself, which means taxpayers lose too. This reform is not about leniency, it's about efficiency, compassion, and common sense. This bill increases the waiver threshold to $250. That means approximately 1.2 million debts, many of them impossible to recover without spending more taxpayers' money in administration than the debt itself, will simply not be raised. This is the right outcome. Economic Justice Australia, the peak advocacy organisation for community legal centres that assist people with Services Australia, calls this reform a game changer that removes a lot of unnecessary stress from people's lives. Indeed, these are people that are already vulnerable and experiencing hardship. People on income support are more likely to live under or near the poverty line. And these same people have often accrued debt because of systemic overpayment or miscalculation issues. That is, through no fault of their own. We're talking about young people from rough families, single parents, or Australians who have a disability. These are the people most likely to be receiving these payments and thus receiving debts in the first place. For many of these people, the MyGov email landing in their inbox isn't just a notification, sometimes it's a heavy pit in their stomach. That notification of a debt means a complete recalculation of their budget, of where their next meal is going to come from or how the already overdue bill is going to be paid. We also know that Services Australia can be very difficult to navigate for people without in-depth experience of government and its procedures. Now, I'm not saying that these procedures are out of place. We should be strict on the paperwork required to receive payments from Services Australia and the checks and balances that come along with it. But for someone already experiencing disadvantage or with low computer literacy skills or escaping violence without all of their relevant documentation, or even with little time on their hands because they're looking after kids or relatives, it can be really easy to make a mistake when applying for payments. In circumstances like this, we should be giving people a helping hand rather than punishing them for their small mistakes. Of course, where debts appear to stem from fraud, Services Australia have the power to investigate them more closely. But the majority of those Australians holding these debts have received them through no fault of their own. This impactful reform means Services Australia can focus more on what it should be doing, and that is supporting people who need help, not wasting energy hustling for small debts. It also says to the taxpayer, we are spending your money wisely, focusing on serious misconduct and fraud, rather than chasing loose change from those doing it tough. Another part of this bill I want to highlight is the protection it gives to victim survivors of family and domestic violence. As many in this chamber will know, financial abuse is one of those most insidious forms of coercive control. It is a way for perpetrators to trap partners and children, to keep them dependent, and to punish them long after they have escaped. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, 1 in 4 women and 1 in 14 men have experienced violence from an intimate partner since the age of 15. As a community, we now understand what has long been true, that violence extends beyond the physical and that it appears as emotional and financial coercion too. For many that find themselves in this situation, that looks like credit cards being taken out in their name, the emptying of joint bank accounts, and the diversion of welfare monies to another account. From my time working at St Vincent's de Paul Society, New South Wales, looking after a rather large team covering from Wyong to Helensburgh out to Blue Mountains, including my own electorate of Barton, the Vinnie's team and I saw the terrible impacts of coercive control and financial abuse on the lives of many people, mainly women, escaping domestic violence. Under our current laws, if a person accrued a debt because they were coerced into signing forms or providing false information, they could still be held liable. This debt is yet another burden that hangs over the victim at one of the most difficult times in their life. Think about that for a moment. The victim punished for their abuser's actions. That is not only cruel, it undermines our commitment to end violence against women and children. This bill changes that. It gives Services Australia the discretion to waive debts in cases where coercion or financial abuse was a factor. It builds on the work of the 2024 Joint Parliamentary Inquiry into Financial Abuse, and it reflects our commitment to entrench protection into every arm of the Commonwealth. As someone who's worked with vulnerable clients, I cannot overstate the importance of this change. It tells victim survivors that we see you, we believe you, and we will not allow the system to be weaponised against you. When you come forward, you do not have to do so in fear of debt or of unjust consequences. Services Australia is here to help you rebuild and move forward, rather than binding you to the violence of your past, because we understand that financial security is a core part of ending domestic violence, and that safety is not just physical, it's economic. Now, I know this part of the bill may sound a bit technical, but for thousands of Australians, it matters deeply. From 1991 to 2020, a method known as income apportionment was used to calculate debts. The practice was inconsistent with the law at the time. It was unfair. And while it has not been used under this Albanese Labor government, we cannot simply reopen decades' worth of historical cases, some of them already repaid, many involving people who have already since passed away, without causing fresh uncertainty and distress. So this bill draws a line in the sand. It clarifies the law to close off the uncertainty, But more importantly, it also establishes the income apportionment resolution scheme. That means people with potentially affected debts between 1 September 2003 and 6 December 2020 can apply for a resolution payment of up to $600. It's not perfect justice. Nothing can fully undo the harm caused, but it is recognition. It is a step towards closure. It is an acknowledgement that the system got it wrong. And at its core, this bill is about respect. Respect for the people who use the social security system, most of whom are engaging in good faith, trying to do the right thing and juggling low incomes, insecure work, and rising cost of living. It's also about making sure people can trust the social security system after trauma of robo-debt scheme. Australians deserve to know that we have learned from those mistakes and that our systems are transparent, lawful and humane. When I door knock in Rockdale, Kingsgrove, Hurstville and across my electorate of Barton, I hear the same thing again and again. People just want systems that treat them fairly, clearly and with dignity. They don't want bureaucracy that punishes them for being poor, sick or in a crisis. Moreover, we want to make sure that these people can access help to navigate the new resolution scheme. We're equipping Economic Justice Australia and the Australian Council of Social Services with $400,000 each. We want to make sure they have the resources available for those impacted by the scheme. I know too that my team will be ready to help anyone in my electorate of Barton who finds themselves in this situation by simply attending my electorate office at Level 2, 24 Montgomery Street in Cogra, or sending me an email at ashambihaberhard.mp@aph.gov.au. We have a dedicated space for quiet conversations, staff on hand to help you navigate that system. I know the empathetic and efficient team at Services Australia Rockdale will also be on deck, as they are always there to help a lot of our electorate members. This bill begins to change the culture of our welfare system. It says, no more chasing debts that cost more to collect than what they're worth. No more punishing women who've already endured abuse. No more letting historic injustices fester. Deputy Speaker, we in this chamber have a responsibility to make systems work for people, not against them. We have a duty of service for these people to recognise their hardship, to help lift them up into better lives. We cannot bring fairness to every corner of social security system overnight. But this bill we are taking important practical steps in the right direction. As the member for Barton, I welcome these changes. As a lawyer, I know how overdue they are. And as someone who believes in the dignity of every person, I will always stand up for a social security system that reflects compassion, fairness and justice.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today not just to support the Social Security and other legislation amendment technical changes number 2 bill, but to affirm this government's commitment to listening to those who are often unheard, often our most vulnerable. This bill is a testament to what happens when we listen, when we hear stories of people navigating complex systems and when we act to make those systems fairer, clearer and more humane. It is practical, it is careful and above all, it is a compassionate reform. Deputy Speaker, this bill fixes technical problems that have lingered for years. It clarifies how employment income was treated before the 7th of December 2020. It values good faith assessments that use income apportionment. It also sets out lawful methods for any decisions to be made about those historic periods. And it also improves our approaches to small debts. I'll start with Schedule 1, which inserts a new part into the Social Security Act. It validates the historical use of income apportionment from the 1st of July 1991 to the 6th of December 2020. This was a practice which resulted in the spread of known income across the employer's payroll period. Officials then attributed daily amounts to the relevant entitlement periods. It was based on pay slips. It was grounded in real payroll records. It was done in good faith, but at times it did not match the strict letter of the law as it stood then. So this bill validates the method for the past, and it preserves general legal rights. This schedule also gives decision makers a clear rule book for any new decisions pre-December 2020 income. There is a strict hierarchy. First, the evidence shows that if the income was earned and allocated to the entitlement period. Second, if the precise days are unknown but the payroll period is known, it is apportioned across the payroll period. Third, if days nor the payroll period can be identified and taken into account in the entitlement period which it was received. Evidence first, consistency next, and guesswork last. The hierarchy respects real-life circumstances. Payslips often show a fortnight or a month, not each shift. Rosters rarely line up with Centrelink fortnights. The method turns messy paperwork into fair decisions. This bill also ensures consistency for youth training allowances decisions and former farm household support. It also makes sure that the old frameworks that reference social security calculators line up with the same approach. So let's think about the scale of this issue. So over 3 decades, there were about 5.5 million debts that were potentially affected, which touched around 3 million people. And so the estimation of this debt is around $4.4 billion. Most of these debts are old, on average 19 years old. About 97% of these have already been paid. Around 148,000 debts were paused while the issue was resolved. Sampling tells us that not every debt used apportionment, and when it was used, the change in the final amount was usually very modest. So on the sample, the median change was under $100, and about 2/3 decreased and 1/3 increased. Schedule 2 of this legislation makes debt management fairer. It reforms special circumstance waivers. It lifts and standardises the small debt waiver threshold, and it clears a backlog of tiny undetermined amounts. Under current law, decision makers cannot waive a debt if a person or another person knowingly made a false statement. This was a very hard line, and it does not reflect real stories. It does not reflect the realities of coercion or financial abuse. It does not reflect fear. This bill responds to what we have heard. It lets decision makers consider the broader context. If conduct occurred but it was justified by the circumstances, the waiver can be applied. That includes coercion, it includes financial abuse, it also includes acute mental ill health, homelessness, and serious dependence. This change responds in accordance with Recommendation 58 of the 2024 Parliamentary Joint Committee on the Financial Services Inquiry into Financial Abuse and the National Plan to End Violence Against Women. Recommendation 58 of the Financial Abuse Report called for reforms so that victim survivors aren't blocked from special circumstance waivers if the perpetrator lies to Services Australia without the debtor's knowledge or without the debtor or the debtor makes a false statement due to coercion or duress. Deputy Speaker, I was proud to work with Senator Deborah O'Neill on that inquiry, and I'm reminded of the Council of Single Mothers and their submission. To quote them directly, "We regularly hear from women whose former partners used Services Australia systems to continue financial control. This includes manipulating Centrelink reporting requirements, lodging false claims, or deliberately triggering compliance actions that result in payment suspensions. These actions are often taken without the woman's knowledge, without her income, and leaving her without income and in financial distress. We listened to some of the hard truths about the government systems, and we are acting. In that inquiry, what we saw is perpetrators using systems, whether it be banking systems or government systems, to perpetrate violence and abuse and financial coercion against their victims. It's unacceptable, and this government is acting to change our systems. The explanatory memorandum describes the case of person L, whose then partner lied to them about their earnings. Any rational person could recognise that it is not their fault nor their failing. It was coercion, it was control, and it was wrong. Similar to other cases that I recall about abuse being enabled by structures long neglected, for too long the law said no because of the word knowingly, which left out coercion. This bill also standardises the small debt waiver. The new threshold is $250, indexed each year to CPI. It removes clunky, cost-effective tests. This means fewer low-value debts, less churn, less stress on vulnerable people. There is a once-off clean-up too. If the amount of under the threshold in the system at the commencement is not raised as a debt, the right to recover is waived. This clears backlogs created by pauses during COVID and natural disasters. Schedule 3 of the legislation creates the Income Apportionment Resolution Scheme. It's simple, optional and time-limited. It covers debts affected by income apportionment between the 20th of September 2003 and the 6th of December 2020. Eligible people can receive a small fixed resolution payment, in most cases between $200 and $600. It recognises the modest effective seen in sampling. It gives closure without forcing people to rebuild their work history. It avoids case-by-case recalculation. Why those dates? Because the daily attribution rules came in from September 2003 and interacted with the apportionment. And 2020 because that's when we moved to pay date attribution, which made apportionment unnecessary. The scheme will run for approximately 12 months. There will be flexibility for special cases. Some decisions can be made by a computer where appropriate. There will be internal review for scheme decisions. Payments are tax-free and is intended that they will be exempt from the Social Security income test by instrument. If a person accepts a resolution payment, they release the Commonwealth from liability for claim about the use of apportionment for that debt. If they do not accept, they keep their rights. It's their choice. Schedule 4 provides a special appropriation. It funds resolution payments, and it funds amounts payable when Division 3 income is worked out. Deputy Speaker, let me be clear on one point. The payment systems at Services Australia may remind members of the public of the trauma of robo-debt. This system cannot become robo-debt, and it is a direct response designed to prevent it. Robo-debt used tax data averaging to fabricate fortnightly income. It punished the vulnerable. It was unlawful. This bill validates the method grounded in evidence, real pay slips, real payroll records. It sets a lawful hierarchy for historical records. It preserves rights and it adds safeguards. The bill also includes a full human rights statement. It engages the right to social security and the right to an adequate standard of living. It expands discretion where justice demands it. It lifts the small debt threshold. It offers a simple resolution payment. Some will ask, why not recalculate everything? Because that would take years, and we must act now to shore up our social services system. It would force people, employers and banks to dig up ancient records, and it would deliver very small changes in most cases. And so it would drag on resources taken away from actually servicing people today. Others will ask, why not waive everything? Because in most cases, the debt still exists under the proper method, because many debts were unaffected by the apportionment, because blanket refunds are not fair to others who followed the rules or were paid unrelated debts. This bill reflects what fairness demands. Validate what's done in good faith, fix the waiver rules, raise and index the small debt threshold, clear on the old undetermined amounts and offers a modest optional resolution payment, guided, as I said, by evidence, order, clarity, safeguards built in. Justification must be evidence for special circumstance waivers. The scheme is optional and time limited. Review of rights exist within the scheme. The apportionment is specific. Validation is tightly confined to apportionment of employment income. General laws are preserved. The approach reflects consultation and evidence. The Ombudsman urged prompt, transparent remediation. Sampling showed that the impact of apportionment on the final amount was usually very small. Advocates argued for compassion. Administrators argued for practicality. This bill blends both. Behind the scenes, everyone is a person. It could be casuals juggling shifts, parents saving every payslip, people whose payroll cycles never matched up with Centrelink fortnights. They deserve clarity, not years of reconstruction. They deserve decisions that reflect reality. In passing, let me return to the financial abuse inquiry. Our job was to ensure that our systems do not entrench control. As recommendation of the financial abuse inquiry said, victims must not be blocked from relief because an abuser compelled a mistake. Schedule 2 delivers that change. That's why I was proud to work with Senator Deborah O'Neill. And from listening to the people, the victim survivors, we were able to shape this reform. A majority female government is shaping systems that used to disempower victims, but now we're disempowering abusers, and we're acting on the national plan to prevent violence against women. I also welcome the government's commitment to clarity for those who need payments. Services Australia will need a plain English guidance, clear tools for staff, letters tested with customer reference groups, outreach to those paused with debts, simple pathways into the scheme, support for people who need change. Deputy Speaker, policy choices have consequences. Australians expect systems that are lawful, humane and respectful. Let me address the safeguards in law. The validation is tightly confined to apportionment of employment income. Basically, to speak plainly, the robo-debt was the coalition scheme. It used tax year income averaging to fortnightly earnings. It ignored warnings, it hurt people, it was unlawful. This bill is part of the government's answer. It validates on only assessments grounded in real pay slips, real payroll periods. It draws a bright statutory line that excludes income averaging. It has been scrutinised. It builds safeguards, transparency and a voluntary time limit resolution scheme. The Coalition's record shows that ideology overruled integrity. Our records show evidence, lawfulness and respect. This bill sits squarely within Labor's social justice agenda, a fair social security system, lawful by design, humane in practice, careful with public money, validating good faith decisions. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australians should never be punished for seeking, in good faith, the help that their government offers them to manage life's challenges. Good government exists to lend a hand, not to turn that hand against the people it serves. Yet through the bitter experience of robo-debt, Australians have seen too clearly what happens when that principle is betrayed. Thousands of people who were treated not as citizens entitled to fairness, but as suspects to be pursued. Labor is determined to repair the damage that was done to so many innocent Australians who were hurt by the previous coalition government's cruel and disastrous robo-debt scheme, to restore trust, to uphold the law, and to rebuild a system that treats people with dignity. Because when government makes an error, it is not a line on a spreadsheet that suffers. It is a person. It is families. It is a parent sitting at the kitchen table staring at a letter from Centrelink. It is the quiet humiliation of being told you owe money you don't have and never should have owed. These mistakes go to the heart of something bigger than administration. They go to the social contract itself, the promise that our institutions will deal with people fairly and lawfully, and that government will take responsibility when it falls short. which is why this bill is so important. It is addressing an issue less notorious and without the malice of robo-debt, but nevertheless has a negative impact on vulnerable people in our community, and that is the long-standing process known as income apportionment. With income apportionment, imagine your payslip covers 2 weeks of work but begins halfway through a Centrelink fortnight. 1 week falls in the first Centrelink period, the other week in the next. If you work more shifts in 1 week than the other, your income fluctuates, so your payment should too. But for years, Centrelink assumed that income was earned evenly across the whole payslip period. It spread that pay across both fortnights, even though the law said income could only be counted in the period it was actually earned. It made an assumption that every income earning day was the same, and as a result, recipients had been overpaid when in fact they hadn't. That's income apportionment. It sounds technical, but its consequences were very real. For some, it meant an underpayment, a smaller payment than they were due. For many more, it meant a letter telling them they owed money to the Commonwealth. Debts were raised, some repaid, some prosecuted, all based on a practice that was later found to be unlawful. This went on for nearly 2 decades, and while this was not robo-debt, it was not automated, nor was it implemented against legal advice. It shared a troubling trait, a deep-seated presumption of mistrust towards those who rely on government support. When the system starts from the belief that people on welfare are to be met with distrust, errors multiply and compassion disappears. That attitude costs more than money. It corrodes trust, it hardens the spirit of social safety nets, and it leaves a stain that can take generations to remove. Tammy is a financial counsellor who works with people in my community. She saw firsthand the real-life damage that was done to people slugged with a wrongful debt by income apportionment at a time when they were already struggling to stay afloat. Tammy told my office, and I quote, there's this depressing feeling of I'm being punished again. The government is after me. Oh my goodness, it's the government. I'm scared and I need this money for my children. They'd often call Centrelink and agree to a payment plan where they promised something they couldn't afford. Imagine not having enough money for food because you've overpromised, you've got this debt, and the government wants their money back and you feel like you're being punished. There's a sense of shame in not having enough money for food. Nobody ever wants to hear their child say, I'm hungry, mum. This is the bitter legacy that mechanisms like income apportionment left for far too many Australians. Thankfully, this legislation ends that once and for all. In 2020, the federal court decision that made it clear beyond doubt that income apportionment was not permitted under the law that then stood. The government changed the legislation that year to fix the issue going forward, but that still left an enormous historical tangle. Decades of debts and decisions that had been made using a method now deemed unlawful. The Commonwealth Ombudsman investigation examined what happened next and what should have happened much sooner. The Ombudsman found that since at least 2003, Services Australia and its predecessor agencies had been unlawfully spreading income across multiple fortnights. The effect was that people's payments were often calculated on the wrong evidence, at the wrong time, and for the wrong amount. The investigation also found that when doubts were first raised in 2020, the agencies took too long to act. They sought multiple rounds of legal advice, some of it conflicting, but delayed finalising a clear position. They paused around 13,000 debt reviews, identified 87,000 potentially affected cases, but failed to alert oversight bodies quickly enough. He made 4 key recommendations. 1, seek an authoritative legal view from the Solicitor General of the Federal Court. 2, develop a clear policy on the Secretary's power to review historical debts. 3, work with the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions to manage the impact on past and future criminal cases. 4, share all relevant legal advice transparently across agencies. The agencies accepted or partially accepted every one of those recommendations. The Ombudsman's message was plain. The law must be followed, even and especially when it is inconvenient. This is a very important principle which we must never forget, especially when it's inconvenient. And the administration of social security must be transparent, accountable and humane. This bill is the government's comprehensive response, an effective, rational response. It fixes the rules, reforms the debt process and builds in fairness for the future. For the first time in more than 30 years, the small debt waiver threshold will rise to $250 and will be now indexed annually to CPI. That single change will wipe or prevent about 1.2 million small undetermined debts in 25-26, almost half the backlog currently sitting with Services Australia. It makes no sense to spend more money recovering a debt than the debt is worth. This change saves taxpayers money and spares ordinary Australians unnecessary stress, and it brings an outdated threshold, unchanged since the 1990s, in line with modern realities. Importantly, this bill also expands the special circumstances waiver, allowing decision makers to consider a person's broader life circumstances when deciding whether a debt should be pursued, including extending to situations of financial abuse or coercive control. If someone's partner controlled their access to income or pressured them to give false information, the system should recognise that. This reform delivers on Labor's 25 election commitment to embed safety in Commonwealth systems and implements a key recommendation of the 2024 Joint Parliamentary Inquiry into Financial Abuse. It ensures that our welfare system can never again be weaponised against those already living with abuse. It is practical reform with profound moral importance. The bill also addresses the long shadow left by the income apportionment practice itself. Between the early 90s and 2020, millions of debts were calculated using this method. The scale of this legacy is immense, around 5.5 million debts involving 3 million people and worth approximately $4.4 billion. To manually recalculate them will take years and divert thousands of staff away from the core job of supporting Australians who need help right now. That is why this bill does two things. First, it retrospectively validates the historical use of income apportionment to prevent mass legal uncertainty. Secondly, it creates a fair and compassionate pathway for those affected, the Income Apportionment Resolution Scheme. Under the scheme, people with debts from 1st September 2003 to 6th December 2020 will be eligible. They can apply for resolution payments of up to $600 depending on the size of their original debt. Applications open in January of next year. This, Speaker, is how good government should act in terms of admitting where fault lines are in systems, compensating fairly and ensuring that such errors cannot reoccur, and with a response that does not overwhelm the very same system designed to support vulnerable Australians. Others have asked, is this robo-debt 2.0? It's not. Robo-debt was a scheme born of deliberate disregard, automated, unlawful and maintained against explicit legal advice. Income apportionment was a human error, manual, mistaken and unchallenged for too long, but never driven by malice. Yet both are linked by a common thread, the need to rebuild trust between citizens and the state. That is what this bill sets out to do. This package is fair and it is fiscally responsible. It has an indicative cost of $283.7 million over the forward estimates and $41.2 million per year ongoing from 29-30. Those numbers matter, but so does what they represent, a system that values fairness, efficiency and humanity in equal measure. For decades, the administrative machinery of welfare debt recovery has been built on the assumption that error and fraud are widespread. But the evidence shows that the overwhelming majority of Australians do the right thing. This legislation recognises that reality and shifts our system from suspicion to support. In electorates like mine, where casual and shift work is common, where people juggle multiple jobs to make ends meet, these technical errors are not abstract. They're lived experience. They're the reason someone's rent fell behind or their electricity disconnected. This bill means those people will not be chased for minimal errors. It means decision makers can see the full picture, including when coercion or abuse were at play. And it means those affected by an unlawful process have a clear and fair path to closure. The lessons from this saga extend beyond Services Australia or the Department of Social Services. They go to the culture of government itself. The Ombudsman called it a lesson in lawfulness, a reminder that good intentions are not enough if the law is not followed and oversight is ignored. Transparency and accountability are not optional extras, they are the conditions of public trust. In government, mistakes will sometimes happen, but integrity is measured by how government responds to them. This bill represents that response, grounded in recognition, guided by law and motivated by compassion. Speaker, this legislation is about more than technical amendments. It's about restoring a simple but vital truth, that our social security system exists to support and not to punish. It ensures that people who did nothing wrong are not left carrying the burden of bureaucratic error. It upholds the law, strengthens protections, and clears away years of accumulated unfairness. And it reflects what Labor stands for, a government that takes responsibility, that fixes mistakes, and that treats every Australian with respect. And I want to acknowledge the Minister for Social Services for her careful and principled work on this issue and all issues in relation to her portfolio, and to thank the community organisations, Economic Justice Australia, ACOS, Legal Aid, and so many others who have advocated tirelessly on this issue. This is thoughtful, responsible reform. It is about integrity in administration, compassion in government, and justice for ordinary Australians who deserve nothing less. I'll leave you with a thought from Tammy, who made it clear that being liberated from a punitive debt can be life-altering for people on the margins. And I quote, "It means less stress. It means that a parent in crisis can say, 'I'll be okay, my kids will be okay.' It means they've got a fighting chance to keep their heads above water. Because when people reach out for help, their government should meet them with a hand, not a demand." Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The Minister for Social Services.
Thank you so much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I really want to thank the member for Calwell for his excellent contribution to the debate, as I thank members on both sides who have contributed to the debate. In particular, I want to thank the newly elected members who've spoken about what these social security reforms will mean in their local communities. These debt reforms will make a big difference, in particular for many women who have suffered or continue to suffer financial coercion and abuse. And in wiping 1.2 million undetermined debts from the backlog in 2025-26 alone, the government is also sparing many thousands of low-income Australian families the stress of being pursued for small debts. We're directing taxpayer money more efficiently to the task of helping people who need it now and focusing compliance action on large and deliberate debts. And we're moving our social security system a step further away from the shame of robo-debt. This Labor government has shown we are willing to tackle long-standing problems, to do so fairly and in close consultation with the people who have been most affected. Since the introduction of this bill, officials from my department have continued to consult with the agencies who will administer these changes and the representatives of the people who will be most affected. In particular, I want to thank Economic Justice Australia, National Legal Aid and the Australian Council of Social Service, who have dedicated their time to advising the government on this bill. There's always more to do in making our social security system fairer, safer and easier to use. These organisations represent the experiences of so many Australians, and I believe the collaborative approach that we've brought to this legislation lays a foundation for us to achieve further reforms. The Community Affairs Legislation Senate Committee has also inquired into this bill and carried out further consultation. I really want to thank the members of the committee for their considered report and for the support offered for this bill. The committee too heard strong advocacy from social security recipients and from their representatives. This lived experience is reflected in key parts of the legislation, particularly in the debt reform measures. I want to quote from the CEO of Single Mother Families Australia, Ms Therese Edwards, who told the committee, and I quote, "For many years, in fact decades, people who rely upon our safety net have been demonised. And when there are cuts, they're usually to social security. Where there's more work for people to do, it's in the social security system. This is a cultural statement as well. This is why it is an administrative outcome, but also a cultural statement, and this cannot be lost. We're hoping that this will build on the fantastic work of saying to Australians, if you are in need of our social security net, you can do that with respect and without feeling like you are not being believed, and knowing that you'll be safe to do that." And that's the end of the quote, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes Number 2 Bill 2025 is an important step towards a better social security system, delivering measures which will produce fairer outcomes for Australians. These measures reform the way we manage social security debts and resolve the long-standing issue of income apportionment. As I said when I introduced this bill, past governments used income apportionment in good faith with a genuinely held but incorrect understanding of the law. The Albanese government has never used income apportionment, but with this legislation, we are resolving this historic issue in the fairest and most reasonable way possible. By validating the past use of income apportionment, we spare taxpayers the cost of having government recalculate millions of debts going back decades. That would be, of course, very stressful for income support recipients who may have incurred a debt decades ago, and it would be both expensive and pointless for taxpayers. This validation also recognises the important fact that, based on Services Australia sampling, in most cases affected by income apportionment, a debt was still owed, but it was miscalculated around the edges. The government's resolution scheme is carefully designed to remedy those mistakes. People with historic debts potentially affected by income apportionment will be eligible to apply for payments of up to $600. Any payment they receive will reflect the size of the debt in question and the most generous interpretation of the possible impact income apportionment had on it. I'll release additional details about the scheme soon, and we will continue to work with non-government organisations to monitor people's take-up of the scheme, making sure the process is as simple as possible. I just repeat one assurance I've already made. No one is obliged to participate in this scheme, and no one is prevented from exercising any legal rights to pursue a claim relating to their debt. In relation to the debt reform measures in this bill, these will bring material changes to many Australians under financial pressure. The bill increases the small debt waiver threshold to $250 to be indexed annually in line with the Consumer Price Index. It brings the old thresholds into a single unified amount, and through indexation, this amount will maintain its value relative to the broader economy. The 1.2 million undetermined debts that this will wipe from the backlog in 2025-26 alone are 1.2 million debts that Services Australia will not waste time and resources chasing. The government is strengthening compliance measures to ensure this provision is not exploited, but we know the vast majority of people engage with our social security system honestly and in good faith. The bill also expands access to the special circumstances waiver to protect victim survivors of financial abuse and coercion. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a very important measure. This change provides an explicit recognition of the fact that this abuse can manifest in a victim being coerced into not meeting certain payment requirements. Decision makers will now be able to take these circumstances into account in considering a special circumstances debt waiver. This provision addresses another point of weaponisation of the social security system, and it responds to calls from stakeholders articulated through both the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children 2022-2032 and the Robo Debt Royal Commission. Our implementation of this reform is of keen interest to many advocates in the family, domestic and sexual violence area, and advocates for social security reform also. It does bring policy change for Services Australia, and the leadership of Services Australia has assured the Parliament through the Senate committee hearings that they are ready to deliver this change across the country. Someone who has been coerced into taking on a social security debt should not be further victimised and punished by a system that should be offering her support. The Albanese Labor government believes in a strong social security system. Part of that commitment means taking on protracted policy challenges, which others have put in the too hard basket. With the passage of this legislation, our system will be stronger, it will be fairer, and it will be more responsive to the needs of the Australian community. It's the end result of a major body of work encompassing some very, very complex and contested legal and policy matters. I want to thank the many officials who've dedicated themselves to this work, and also the Minister for Government Services for her cooperation and support. The Government remains committed to implementing the remaining recommendations of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. Members should note that 3/4 of these are now implemented or well progressed, and I look forward to getting on with the rest of them. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to change the law relating to family assistance, paid parental leave, social security, student assistance, youth training allowance and farm household support, and for related purposes.
I've received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purpose of this bill. Minister.
Thank you. I move that further consideration of the bill be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
The question is that further consideration of the bill be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Nichols has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. And the bill amends the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024 and the Migration Act 1958 to allow the tribunal to decide certain matters without holding an oral hearing. In other words, the bill allows for certain matters to be heard on the papers. At first glance, this appears to be a technical efficiency measure, but in reality it represents an important turning point for the tribunal. And after almost 2 years of rhetoric and senseless rebranding, the Labor government has finally admitted that the Administrative Appeals Tribunal never needed to be abolished, and that fast-track on-the-papers review is essential to restoring confidence in our administrative law system. Mr Deputy Speaker, when Labor scrapped the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, the AAT, and replaced it with the Administrative Review Tribunal, the ART, they claimed the old system was slow, politicised and unfit for purpose. Yet 1 year later, the new ART is slower, more expensive and facing the largest backlog in its history, irrespective of its iteration. The caseload of the tribunal has ballooned from about 67,000 matters when the Coalition left office to more than 111,000 today. And the median time to finalise a case is stretched from 30 weeks to 68 weeks. And that is not reform, that is regression. Labor has spent millions rebranding a tribunal that already worked, dismissed experienced members and left Australians waiting twice as long for justice. It was nothing more than a political witch hunt. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, when the former Attorney-General announced the new ART in 2022, he promised a body that would restore trust and speed up decisions. Instead, we have an institution that is overwhelmed by work and underwhelmed with staff. This bill is Labor's secret confession that their grand plan has been an unmitigated failure. It is an emergency patch to deal with the tens of thousands of unresolved cases that are now choking the tribunal, especially in the student visa stream, where appeals have risen from about 2,000 to more than 40,000. So what does this bill do? Well, it has two main elements. First, it makes on-the-papers review mandatory for certain migration cases, starting with student visa refusals and extending by regulation to other temporary visas. And secondly, it broadens the tribunal's discretion to decide other matters on written material without a hearing where the issues can be adequately determined in the party's absence. Applicants will still have the opportunity to provide written submissions and to comment on any adverse information before a decision is made. It's a backflip from Labor that is worth welcoming. 10 out of 10 from all the diving judges. Let's be honest, this is a clear reversal of Labor's earlier position. When the Coalition introduced fast-track on-the-papers reviews through the Immigration Assessment Authority, Labor condemned the model and pledged to abolish it. Now, under pressure from a stark cold reality, they have quietly adopted the Coalition's approach. And that is a good thing, Mr Speaker. And the Coalition welcomes these changes because they mirror what we have long argued for: efficient, proportionate and practical review processes that focus resources where they are most needed. When the system faces a 111,000 case backlog, it makes sense to streamline straightforward cases so that the tribunal can devote time to the complex one. It's common sense, not politics. Let me be clear. The Coalition supports measures that make our review system fairer, faster and more efficient. And before the 2025 election, the Coalition called for the reinstatement of fast-track review mechanisms for specific visa cohorts, consistent with Recommendation 32 of the Nixon Review. The Nixon Review made clear that the lengthy processing times in the visa system invite abuse by unscrupulous operators. It recommended that visit and student visa reviews be conducted on the papers within set timeframes. And we agree. The Coalition's position has always been that fairness and efficiency can coexist. On the papers reviews are not about denying justice, they are about delivering it sooner. So, about this administrative backlog and its consequences. Well, for every student awaiting a decision, there is an education provider waiting for certainty, a university planning its intake, and a community relying on international students to sustain local economies. The longer these cases sit unresolved, the more damage is done to the confidence in Australia's migration system and to our reputation as a reliable education destination. Labor's delays are not just about an administrative issue, they have real-world economic and human consequences. But we do have some concerns about natural justice. And Mr Speaker, I want to speak about fairness because that principle of fairness sits at the heart of this bill. The Coalition supports the on-the-papers reforms precisely because they preserve procedural fairness, otherwise known as natural justice safeguards, while improving efficiency. The tribunal must still disclose any adverse information and give the applicant a chance to respond. Those who fail to respond will have their case decided on existing material that is entirely appropriate for a system drowning in delay. Some have suggested that moving away from oral hearings will reduce fairness, but the Coalition rejects that argument. Written review does not mean unfair review. What matters is that applicants are properly notified, given a reasonable opportunity to respond, and that decisions are made impartially on the merits, on a de novo basis, and the bill maintains those safeguards. It simply removes unnecessary formality in cases where the facts are clear, the law is settled, and a hearing adds little value. And that is the right balance. It is proportionate, responsible reform. Efficiency and fairness are not opposites, they are partners. An overloaded system that leaves people waiting for months or years is not fair. It is failure by delay. And as the old adage goes, justice delayed is justice denied. By embracing on the papers review, The tribunal can direct its limited resources to matters that genuinely need oral examination, while resolving similar disputes promptly. It will lead to greater efficiencies of resources for the ART in staffing, members, tribunals rooms, and the list goes on. It's all about ensuring that for those matters that do not require in-person hearings, that those matters are not delayed by matters where there are more efficient means of dealing with them. And that is how justice systems everywhere should operate, efficient where possible and detailed where necessary. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Labor once called this very approach unfair, and now they rely on it to save their own creation. They accused the former coalition government of denying people their day in court, yet this bill implements the same principle on a much larger scale. The difference is that we designed fast-track review with structure, resourcing and transparency. Labor is adopting it out of desperation, not design. There is a human impact, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Behind every tribunal file is a person trying to navigate a complex bureaucracy, a small business owner appealing a tax ruling, a veteran disputing an entitlement, or a student seeking to continue to study in Australia. They all deserve a process that is timely, transparent and consistent. And the Coalition's support for this bill is about those people. If on the papers review means faster, high-quality decisions, that is an outcome worth supporting. There is a financial and regulatory impact. The government claims the bill has no financial impact and minimal regulatory change. And that may be technically true, but only because the tribunal must deliver more with the same resources. Labor should not imagine that these legislative changes are a substitute for proper resourcing. Structural underinvestment has crippled the ART, and unless it is addressed, even the best legislative reforms will struggle to deliver results. The Administrative Review Tribunal itself supports these changes, recognising that mandatory paper-based review for relatively simple matters such as student visa refusals is essential to clearing the backlog. Some in the legal profession have raised questions about procedural safeguards, and those will be tested through a Senate and Legal Constitutional Affairs Committee. But the broad direction of reform is sound, and the Coalition will engage constructively to ensure it succeeds. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is one symptom of a much larger pattern. Across government, we see delay, duplication and drift. Freedom of information requests are stalling. Visa processing times have blown out. Public confidence in administrative decision-making is falling. Labor promised confidence but has delivered utter confusion. The Coalition's vision is clear. First, the review system must be independent and apolitical. Second, it must be accessible and efficient. Third, it must be fair and just, giving every Australian the confidence that decisions are made on merit. This bill moves us closer to that goal. It adopts a coalition idea to restore speed and focus to an overloaded system. Our task is now to ensure that the government implements it competently and transparently. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Nixon review into the exploitation of Australia's visa system warned that protracted processing times fuel exploitation and undermine integrity. It recommended on-the-papers review for low-risk, high-volume visa streams, and that is precisely what this bill now does. The Coalition welcomes the government's long-overdue acceptance of that recommendation, but we will hold them accountable for delivering results, not rhetoric. And while we support the bill, we remain cautious about its delegation of power to expand on the paper's reviews by regulation rather than legislation. Any future extension beyond student and temporary visas should be subject to clear consultation, transparency and disallowance. Parliament, not the executive, should decide where the right to an oral hearing is limited. And we trust that the Senate committee will make sensible recommendations on this point. And Labor's approach to reform is familiar. They announce with fanfare, abolish what works, and then quietly adjust back to the coalition's policy when their system collapses. They did it with national security, they did it with infrastructure, and now they are doing it with the tribunal system. The coalition will not oppose Labor when they correct course and adopt the coalition's policies. But Australians deserve a government that gets it right the first time. When the coalition left office, Mr Deputy Speaker, the AAT managed about 67,000 cases efficiently, with clear processes and experienced members. Labor dismantled that framework and replaced it with one that doubled the waiting times and the costs. Now, to repair the damage, they have adopted the very measures they once rejected. And that's fine by us, because our concern has always been the outcomes, not the ownership. So, to the government, I say this. Stop treating the administrative reform as a branding exercise. Australians do not care whether it's called the AAT, the ART or anything else. They care about timely, fair decisions. This bill is a step in that direction, but without proper leadership and accountability, even the best legislation will fall short. So to conclude, Deputy Speaker, the Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 is not revolutionary. It is belated recognition that the coalition was right all along, and it concedes that fast-track on-the-papers review works. It concedes that Labor's abolition of the AAT was unnecessary, and it concedes that the efficiency and fairness can and must coexist. The coalition supports this bill because it is practical, proportionate and consistent with our long-held principles. We will continue to work through Senate inquiry to ensure its implementation strengthens rather than weakens natural justice. Australians deserve a tribunal system that is fair, fast and functional. This bill is a small but important step towards that goal, and I commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member, and I call the question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I was very pleased to be here to hear the member for Nichols. And I just want to clarify some of the things he finished with, the conclusions he drew, that there was no need to change the previous AAT and create the Administrative Review Tribunal. In fact, there was great need to do significant reform of the AAT. And one reason is that that tribunal had been stacked with Liberal and National appointments. There were 85 former Liberal MPs, staffers, candidates and mates on the AAT. And that was something that had to change. The AAT also was not properly funded to do the work that it was required to do. And those opposite just saw it as an employment opportunity for failed Liberal and National candidates, hacks, cronies and mates. And so it is a fundamentally different process. In order to be appointed to the new Administrative Review Tribunal, the ART, you have to have certain qualifications and standards. It is a merit-based appointment, and that is absolutely appropriate for a body that is doing a merit-based review of decisions that have been made by government departments and agencies. So that is the fundamental, one of the fundamental changes that was made. And as someone who sat and chaired a committee that reviewed the legislation before it was adopted, I delved deeply into the new legislation for the ART, and I was very privileged to do that. And one of the things that we spent quite a bit of time talking about, which the records of the public hearings will show, was about when you review this tribunal. Do you do a 2-year review or a 5-year review? And in fact, what was embedded in the design of the ART is that you make changes as you notice things happening.
And this piece of legislation that we have here is an absolute example of why that process is so important to have as part of the ART. And that is when we see things that need to be fixed and need to be changed, we can do it. We don't have to wait for some formal review of the legislation for that to happen. So I'm really pleased to be speaking today about these changes to the ART. When I think about the ART, I think about an organisation that makes really big decisions that reflect on the quality of life for people. It might be that people are unhappy with a Centrelink decision that really affects their life, and they may not have felt they were fairly, the circumstances were fairly looked at. It might be an NDIS decision. I mean, there is not a government agency where a decision that's made isn't impactful for someone. And so to have a body to do this is important. And notably, the ART is not a court. It's not bound by the same formal rules of procedure and evidence. This is not actually about having your day in court, because it isn't a court. It's a review tribunal, and it's designed to support quick and fair decision-making, to provide applicants with outcomes as soon as practicable. So committed to merits review is the Albanese Labor government that, that was really why we did take the very bold and ambitious step to completely get rid of the AAT. That showed that we didn't think what was left was fixable, that it really needed a total wholesale workout. And that's what we've had. So the new ART came into being in October 2024. What would that be? Oh, that would be a year ago. So in that year, we've seen certain things, and certain things have changed, and we're responding really promptly to those. The reason behind the ART is to restore public trust and confidence in an independent system of merits review in this country. And we know that building trust actually takes time. And I think these changes will be one more step to demonstrate our commitment to that, and will be deserving of trust. Governance processes have been significantly improved with merits-based selection and determining the appointment of those decision makers, and that's a really good first step. And these proposed reforms build on that. So let's talk about the challenge. One of the most significant challenges that the ART faces is that there is limited flexibility to dispense with matters without an oral hearing. And generally speaking, the tribunal's required to hold an oral hearing to determine a matter, even in circumstances where it's not necessary to do so. There are some circumstances where an oral hearing is not necessarily necessary, but those circumstances are limited. For example, where the issues in contention could be reviewed in written submissions because they go to objective facts. For example, like whether an applicant has a certain document or not. Or it might be things that they're required to be eligible for in order to have a visa. So that's a factual evaluation, objective facts. The tribunal reviewing applicants like this without a hearing would therefore save time and money and mean more applicants can have their matters considered. The current inflexibility, coupled with an unprecedented spike in applications to the tribunal, particularly for the student visa cohort, that is putting considerable pressure on the tribunal and demonstrating why there needs to be greater flexibility in the policy around oral hearings. The current model also has the outcome of leading to a system that could inadvertently incentivise non-genuine applicants from seeking merits review to extend their stay. And that'd be to the detriment of genuine applicants. Where we see that there is a possibility that non-genuine applicants or the people advising them are being incentivised to use this process, particularly where it is to the detriment of genuine applicants, then we absolutely want to act. And so these changes will support the ART to be quick, efficient and reliable as an avenue for merits review. I'll talk just a bit about the specifics, Deputy Speaker. The bill is seeking to address these challenges through amendments to both the Administrative Review Tribunal Act and the Migration Act. The proposals contained in the bill are informed by both the experience of the tribunal over the last 12 months and the rapid review into exploitation of Australia's visa system, which took place in 2023. So these are changes based on inquiry and digging deep into what's going on and listening to what the ART says about what it's seeing now and how things might be dealt with more effectively. So the first point in the changes is around new broad general discretion for the ART, because this bill empowers the tribunal to make more decisions about how best to allocate its resources. In addition to the limited set of circumstances in which the tribunal can currently dispense with oral hearings, the bill provides a new broad discretion for the ART to determine matters using the phrase on the papers, so based on the documents that are available. And that's allowable if the issues for determination can be adequately determined in the absence of the parties to the proceedings, and that it's reasonable to do so in the circumstances. The legislation constrains the discretion to ensure that the tribunal must give the parties opportunity to make submissions in relation to whether a matter proceeds without an oral hearing, and the tribunal has taken those views into consideration. And the change means that ART members will be able to spend more time scrutinising information and making decisions and less time in hearings or case management processes. Overall, what does that mean? It means faster access to review for applicants, balanced against appropriate safeguards of reasonableness and the opportunity to put the case through submissions on why a matter should instead be considered through a hearing. So plenty of opportunity for that process. I want to talk about on the papers for student visas. Importantly, the bill will require that all student visa refusal matters considered by the tribunal be determined on the papers, that is, without an oral hearing. The tribunal is currently experiencing this unprecedented surge in the number of student visa refusal matters lodged for review. In 2024-25, these applications accounted for almost 40% of all lodgements to the ART. So 40% student visa lodgements, 60% every other government agency and process. Disproportionate. Requiring oral hearings for this visa class is simply not sustainable for the ART. The growing backlog in these matters is a symptom of the current inflexibility of the procedures. I mentioned earlier the rapid review into the exploitation of Australia's visa system, which was done in 2023. Now, it identified that decisions of certain temporary visas, including student visas, are suitable to be reviewed on the papers because it's appropriate for reviews of short-term temporary visas to be proportionate, quick and efficient, and expeditious review procedures reduce delays in decision-making and backlogs and support the overall integrity of Australia's migration system, which is, of course, something that we have been working very hard on in our first term of government and continue to in this term. The review procedure included in the bill would enable the tribunal to achieve efficiency in addressing its significant caseload, while ensuring applicants are still given an opportunity to present their case in writing. Reviews of decisions to refuse a student visa are well suited to be reviewed on the papers. You know, you take into account that the the nature of the issues under review, the temporary and short-term nature of a student visa, the low volume and complexity of written materials relevant to those proceedings. However, there would be other things that the tribunal would be required to do. They would need to invite applicants to give the tribunal written submissions and evidence on certain matters relating to it. They'll also be required to continue to give applicants certain adverse information and invite them to comment on it. So they will have that opportunity. They'll also be required to continue to request or obtain additional materials by other means, including making requests or orders for the applicant to provide certain documents. And the tribunal will also be required to make its decision on the basis of the written materials provided without holding a hearing. Ensuring the tribunal can consider student visa matters quickly will absolutely disincentivise the abuse of merits review by non-genuine applicants who are seeking to prolong their stay here. We appreciate that some stakeholders may argue that the changes aren't fair because they effectively deny the applicant that date in court. However, this is a different process, a merit review, and nothing in this proposal stops an applicant from putting their best case forward. A genuine applicant would seek the ability to do so whether the pathway was orally or in writing. And that's the advice and thinking that has gone into making this decision. Look, finally, Deputy Speaker, the bill's also going to allow the Minister to apply on the papers processes together for certain temporary visa decisions prescribed in the regulations. It gives the government flexibility to identify additional cohorts to be brought into the on the papers review procedure in future as appropriately. Importantly, this power would not apply to protection visa matters, in clear recognition that these applicants generally involve complex issues and are a much more vulnerable cohort of applicants. So, Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased that the way the ART was established, which allowed there to be ongoing improvement, and I would expect that we will see more ongoing improvement as different issues arise and emerge, and the Albanese Labor government will respond to those as they occur. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Macquarie. The question is the bill will be now read a second time, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 25. The objective of this bill, to improve the efficiency of the tribunal, is one I broadly support. But I also harbour serious concerns about aspects of the government's approach. On balance, I intend to support the bill, given the efficiency gains it promises, but I will be proposing an amendment to ensure those gains are not bought at the cost of fairness to international students and other migrants. Since the 14th of October 24, the Administrative Review Tribunal has operated in place of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. And the ART was established under the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 24 with the explicit aim of modernising and strengthening the system of merit review across the Commonwealth. In broad terms, the ART is empowered to review administrative decisions made under more than 400 Commonwealth Acts and legislative instruments, ranging from visas and migration to taxation, social security, NDIS, child support, veterans' entitlements, workers' compensation and more. Its mission is to provide an independent, accessible, fair and efficient merits review process. The ART can receive new evidence, revisit factual material and assess matters afresh. It may affirm, vary or set aside the original decision or substitute a new decision. Its procedures are meant to be flexible, with the minimum formalism necessary to ensure justice. Now, the ART's design emphasises merit-based appointments of members, enforceable performance standards and a code of conduct to underpin the integrity of the institution. All of this reflects past lessons learned from the operation of the AAT. For example, politicised appointments, insufficient transparency and structural pressures on capacity and case backlogs. In short, the ART is intended to be a more coherent, resilient and trusted tribunal, one that can deliver just outcomes without unnecessary delay. The principal problem the tribunal faces today is that rising caseloads are driving unacceptable delays in decisions. Wait times are growing, which causes hardship to applicants and defeats the whole aim of the tribunal. One of the drivers of this backlog is student visa refusal appeals, which have surged in number to now make up almost 40% of all lodgements. Because of those backlogs, some applicants wait many months, even more than a year, before they learn whether their case is accepted or how it will be handled. During that time, their lives, studies, families, finances and future plans are in limbo. In some cases, students may lose academic semesters or funding. In migration matters more broadly, long waits undermine certainty and foster anxiety and instability for people and their families. Further, delays also impose costs on government, on legal services and on the administrative system more broadly. The longer cases remain pending, the harder they are to manage and the more resources are consumed simply through case management and review. So we do need a way to manage cases, particularly student visa matters, more efficiently. This bill introduces 3 central changes designed to bring efficiency to the tribunal and reduce waiting times. Firstly, it mandates that student visa refusal matters be decided on the papers or without an oral hearing. Secondly, it grants the Minister a regulation-making power to require other temporary visa matters to be decided on the papers through reviewable protection although reviewable protection decisions are explicitly excluded. And thirdly, it gives the ART a broad discretion to decide remaining matters on the papers subject to certain statutory limitations. The core logic is that by shifting more cases from hearings to written processes, the tribunal can dispose of more cases faster. Applicants submit documents, arguments and evidence, but do not need to attend face-to-face hearings. The government assigns all student visa cases to the paper-based stream, gives the Minister power to designate further categories and provides the ART with latitude to make on-the-papers determinations in other matters when appropriate. Now, I support the underlying aim to reduce backlogs, cut waiting time and make the tribunal more responsive. But I have serious reservations about the first 2 changes in particular. The first change requires all student visa refusal matters to be handled on the papers. The government's justification is that student visa decisions tend to be straightforward, governed by clear criteria and therefore do not require a hearing. It asserts a written process is sufficient in most cases. Now, while I accept that that may often be true, it's implausible that it holds all the time. And the fact is that when they're appealed, student visa refusal decisions are set aside or overturned by the tribunal nearly half the time. And this shows that when additional evidence is heard, often during oral hearings, a different conclusion is frequently reached. A shift in process will affect these directly. So while most student visa decisions may be suitable for on the papers, a blanket ban on all oral hearings for student visa matters seems inappropriate. There are several reasons why certain student matters may require an oral hearing. Firstly, discretionary and contextual judgments based on credibility. Many student visa refusals turn on questions of genuine student intention, credibility and personal circumstances. These judgments are hard to capture in writing alone. Hearing evidence, cross-examination and oral explanation often expose nuances better. Secondly, youth inexperience and complexity. Well, many student applicants are young with limited capacity to navigate complex legal and factual materials. Written submissions demand legal precision and sophistication. In an oral hearing, tribunal members can ask clarifying questions, probe credibility and ensure applicants have had the opportunity to present their best case, especially those without legal representation. Thirdly, translation and comprehension issues. At an oral hearing, the tribunal provides translation services for applicants with limited English, but no equivalent translation support exists for preparing written submissions. That means applicants may struggle to express themselves clearly in writing, undermining the fairness and persuasiveness of their application. And lastly, procedural efficiency. In some exceptional cases, an oral hearing may actually be more efficient, allowing a tribunal to resolve complexity quickly in person rather than through protracted exchanges of documents. Now, these are specific and compelling reasons why a blanket requirement for on-the-papers decisions of student visa matters is problematic. The second problematic change is the Minister's power to designate other temporary visa categories for paper-based review. The power is broad, discretionary, and exercisable without meaningful parliamentary oversight. Relying on a ministerial regulation to decide categories risks arbitrary designation, and different temporary visa categories are still likely to have nuances and exceptions that may mean an oral hearing is more efficient or more fair in certain cases. A blanket approach eliminates that flexibility. It precludes the possibility of exceptional or complex cases being heard orally, even where fairness, justice or efficiency would favour it. For these reasons, I will be proposing an amendment to the bill to afford the tribunal discretion to decline a paper-only pathway and hold an oral hearing in student visa or designated temporary visa cases when the tribunal deems that appropriate. In other words, the tribunal should have the power to opt for a hearing in particular cases. In its submission to the committee, the Commonwealth Ombudsman supported such an approach, writing, "From a student's perspective, it would be fair and appropriate for the tribunal to have discretion to have an oral hearing." That principle should be built into the framework. While the exercise of this discretion by the tribunal may itself be reviewable, in my view, the potential delay does not outweigh the value of preserving procedural fairness. On balance, giving the tribunal discretion will enhance both the efficiency and the justice of its decision-making. I'll elaborate on my amendment to that effect during the consideration in detail stage. I also note a number of criticisms raised by stakeholders which are worth drawing attention to in the hope that they can be addressed in implementation. Some suggest that the student visa surge may be temporary, in which case sweeping permanent legislative change may be disproportionate. Denial of oral hearings might push more appellants to seek judicial review in courts, which could add pressures to the federal courts and undermine the bill's goals of efficiency. The experience of the former Immigration Assessment Authority showed that reliance on paper-based decision-making was often found to deny procedural fairness and produced increased litigation. A trial of on-the-papers decision-making in the NDIS tribunal context, with the Independent Expert Review Program, was terminated after 9 months because it failed to deliver sufficient efficiency improvements. There are other, less drastic alternatives to improve ART efficiency without undermining fairness. First, reducing unnecessary primary refusals could occur via increased use of requests for information. Too often, a visa is refused simply because a missing document or clarification was not sought, only to be overturned later at review. Second, strengthening the tribunal's triage, registry and support processes, giving more resources to registrars and administrative staff and increasing the number of tribunal members could ensure cases are processed more swiftly and effectively without reducing procedural safeguards. To summarise, the ART is a freshly established institution intended to revitalise Australia's system of merits review. Yet the tribunal now confronts serious pressures from surging caseloads, especially from student visa refusal appeals. These delays do cause harm to students, migrants, families, and to the integrity and credibility of the review system. The Administrative Review Tribunal and other legislation amendment bill seeks to confront that problem by shifting many matters to on-the-papers review, mandating this approach for student visa refusals, granting a ministerial designation power over other temporary visas, and giving the tribunal discretionary power for the remainder. I support that ambition and believe that the tribunal must evolve to meet demand. But in its current form, the bill overreaches in removing access to oral hearings for all student visa cases and in giving the minister wide regulatory power over all other visa categories. This risks undermining procedural fairness and denying justice to meritorious applicants. Therefore, I will move an amendment, and I would encourage the government to consider it, to ensure the tribunal retains discretion to hear an oral hearing in any case, including student visa reviews, where fairness, complexity or individual circumstances justify it. I believe that amendment balances the twin imperatives of efficiency and justice. Thank you.
I thank the member for Curtin. The question is the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Oh, sorry, the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the creation of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal in 1975 stands as a significant achievement in Labor's legacy. The Whitlam Labor government recognised the importance of having an impartial institution to oversee the review decisions made by ministers and, indeed, government departments. And it was a pioneering development 50 years ago, and one that today continues to embody a fundamental principle of democracy, that governments must be accountable to the people. The AAT was designed to empower individuals to question government decisions and ensure that actions taken under Commonwealth law were fair and equitable. This is about accountability. This is about fairness. This is about transparency. And this is about processes of review. The AAT evolved over the decades. In July 2015, the former coalition government merged the Migration Review Tribunal, Refugee Review Tribunal and Social Security Appeals Tribunal into the AAT. And unfortunately, this consolidation was poorly executed and left behind a problematic legacy, including financial instability. Deputy Speaker, when Labor came into government in 2022, we inherited an AAT that was labouring under a host of serious issues. The coalition left behind a tribunal overwhelmed by a massive backlog of cases and outdated digital systems that were ill-equipped for modern demands. But these weren't the only changes. The tribunal was heavily influenced by political appointments. The former government appointed up to 85 individuals with direct ties to the Liberal Party, including former MPs and former candidates, staffers and close affiliates. Research by the Grattan Institute in 2022 revealed that a staggering 20% of the AAT's 320 members had political connections to the appointing government. Worse still, many of these appointments bypassed merit-based selection processes. Some appointees lacked the necessary qualifications or experience. It was obvious that a body structured in this way could not credibly claim to be impartial or competent in reviewing government decisions. Deputy Speaker, Labor came to government committed to providing the Australian people with an administrative review body that operated independently, free from political interference. After thorough consultation with the public, the Administrative Review Expert Advisory Group and multiple parliamentary committees, the Albanese Labor government legislated to replace the compromised and mismanaged AAT with a new body that Australians could trust, the Administrative Review Tribunal, or the ART. The important word here, Deputy Speaker, is trust. Labor knew it was vital to restore public trust and confidence in our independent merits review system. Accordingly, one of the features of the new ART was a transparent, merit-based appointment process, independent of political influence. Because people want to know that the process of merits review is fair. People want to know that the process of merits review is robust, and people want to know that the process of merits review works in this country. The new ART outlined stringent qualification requirements. The President of the Administrative Review Tribunal must be a judge of the Federal Court of Australia, and judicial deputy presidents must either be a judge of the Federal Court of Australia or the Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia. Other appointments must be enrolled lawyers with varying degrees of substantial experience, specialised training or experience in relevant subject matter. This is important because the tribunal's work is absolutely vital. Its members are tasked with reviewing decisions made by government agencies, ensuring that laws and policies are applied correctly, but are also applied fairly. Every year, tens of thousands of Australians depend on this process to challenge decisions that can profoundly affect their lives, that can profoundly affect their families' lives, and that can profoundly affect their future. Decisions that determine whether someone receives a permanent visa, decisions that determine whether someone qualifies for the pension, decisions that determine or secures a veteran's compensation or obtains essential NDIS support. That is why public trust in the tribunal is a non-negotiable. It's an absolute must. It's a fundamental. In terms of this bill, the ART has been operational since October 2024. And during this time, it has become apparent that some of its procedures require more flexibility. This bill addresses these matters and will lead to timely resolution of emerging delays. This is mainly occurring when and with reviews concerning temporary migration. We don't want applicants to be left waiting without an answer for months, particularly when an efficient merits review would provide a response. Put simply, people need clarity. People need clarity because clarity allows them to plan their future. People need clarity because clarity allows them to plan for their family. People need clarity because clarity allows them to plan as to what they're going to do next. Currently, oral hearings are required in the majority of circumstances, even when matters could be investigated and resolved through written submissions. Written submissions which rely on objective facts such as the presentation of a specific document or eligibility for a visa demonstrate how a matter can be reviewed efficiently on the papers, meaning no oral hearing is required. And Deputy Speaker, we're talking about sensible efficiency here, one that can be achieved without sacrificing the robustness of process or procedural fairness that is inherent in the work of the ART. The measures contained in this bill were informed by the rapid review into the exploitation of Australia's visa system in 2023, otherwise known as the Nixon Review. And as a result, all student visa refusal matters will undergo this new on-the-papers process. Student visas are appropriate for on-the-papers reviews due to the nature of the issues under review, the temporary nature of the visa, and how the low volume of relevant documentation. The tribunal will still be required to give applicants the opportunity to make written submissions, as well as giving applicants certain adverse information and requesting return comment. The tribunal can also continue to request additional information regarding the matter at hand. These amendments to the Migration Act 1958 are a reasonable and efficient approach to take with student visas, which are short-term and in relatively low volume. These adjustments will help clear the reviews backlog, give genuine applicants peace of mind, and deter people who aren't genuine from using the system to just stay longer. Deputy Speaker, it will be possible to add additional temporary visa types to this category in the future, but it is important to note that permanent and protection visas will not be assessed in this way. These matters are inherently more complex, and in the case of protection visas, often concern a more vulnerable cohort. The bill also amends the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024 to give the tribunal more power to choose to make a decision based on written materials, rather than an oral hearing on other processes regarding temporary visas. Safeguards in place include that the matter at hand be determinable without an oral hearing, and that it is reasonable to rely on written submissions, and that all parties to the matter have been able to make submissions as to whether an oral hearing is indeed required. These changes to the functions of the ART mean that the highly experienced and expert ART members will be able to spend more of their time assessing the content and circumstances of applications, as opposed to sitting in hearings and managing caseload processes. This means faster processing time for applicants, and this means that people who are seeking to make these kind of applications will have answers quicker. And fundamentally, Deputy Speaker, that is what the ART is about. It's about making sure that in the process of merits review, there is the opportunity to have a fair process. It is about making sure that in the process of merits review, there is an opportunity to have one's case heard. It is about making sure that in the process of merits review, that people are treated with procedural fairness. And importantly, part of that process must be that people get answers in a reasonable time. And the efficiencies that are put forward in this bill are all about making sure that people get an answer as soon as possible. Administrative review continues to be an important feature of our legal system. While being part of the system, the ART is not a court and does not have the same legal, procedural and evidential rules. It is designed to enable quick and fair decision-making to be given to applicants and to be able to give applicants timely outcomes. Speaker, this bill does not stop the applicant from putting a comprehensive case before the ART. What it does do is that it gives the tribunal the tools to process cases efficiently and fairly and upholds the merits review system, which is absolutely critical to Australian legal processes. Deputy Speaker, it also bolsters public confidence in the ART and it strengthens the integrity of our visa and migration system. Tribunal decisions on the basis of written reviews will increase in efficiency and will also save money, meaning more applicants will be able to have their matters considered. It will also efficiently and reliably address the unprecedented increase in applications for student visas. In 2024-25, student visa refusal matters accounted for almost 40% of all lodgements to the ART. And this bill is an example of responsive and responsible leadership by the Albanese Labor government. It will ensure a fit-for-purpose ART and provide greater efficiency and indeed certainty for applicants. And Deputy Speaker, if we look back to 1975 when the AAT was created by a Labor government, and we look to the fundamental principles that sat behind why the tribunal was created in the first place, this is what this bill is about. Because the AAT was created to make sure that merits review was fair. The AAT was created to make sure that when it comes to decisions of government, that people had a place to go to put their case forward for review. And this bill upholds the fundamental principles that sit under that very initial creation of the AAT originally. And when it comes to the ART, it makes it fit for purpose so that we have both fairness, so that we have transparency, so that we have a clear review process that deals with people's issues efficiently every single day. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Moreton. The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a member for Goldstein, it is a great privilege to be able to speak on this legislation. And I speak on this legislation, of course, with the Coalition as somebody who supports it, because there is no legislation in this Parliament, Deputy Speaker, that has been ever put forward by the current member for Isaacs that has not needed improvement. The member for Isaacs, who of course established the Administrative Review Tribunal in the last Parliament, has a history and litany of train wreck legislation that needs constant improvement, like his tenure as a minister in government. And I say this with sadness, Deputy Speaker, but when he isn't turning up to Teal fundraisers and events in Goldstein or sending volunteers to Goldstein to help Teal candidates get elected, even though they claim to be independent. He puts forward legislation that is a train wreck before this parliament, and of course this legislation is designed to fix the legacy of the member for Isaacs, who every time he has tried to put things forward has gone on to fail and create more problems and more confusion than the problems were there that he sought to solve in the first place. I remember this well and truly back in my time as Australia's Human Rights Commissioner, Deputy Speaker, when we were dealing with the legacy of the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd governments and the children who were locked in detention as a result of those governments who were asylum seekers. And during that time, Deputy Speaker, the member for Isaacs, the latter stage, was Attorney General. And during that period as Attorney General, he had a number of choices that he could confront. Some of those choices could have been to get children out of detention, just like these sorts of legislation, review the Administrative Review Tribunal, reviewing legislation to assess whether people should have pathways to be able to get out of visa or migration pathways. But that wasn't the pathway that the member for Isaacs took. As Attorney General, his solution was to seek to abolish the Office of Australia's Human Rights Commissioner, which was the office that was in part responsible for oversight of the treatment of those children in detention. So what do we have? We had children denied education. The solution to that was abolish the person who had oversight for it. It was that they were suffering mental health conditions. The member for Isaac's solution was abolish the person whose responsibility was to have oversight for mental health deterioration of children in the custodianship of the government. At every single point, what we had was a government, the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd government, that were involved in demonisation and humiliation of children and a rapid advancement in their mental health deterioration, and his only answer to those situations was through different pieces of legislation put forward to abolish the Office of Australia's Human Rights Commissioner, which included a pathway to remove any oversight or to actually address the problems of how the government was bullying, demonising or delegitimising children. So I am not surprised that this legislation had to be put forward by this government to fix the long litany of, once again, the member for Isaacs' problems. This legislation, he was very vocal today in question time when anyone dared question the correlation and relationship between the Australian Labor Party and, of course, the CFMEU, and was outraged that anybody highlight the deep connection where Labor parties received $7 million worth of funding, or the fact that the head of the Victorian branch, who's directly connected to figures like Mick Gatto and John Setka, sits on the national executive of the Australian Labor Party, including by, I think it's the member for Bruce, who's sitting opposite at the table right now, sits also with the head of the Victorian division of the CFMEU on the national executive. But apparently there's no issue here. Nobody can see any issues or problems, because, even though they're directly associating with criminal and organised gangs. But again, no one from the Labor Party seems to care. So yes, the previous speaker who spoke before is right. There are issues around making sure there's transparency and oversight and process that's being followed. But I can well and truly be confident that you're not going to get it from this Labor government. That's why their legislation that the member for Isaacs introduced in the previous parliament needs to be fixed, because despite his promise of a grand future of the Administrative Review Tribunal ushering in a new era of review rights to make sure that there was integrity and trust and transparency sitting behind tribunal hearing processes, instead it has turned into a catastrophe on epic proportions. The AAT, which was doing its job, which was making sure there was proper review processes of administrative decisions, was replaced by a body stacked with his mates, which is now slower, more expensive, and facing the largest backlog in its history. The caseload's now increased to 67,000 matters, substantially more than there was in the case when we were last in office. Median case times have now blown out to 30 weeks to 68 weeks under the member for Isaacs and, of course, the current Attorney General. Student visa appeals have risen from around 2,000 cases to more than 40,000. An extraordinary growth, Deputy Speaker, by any measure of which count. Labor's abolition of the AAT was a vindictive, malicious and unnecessary attack designed solely for the purpose they didn't get to appoint every single person who sat on it, and they wanted to be able to make sure that it was like the Fair Work Commission or another organisation where only their people sat on it because they want to control every single part of the artifice and control the state. Well, sorry, Deputy Speaker, but we live in a democracy. There are, of course, a diversity of views that are allowed to be had. There are a diversity of views that are allowed to be spoken. And sure as night follows day, some people are entitled to be able to be part of the artifice of the state that are not members of the Australian Labor Party. Shocking as I know, Member for Cook. Shocking as I know. Shocking as I know, some people are allowed to serve the Australian community even if they are not signed up members of the Labor Party. This is not Pyongyang yet. When the Prime Minister comes back from one of his international sojourns, as he does, and tries to treat this Parliament like the National People's Congress, some of us are still going to be here quite happily asking him questions which are not the questions that he wants to have asked of him, not the ones of telling him how wonderful he is or how glorious his new regime is or all of his incredible success stories that he wants to boast and claim about. Some of us are going to ask him difficult questions about the correlation and relationships that he has, including why it is that he relies on the votes of the head of the Victorian division of the CFMEU, on the National Executive of the Labor Party.
Order. Can I just remind the member to be relevant to the legislation?
Absolutely, Deputy Speaker. I'm being 100% relevant to the legislation because we're talking about review rights, review processes, and I think it's very important to make sure that we're drawing very clearly the issue of transparency, consistency and review rights, and, of course, the integrity that goes right to the heart of this government. And in fact, that was a key theme of the former members, and in fact, just about every single member who's got up and spoken on this legislation. Integrity of the right of the legislation and how it speaks to this government. And I agree with them. I agree with them. And when we've got the member for Bruce, who's sitting now at the table, standing only moments ago, and he's directly connected to the head of the Victorian division of the CFMEU.
Order. The Minister.
Yeah, on relevance and respect for the chair, word association is not relevance. That is an unhinged rant that has nothing to do with the clause in the bill, and you didn't move a second reading amendment.
As I've already mentioned, the member should be relevant to the legislation.
As outlined, Deputy Speaker, the Administrative Review Tribunal and other legislation amendment, Bill 2025, goes directly to the process and integrity of the government. All of the other speakers from the government have made this point. They have used as a basis to extol the virtues of the government. All I am simply highlighting and shining a bright light. I realise it's very difficult for the member sitting opposite to have it highlighted upon them because it shows an uncomfortable truth. That if you're going to make your integrity central to the passage of a piece of legislation, and it's going to be embodied in the legislation because you are saying this bill, as the minister themselves said, was the foundations of this legislation, that review, process, transparency in decision-making, then maybe association with the head of criminal enterprises is not a great place to start. I happen to agree. Just like the conduct of the former member, or the current member for Isaacs, I know he'll be former one day, but for the moment he's current, and his consistent failure around processes of legislation which have led to the need to introduce this bill is also an important part of the conversation. So, of course, we do have a problem with the law as it currently operates. Labor's bill has failed the Australian community. It has delayed decision-making. Australians have been let down, and part of it's because we have a minister who's sitting at the table, we have ministers who sit on those benches, the government benches over there, and they simply are not interested in driving legislation which is going to improve the Australian community. They simply have legislation which advances the interests of the people that they seek to represent, which is primarily the patronage and power associated with the Labor Party. And, of course, even when they appoint people to the Administrative Review Tribunal to do exactly that, they're being failed by them but it's the Australian community that are suffering the consequences of the patronage network of the Labor Party. So, this legislation is designed as a backflip, acknowledging the simple reality their legislation has failed. It isn't going to work for the Australian community, so they are having to fix up their administrative mess. Of course, as much as we don't want a backflip because we'd rather the law worked, we welcome a decision of a backflip from the Labor Party because it means we might actually see some improvement in decision-making and actually see an improvement in the pathway for decision-making. Simply to be able to allow the Tribunal to make decisions on the papers for significant migration matters, starting with student visa refusals, and gives it a broader discretion to decide other matters on written material. It allows applicants will still be invited to provide written submissions and respond to any adverse information before a decision is made. And these reforms are designed to improve efficiency and reduce the record backlog and deliver faster, fairer outcomes. So, yes, we are fixing the problems of the legislation put forward by the Labor Party that has led to a huge backlog for those many Australians who rely simply, or those who are not even Australians, who rely on the Administrative Review Tribunal as the basis for fair decision-making. I just wish the Labor Party would acknowledge that there is a need for transparent, informed, integrity-based decision-making in so many other areas. Just like we don't have that in the context of Australian construction industry right now, where we know that because of the failure of the Labor government, we have the flagrant abuse of the law, we have ongoing allegations and whistleblower evidence coming out increasingly highlighting the minister has failed and their solution has failed to corruption on Australian work sites, and we have an administration which has become an enabler of corruption. Now, if you've got that in one area and you've got a failure, as you have with the Administrative Review Tribunal, and to their credit, the government eventually acknowledges, yes, the member for Isaacs didn't get it right and we have to fix up his mess once again, then maybe they could turn around and say, the current Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations is failing the Australian community, is an enabler of corruption, and maybe she needs to fix that legislation as well.
Order. I'd ask that you withdraw that, please.
I'll withdraw. The minister has failed the Australian community, and whistleblowers are saying that corruption is running rife under the solution that is currently legislated. She is oversighting and she is backing to the hilt and is saying the strongest possible course of action. And when it comes down to it, when you acknowledge a failure like the Administrative Review Tribunal, when you acknowledge an issue like the failure of the Administrative Review Tribunal and you're prepared to amend the legislation to acknowledge the failure of the Administrative Review Tribunal, maybe it's time to look at other institutions and artifices that you have introduced and try and fix those as well. So now this is a teaching moment, not just of the failure of the member for Isaacs, but of course of the legacy of Senator Murray Watt and of course the current operations of the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. But we know full well there will be no action by this government. There won't be action by this government for a simple reason, because too many people on the other side of this chamber right now are tainted and directly connected to the misconduct that is leading to a situation that they want to perpetuate. There is a real need now for this parliament to stand up and call out the conduct that is leading to corruption on Australian work sites. And we are going to continue to prosecute this argument every step of the way, and I hope that when the Prime Minister and others call this conduct out and improve the standing for the Australian community.
I thank the member for Goldstein. Goldstein, it depends where you come from, I think, how you pronounce it. And thank you for withdrawing as well. It being okay, all right. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Administrative Review Tribunal and other legislation Amendment Bill 2025 brought forward by the Attorney-General, and I commend her for doing so. Our country's history is one of migration. With the exception of our Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander Australians, every Australian is either a migrant or of migrant descent. And I couldn't be prouder to stand in this chamber as the member of the Albanese Labor government, a government that is committed to strengthening the integrity of our migration system. This bill amends two pieces of legislation to ensure that the Administrative Review Tribunal, the ART, can review migration decisions efficiently and flexibly.
Order. It being 7:30 p.m, I do propose the question that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Gorton will be given an opportunity to complete her speech at a later time. Later date, I should say. And I call the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My electorate of Hinkler is full of opportunity, new beginnings and wonderful people getting things done. This was on show at the blessing of a new grotto and garden at the Sacred Heart Catholic Parish in Childers recently. The famous Bruce Highway runs through this town and the peaceful space is open to locals and travellers looking for somewhere to take a break. The new maternal heart garden and grotto was officially blessed and dedicated as a place of fellowship, faith and renewal. I had the privilege of being involved in the opening with Father Jack Ho, members of the parish and the Year 1 students from the neighbouring St Joseph's Catholic Primary School, where I also presented an Australian flag at an earlier assembly. The students sang and danced and used Auslan to celebrate the opening. The generosity of the local O'Brien and LaRocca families made this grotto and garden possible. Mr Speaker, I'm proud to have officially opened the new Hinkler Electorate Satellite Office in Hervey Bay, a bustling and booming community that deserves to have their voices heard. Thank you to the Leader of the Nationals, David Littleproud, for giving your time to celebrate this opening. I've commenced constituent meetings in the office, and on the day of the ribbon cutting, I was fortunate enough to spend time with Hervey Bay pharmacist Paul Stanton in the lead up to World Pharmacist Day. Paul shared the challenges and opportunities facing a local pharmacy, and I applaud Paul and all Hinkler pharmacists for their role in keeping my community healthy. I also met with the Australian Medical Association of Queensland President and local Hervey Bay GP, Dr Nick Yim. Dr Yim highlighted the need for private practices in Hinkler to be given a fairer go to ensure patients can access more affordable and reliable health care. Mr Speaker, I've had the fortune to take my mobile office on the road throughout Hinkler over the past 2 weeks. My straight-off-the-bat office visited 17 locations. My team and I said g'day to locals at the Buxton Boat Ramp, Childers Main Street, the wonderful beachside village of Woodgate, Torbanlea, Aldershot, Toogoom, the beautiful Burrum Heads, various locations around Bundy, Burnett Heads, Bargara, Elliott Heads, Pyalba, Urangan and River Heads. The strong themes discussed were aged care concerns, veterans affairs, telecommunication shortfalls, energy policy, rising electricity prices and the cost of living. I thank my community for attending these mobile office locations. I value their feedback and I will always work hard to find solutions to any matters facing the people of Hinkler and ensure regional Aussies get our fair share. Speaker, I'd like to highlight two of Hinkler's finest young ambassadors and leaders, Hervey Bay's Maxim van Wyk and Bundaberg's Emily Cullinan. Max is 15 years old and has been selected to attend a Rotary Youth Exchange for 12 weeks in Belgium. Max is hoping to hone his French language and immerse himself in the local culture and cuisine. Meanwhile, Emily from Bundaberg is also 15 years old and will head to Cancun, Mexico for her 3-month exchange. These programs build friendships around the world and teach students a new language and culture. I have proudly met with and presented these two young youth exchange ambassadors with an Australian flag, Australian pin, a copy of our Constitution and other resources to take with them overseas. On behalf of the Hinkler community, I wish Max and Emily safe travels and look forward to catching up with them both on their return. And Mr Speaker, I'd like to wish Bush Kids a happy 90th anniversary, a not-for-profit organisation supporting children and families in regional, rural and remote Queensland. Once known as the Royal Bush Children's Health Scheme, the roots of this organisation are in the electorate of Hinkler in Hervey Bay. It all started with summer camps for bush children at the QCWA Holiday Cottage at Pyalba. Bush Kids, an organisation as an organisation has evolved, but it is always about improving the lives of children, particularly those experiencing disadvantage. Bush Kids delivers holistic, family-centred services in collaboration with local communities, community organisations and health and education providers. In Hinkler, the Early Childhood Approach, or ECA, delivers services in Hervey Bay and Bundaberg, supporting children from birth to age 9 with disability or developmental delay. I recently had the privilege of supporting and attending the screening of a film called Scene, presented by Bush Kids, which provides an inspiring insight into the power of positive parenting. In their 90th year, I applaud the work of Bush Kids staff, the Friends of Bush Kids volunteers, their CEO, Carlton Main, President Dr Neil Bartels and the board for all they are doing to give our youngsters the best shot at life. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Good health is something too often taken for granted, but for thousands of Australian children and their families, every heartbeat is precious, and every step we take to support them matters. Every day, more than 8 children are born with heart disease. That's more than 3,000 children every year, or roughly 1 child every 3 hours. Across Australia, it's estimated that 32,000 children are living with childhood heart disease. These are not just numbers. Behind every statistic is a family, a community and a young person with hopes and potential. The Heart Kids Foundation is making a real difference in this space, and in my electorate of Corangamite, their impact is being felt on the ground. Just last Saturday, I had the privilege of joining Hannah Pearl, her family and her incredible Heart Kids team in Conowari in my electorate for the 2 feet and a heartbeat walk. And despite torrential rain, families still turned out in numbers to support this amazing cause. Many of the families have experienced loss or have children who are currently undergoing treatment for a heart condition. Many tears were shed, including mine. I have a nephew who was born with a heart condition which required immediate intensive care. He's doing well now, but it was an extremely difficult period for our family. Mr Speaker, across October and November, thousands of Australians are walking side by side as a reminder of why this cause matters. Families like Xavier's know this too well. We heard this story before the walk on Saturday. At just 36 weeks, doctors discovered Xavier had several serious health conditions. Born at 37 weeks via emergency C-section, he was immediately rushed to the Royal Children's Hospital. At only 4 days old, he required temporary pacing wires. By 11 days, open heart surgery had inserted a shunt and pacemaker. A blocked shunt, 2 rounds of ECMO, cardiac arrest, and Xavier's brief life was marked by unimaginable challenges. His passing was sudden and devastating, yet through the heartbreak, his parents, Angie and Daniel, found support from Heart Kids. Food and fuel vouchers during hospital stays, ongoing counselling and a community to help navigate life after loss. Their courage in sharing Xavier's story ensures his memory lives on and helps other families walking the same journey. The federal government recognises the critical importance of supporting families facing childhood heart disease. The Australian National Standards of Care for Childhood Onset Heart Disease, released this year, are the culmination of over a decade of advocacy from Heart Kids, patients, families, carers and healthcare providers. The federal government's investment in making these standards a reality has been vital, but there's always much more to be done. This is the kind of work that makes a real difference in people's lives, and it aligns with our broader focus on health in the community. Another local event on the weekend was Health Festival Geelong, an event celebrating health, wellness and preventative care, including initiatives like our government's Medicare urgent care clinics. I'm so proud that we've got one of these clinics in Belmont and we're just around the corner from delivering another in Torquay. We're also rolling out Medicare mental health prevention hubs, with one set for Torquay. And of course, our changes to bulk billing will come in from November 1. Together, these initiatives show what's possible when Australians have a government that puts healthcare front and centre. And events like the Heart Kids Walk and the Health Festival Geelong show what's possible when communities, healthcare providers and governments work together. I'd like to take a brief moment to congratulate the organisers from the Health Festival, including Dr Jenny Wang from Banksia Medical Centre in Torquay. Well done on such a successful event. Mr Speaker, supporting organisations like Heart Kids, investing in standards of care and ensuring families have access to services they need is so important. So I urge all Australians to get involved, to walk, to support, to raise awareness, because no family should face childhood heart disease alone. Thank you.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, environmental law reform is well overdue. We can agree on that. And that view is very much shared by those on both sides of the House. So why is it, Deputy Speaker, that this Labor government is yet to get the balance right? We've said that from the beginning. We need to ensure that jobs and investment continue whilst minimising the impact on the environment. And it's important to note that investment is in decline in this country. But this reform is simply too important to get wrong. In its current form, and from the amount of draft legislation that we've seen, Labor's environmental laws risk being nothing but a gift to our overseas competitors, and it will be a blow to Australian industry, business and workers. That's jobs, that's income, that's families, that's communities. This also risks the government's latest critical minerals deal with the US. And for what? To appease the Green groups? To keep the door open for negotiations with the Greens? Or to appease the left faction of the Labor caucus? Seems like a contrast to Labor's so-called productivity agenda, because the proposed plan might please the far-left activists, but it seriously risks Australian jobs, projects and prosperity. Australia can protect the environment and still get things built right now. Labor's laws will do neither, because every added layer of bureaucracy makes it harder for projects to get off the ground. That makes it easier for investment and jobs to go offshore. Labor's reckless decision to prioritise the interests of Green groups over jobs and productivity puts reform on life support. We suggested a genuine option to fast-track and streamline reforms right now. In the letter that the Leader of the Opposition and I penned to the Prime Minister, we proposed that the bill be split, prioritising and streamlining approvals, because that's what's urgent, whilst dealing with the contentious measures separately. The proposal that we put forward, that the government flat out rejected, will cut sovereign risk and restore business confidence, along with helping to unlock critical minerals and other major projects, because the Coalition supports genuine environmental reform. Splitting the bill means Parliament can move immediately on these reforms. Again, we know they're long overdue. We know that approvals are taking far, far too long. And we must ensure jobs and growth without being held hostage by Labor's more controversial proposals. Because despite what those on the other side of the House claim, the Coalition supports genuine environmental reform. We strongly believe we need to care for the environment. The Coalition's record on the environment, particularly under the Leader of the Opposition's leadership as Environment Minister, is one we are so very proud of. As the Minister, she led the development of reforms to fix the approvals process. And in 2022, the Coalition announced a $1 billion Great Barrier Reef Fund. Our $280 million Recycling Modernisation Fund drove a $1 billion transformation of the waste and recycling sector. We invested billions in threatened species, habitat restoration, marine conservation and environmental projects. And under the Morrison government, Australia's investment in renewable energy continued to break records. We have a proud history of environmental conservation in our party. An investment that saw renewables ultimately make up almost 1/3 of our energy mix. They're just some of the many initiatives and investments made by the Coalition. So when we say the government is again rushing through complex, untested legislation, we have the credentials to back that up, going all the way back to Malcolm Fraser, who put protections on the Great Barrier Reef. And when industry backs up these claims, you know there are alarm bells ringing. This legislation will put billions and billions of dollars of investment and thousands of Australian jobs at risk. Instead of speeding up decisions, they're creating a system that will stop projects dead in their tracks We need certainty and we need balance. Certainty for industry, for jobs, and balance for the environment and protections. We simply cannot continue to operate with the legislation in its current form. I'll continue to speak with the government to see where we can move amendments or where we can come to the middle, or to see if Labor will split the bill. We cannot wrap industry up in additional red and green tape, and we must protect our environment. There is a way forward.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Bass.
Thank you, Speaker. Tonight, I want to celebrate two remarkable young people from my electorate of Bass who have taken part in Raise Our Voice Australia, a national initiative that amplifies the voice of young Australians in our parliaments and in our public life. Rover gives students a platform to step into our shoes for a moment, to put their ideas on the record, and to remind us that policy is ultimately about the future that they will inherit. It is a simple but powerful concept. Ask young people what matters, listen carefully, and take their contributions seriously. In Bass and across Australia, we are lucky to have young adults who are thoughtful, curious, and brave enough to engage with big questions. They do not all agree, and nor should they. They bring different values and experiences, and that diversity is a strength. Our democracy is healthier when we make room for principled disagreement, evidence, and respectful debate. I'm proud of the culture of participation that is growing in northern Tasmania, through our schools, community groups, and families, encouraging young people to write, speak up, and to lead. Programs like Rover help turn classroom conversations into civic engagement, and civic engagement into lifelong public service in whatever form that takes. To the students who submitted from Bass this year, you should be proud. It takes courage to put your words forward and be judged on your ideas. Thank you for trusting me with your voices. Tonight, I will place two of these voices on the parliamentary record. First, Lucia, who asks us to think beyond electoral cycles and plan for the next century. And then Jessica, who challenges us to balance government responsibility with individual agency. I commend both young writers, and I thank Raise Our Voice Australia for this opportunity. Hello, I'm Lucia. I'm 15 and I live in regional Tasmania, an island rich in natural resources. Lately, I've been thinking not just about next year or the next election, but the next 100, 200, even 500 years. Countries like Singapore and Japan already plan that far ahead, and I believe Australia should too. Right now, it feels like every time the government changes, so does the plan. We get short-term fixes instead of long-term vision. But if we thought in centuries, our policies would look very different. We wouldn't keep selling off ports, farms and mines to the highest bidder. We would protect and strengthen our manufacturing sector. We would make sure our natural resources are locally owned. We would also invest properly in education, climate action and mental health, not just because they are popular now, but because they shape the future we want to build. True leadership means asking, what kind of country will we leave behind? And then acting on it. I may be young, but I want to grow up in a country that thinks big, builds wisely, and plans for generations and not election cycles. And from Jessica, aged 16. These days, it's common to look to the government for answers. The first reaction is often, the government should fix this, that's their job. However, the government was never intended to manage every part of our lives. Its role is to protect our rights, maintain order, and create conditions where people have the opportunity to succeed. Over time, this focus has shifted, and more people expect the government to step in and handle problems that we might solve ourselves. While it's natural to want comfort, something important is lost when we depend too heavily on elected governments. Solving challenges on our own builds resilience, whereas constant reliance and reduction to self-determine can ultimately lead to disadvantage. Rather than asking for more programs and subsidies, we should ask the government to focus on creating an environment where everyone, no matter their circumstances, can build a life based on their own goals and efforts. With the freedom to choose and the opportunity to achieve comes both risk and responsibility. The better question isn't, what will government give us? But with self-interest in mind, what will our governments allow us to do for ourselves? True freedom means having the ability to take care of yourself and shape your future, even when there are challenges. I am thankful for our Australian government and hope that it will always allow the people who elect it to thrive. Thank you so much to Lucia and Jessica.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week in Perth, I spoke to the RMA 25, and that was a conference that was co-hosted by the Australian College of Rural and Remote Medicine and the Rural Doctors Association of Australia. And I spent most of the day listening. I think we could do more listening and less talking as members of Parliament and health professionals from across Australia. But this is what I delivered as part of my address. In regional health, a good public policy is partnership, and that partnership is really important in the regions. Regional communities are great places to live because people are connected and care for one another, and communities are invested in the health services that they have, and too often those services are very hard won and they are never taken for granted. But what we do have, Mr Speaker, is workforce challenges, and I've observed a consistent shortfall in the health workforce outside metropolitan areas. It's worth noting at this point that regional, rural and remote areas cannot always be lumped into one category. They have their own individual challenges and idiosyncrasies, and the modified Monash model has attempted to put a framework around this in order to prioritise areas of most need. And this can work well when governments have the ethos of respecting that, but there have been examples lately where there has been an attempt to pay the modified Monash model lip service, and I believe this has and will continue to lead to poorer outcomes for people outside regional areas. And an example of this is the distribution priority area classification and the limited number of medical bonded doctors and overseas trained doctors available to be deployed into areas of workforce. This has significantly shrunk under the Albanese government's changes to the modified Monash model. Automatic inclusion of MM2 as a district priority area has made an incentive that was previously exclusive to rural and remote towns available to regional centres and perversely to some areas that are on the fringe of major capital cities. Along with the distribution of medical professionals, there are three main ways we can increase the numbers in areas outside metro areas. Recruitment from overseas, recruitment from Australian metro areas into regions, or we can train people, and we can train people in regional areas. And bringing in healthcare professionals from overseas is essential, and this must never be lost in the necessary discussion we should have about migration in Australia. And another way is to attract people from metro areas to regional, rural and remote, but then you have to find a way to keep them. And I was involved in an effort before coming into Parliament called the Greater Shepparton Community Connector Program. And working with local government, we were developing a concierge service that was based on a successful model in Canada, where new employees and their families were connected by a local representative to help them find schools, housing, interest groups and networks they needed to make their relocation successful. And a third way is to grow our own, and that's i.e. train people outside metro areas. And the Melbourne University School of Rural Health in Shepparton is a part of the broader Murray-Darling Basin Medical School, and a fantastic example put together by the previous coalition government, whereby students can do a undergraduate Bachelor of Biomedical Sciences in the regions, and then they can graduate into a Doctor of Medicine postgraduate degree. In the case of my electorate, this is in the School of Rural Health, Melbourne University in Shepparton. And the first lot of those graduates will graduate at the end of this year in merely a few weeks, Mr Speaker. And those young people are already connected to the community. Many of them have made family connections, many of them have bought houses, and they will practice in the regions. So it's a great example of moving tertiary access to people in regional, rural and remote areas so that we can grow our own health force. Again, in my electorate, the Melbourne University and Golden Valley Health have developed this model to extend health education, and I would like to see that move have that not just in medicine and general practice, but also move it into other areas of applied health learning and allied health, such as physiotherapy, nursing, midwifery. The list goes on of the number of students that we can train in regional areas. I'd like to also see that training expanded beyond the Murray-Darling Medical School and beyond just medicine. There's so much potential in regional areas for us to train our own in regions, and we need to move Commonwealth-funded places and not just have them in the sandstone universities of Melbourne, Adelaide, Sydney and Brisbane, but move them out into the regions. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak about the Box Hill Prostate Cancer Support Group, who do amazing work in my electorate of Menzies, providing support to survivors and those living with prostate cancer, as well as raising awareness of prostate cancer. I wear this pin today to show my support for them and to show my solidarity with them. I first had the privilege of meeting this great group of blokes when I attended their information evening at Box Hill Town Hall in September, which of course was Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. There, I heard from survivors and those undertaking treatment, their families who support them on their journeys, and health practitioners. They shared stories, they shared experiences, they shared practical tips, and they did it all with good humour and a few laughs. It was clear how important this group was for members and their families, because sometimes it's only people who have been through the same experience who can really understand and who you can feel comfortable leaning on. I'll be honest, Deputy Speaker, Speaker. Maybe, like a lot of blokes, I hadn't given prostate cancer much thought. Thanks to these men and the health professionals who work alongside them, I now understand that 1 in 5 Australian men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in their lifetime. It is the most common cancer among men after non-melanoma skin cancer. Men over 40 with a family history are at greater risk, but early detection can make all the difference. Because it might have put a few blokes off being tested, it's important to let people know that the digital rectal exam is no longer needed. A simple blood test from your local GP can detect prostate cancer early. Just a little prick. That's right. Thank you to the member for Bruce. When caught early, 96% of men survive at least 5 years after diagnosis. These last facts were particularly striking for me. Thanks to these men, because I have a family history of prostate cancer, I prioritised getting a PSA test when I got my over 40s health check. I've caught up with the Box Hill Prostate Cancer Support Group a couple of times since, including at the recent White Horse Spring Festival, when they were getting out into the community, putting themselves out there to raise awareness. Even though they met resistance from some men they approached, they wanted to make sure other men got tested early and were aware of the risks. As men, we often put our health last. If something isn't falling off or sticking out at a weird angle, we don't worry about it. But we need to talk about our health more, and we need to be more proactive in managing it. For ourselves, but also for our families, for our kids, and because catching problems early lessens their impacts and even prevents deaths. Perhaps for this reason, that awareness of prostate cancer and the importance of catching it early is not where it needs to be. That is why I am proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government, which is standing up for men's health. We're investing more than $32 million in men's health initiatives, including $11.3 million to Movember to provide men's healthcare training to primary healthcare workers. This will mean over 60,000 doctors and nurses will be able to support men to get the healthcare they need. Of course, this is on top of our other health initiatives, like our record investment in Medicare, which will mean more Australians can see a GP for free, as well as our increased training and supports for new GPs and nurses. So thank you to the Box Hill Prostate Cancer Support Group for supporting each other, for your advocacy to help me understand how the government can better support you and your families, and for raising awareness throughout our community to save lives and reduce the impacts of prostate cancer. Thank you, Speaker.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.